Hello everyone and welcome to UI UX design video on Intellipaat. Do you know friends that Amazon pays between $80,000 to $163,000 for UI UX designers, while Microsoft pays between $55,000 to $139,000 and Google pays between $57,000 to $128,000. It sounds a very good amount of money. If I talk about Indian market, the average income for UI designer in India is roughly around 3.1 lakhs at the entry level, while 7.3 lakhs around mid-level and 1,23,000 around senior level. Now if I talk about exactly what UI UX designers do, how customers interact with the products are primary concern of the UI UX designers. UX designers focus on making interactions enjoyable for clients, while UI designers focus on making the interaction possible. UI and UX designers typically collaborate closely with product designers and even clients throughout the early stages of design process. Nowadays, UI UX designers as a profession is in high demand. By 2050, the number of UI UX designers is expected to exceed 100 million. Even at the entry-level UI UX designers are paid well, which continuously advances through their career path. Certain criteria such as employer, location, experience influence the salary of UI UX designer. We have also designed quizzes to help you assess yourself how much are you ready for the interview. So watch this video till the end. Now before we discuss our today's agenda, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So first we are gonna start with what is UI UX design. Moving ahead, we are gonna discuss what is design. Then we are gonna learn about the why, what and how of UI UX design. Moving ahead, we are gonna discuss about the principles of Gestalt and visual design. Then we are gonna learn about the colors theory. Moving ahead, we are gonna discuss the elements of emotional design. Then we are gonna learn about introduction to moodboarding. Moving ahead, we are gonna discuss about UX design process introduction. Then we are gonna learn about UI UX design tools. Moving ahead, we are also gonna learn about introduction to storyboarding. Then we are gonna discuss the brainstorming in design. Moving ahead, we are also gonna discuss about user interface design introduction. Then we are gonna learn about user experience versus user interface. Moving ahead, we are gonna discuss design process overview. Then we are gonna proceed to UI UX portfolio. And at the end, we are gonna conclude our session with UI UX interview questions.
Almost every person is online right now, either on desktop or mobile phones. The comfort and accessibility of mobile applications are the main reason why opting for mobile over desktop. In 2018, the number of mobile apps downloaded worldwide was 205.4 billion, which is expected to reach 258.2 billion by 2022. This shift made UI UX designing an integral part of any product-based company. UI UX design is a science that works on improving the user experience and usability of the application. Almost every company, including Facebook, Amazon, and Google, invests heavily in it. UI design is the process of transforming wireframes into a polished graphical user interface. This both enhances a product's usability and creates a connection between the end user and the product. A user experience or UX is therefore made up of many user interfaces which come together in a seamless flow to form a product. The difference between user experience and user interface is that UX is about the experience a user has with the product or service, while UI refers to the aesthetic elements by which people interact with the product. And UX focuses on interaction design, wireframes, information architect, user research, and scenarios. UI focuses mainly on visual design, colors, graphic design, layouts, and typography. Despite the differences, UI and UX are not entirely different. Both UI and UX are crucial to work closely to determine how a product will function and be visually attractive, with each other influencing the other. Imagine you spend months creating a beautiful website only to get the result that people can't find what they're looking for and struggle to navigate. No matter how attractive and aesthetically pleasing the interface is, without user experience, users will become frustrated because of its lack of usability and will leave your site. The role of a user experience designer is to understand the customer's journey. That means understanding the target audience, interviewing customers, defining user flows, and conducting user testing. A UI designer's job begins where UX designer's job ends, and that is at the prototyping stage. They take the wireframes and add visual design to make them more usable, aesthetically appealing, and optimized for different screen sizes. The starting salary of UI UX designer in India is 10 lakhs per annum, and once you gain experience, it will be in the range of 18 to 25 lakhs per annum. And similarly in USA, the average salary is $100,000. There are over 1 lakh jobs available related to UI UX design just in India.
What do they understand by UI UX design? I heard there were many designers, there were designers from the UX industry itself, there were designers of photography, graphic designers, people want to learn design, they are enthusiastic about design itself. I want to know what they understand by the whole sentence UI UX design. What is called UI UX design is something that is a jargon right now used nowadays by many designers to holistically encompass what design is. So technically, if you go to the industry, there is no part technically competing saying I am a UI UX designer. There are in companies like Microsoft, Google, where you say UX designer 1, UX designer 2, falana, and a lot of things, right? But it's just that you're either a product designer or a visual designer or a UX researcher. And in total, it comprises interaction design. So interaction design is a motherhood, and out of it, there are 3 branches: product designer, visual designer, and UX researcher. There's another part also called UX writer, but there's are subparts of everything. So yeah. Now coming to the part where you guys focused on apps and websites, but UX is not only about apps. It is also about 3 different systems: the physical world, the digital world, and the virtual world. How we interact with a physical system, it also comes under UX design. For example, there's a switchboard in your home, right? That when you put on a switch, it is either mapped to a light or a fan or something else. So that is also UX design. How you interact with the system so that the experience of the whole becomes better for you. The whole system becomes better for you. That comes UX design in physical world. Next is followed by UX design in digital world. How can we easily do something without us being distracted from the objective we chose to on a digital platform? That encompasses UX design in a digital world. Then we have virtual world also. With Meta coming in, we must have heard of AR, VR, XR, MR. All these systems also have UX design. How we can communicate our ideas, how we can communicate the design with less obstructive to us and easily communicate over a large platform. So that is basically what UI UX design is. It is not restricted to a single entity of digitalization of things. So basically UX design should comprise of physical, digital, and virtual, everything. It is not particularly for an app, particularly for a website. Yeah, so basically digital is something in 2D, right? Virtual is something that doesn't exist, but you are in that system. A virtually created system. It can be an augmented reality, it can be virtual reality, or it can be mixed reality. So there are different types of realities. Augmentation is basically a layer of information over something existing in the physical world. Virtual reality is something, a layer created by you itself. There's nothing physical in it. It's a new world in itself. And mixed reality is a mixture of both augmentation and virtual reality. So that's what difference between virtual and digital is.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following display interfaces which can carry both digital and analog signals? And your options are VGA, HDMI, optical, or DVI. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So MR is something where you can control elements in the virtual space. Generally, VR, you can't control something in VR space. It is what you see. It's just the virtuality itself. MR is you can control something in a virtual space. I'll give an example. Recently, Meta had come up with something, I guess, where they're typing something and interacting with virtual events, virtual meetings were happening, right? Those are part of MR, where you can use a keyboard, you can interact with people on your virtual space. Virtuality is something where you can't have anything. The physical environment of it in itself in 3D is a virtual environment. You can't interact. Once you're interacting with the element in your physical space and getting response in your virtual environment, it is called MR. For example, I'll give you an example. I just said the rocket itself. For example, let's analyze that you're in the spaceship rocket done by SpaceX and you're seeing it. You're analyzing the whole thing. It is a VR. But example, if you tap on a table and something opens in a virtual space, a door opens in a virtual space, that is MR. You're interacting with a physical space, but you're getting the response in a virtual space. That is MR. So let's make it clear for you. It's basically what we try to understand is how UX has its implications in various fields. It can be a physical space, it can be a digital space, it can be a virtual space. It doesn't have to be concentrated to only apps or websites. So that is a wrong notion many of us may be having. But that is what it is. It is implications are on 3 different spectrums. And these all spectrums combine to be an interaction designer, which has 3 main parts: UX researcher, visual designer, and product designer. Generally, what we understand by UX UI design, it's not only restricted to a digital space or an app or a website. It has its 3 major parts. You can go to the physical space, you can go to the digital space, you can go to the virtual space. And when we call as designers, it's basically interaction design that has 3 verticals: UX researcher, product designer, and visual designer. Have you heard of the game called Pokemon Go? Or have you heard of the IKEA application? There's an application of from IKEA, right? So basically what it does is it allows you to see your space in.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
IKEA would like everyone to know about Place, our new augmented reality app. Built on Apple's new AR kit, you can easily place true to scale 3D models of IKEA furniture in your place. Scan, browse, select, move, and place. So that could mean less of this and less of this, and probably more of this. We want to make it easier for people everywhere to imagine a better place. Share this place and this place. Try place in your place.
So that is what an IKEA application does. It's an AR experience. I'll show you a virtual experience as well. So everything in here is virtually created. Whatever interacting is interacting in the virtual space itself. You're not going to the physical environment. Once you interact something in the physical environment and get a response in the virtual environment, it becomes MR or mixed reality. So yeah, that's about it. As a product designer, you are a bridge. You look more at how the experience of the product would be for the users. You do some part of research as well to see if the product you're designing or the product you are reimagining works better for your users, how does it work for users, and also the visuals and also how it is being represented, the visuals being present for the users, how they are catching it, how they are feeling about it, what are the perspectives about it. So you're a bridge technically. You need to know a bit of research as well. You need to know a bit of visuals as well. As a product designer, you tend to cover the whole flow in itself. Spacing and padding should be on your fingertips. If you want only focus to one direction, it restricts you in thinking in different ways. And by different ways, I mean a problem maybe have a solution not only in a digital space, it can have a solution in a physical space, it can have a solution in a virtual space, right? So once you get to only one direction of thought, you're restricting yourself as a designer to think. And as a designer, that's a calamity you're bringing upon yourself. You can't restrict your thought process. That is 101 in design. If you're restricting your thought process, if you're not letting yourself flow, then there will be issues. For example, as a graphic designer, whatever you're thinking, it should come up in your graphics. You just say, I have thought in my mind, I can't put it on paper, right? So as a UI designer, there's nothing called UI designer. You should be either a visual designer or a product designer. And in some companies like Microsoft, Google, they have UX designer specifications that have come up very recently because they generally don't have something as a UI. They have graphic designers, interaction designers, visual designers, and also UX designers. They cater to how the flow would work. Similarly, what the product designers do. I think it's said by Steve Jobs. I'm not entirely sure. He was not a designer. He was a visionary though. But I like this quote. So I just put it up. Design is not just something what it looks like and feels like. Somebody was saying, I think somebody was saying about in previous time, it was generally how functionality was prioritized, right? And design was not. Yes. I generally don't agree with those things. Even if you take whatever was done in the Roman era, there were people who were designing places, right? Designing neighborhoods, and they had kept everything in mind. When you go very back to something like a Harappan civilization, we find very designed objects, right? So design is something that in this week inculcate in your life. It's not a job as in, and that is how we should look at design. Design is a philosophy in itself. So what is design? That is something question we would be asking everybody, because probably in here there are designers, there are engineers, there are people from different pods, right? And everybody would be asking themselves why I want to learn design, or what is design? Designing something is basically a plan or drawing or sketch produced to show the look and function or workings of a building, garment, or other object before it is made or created. So it is how a thing should work, it is how a thing should look, it is how a thing should feel. It has all three parts in design. So design generally encompasses everything before it has been created. So that's what design basically means. Now coming to the part where we move to digital design. Digital design is any kind of design that appears in a digital format on an app or a website, rather than in print or physical format. So now we come to the part what we call user interfaces or UI. It deals visually with the graphical and visual parts of systems or products that help in creating appealing aesthetics. It generally deals with how a user feels about a system, feels about what it looks like. Because one thing we might have heard a lot, whatever we see, we generally associate with the first impact of it. For example, when you see a Zomato logo, we see the red color and we say, okay, this is Zomato from itself. So that is how appeal to masses are created. And that is how user interface works. Then we have UX, or user experience. It is a process of enhancing user satisfaction with a product by improving its usability, accessibility, desirability, flow. It's the whole experience of it, how the user goes from a starting point to end point during a whole task. And how does the user interact with the system? How does the user use the system and does his objective he wants to do? That is what user experience is all about. Now there's what is called UX design. We can come to why, what, and how, right? So basically in UX design, user experience design, where the focus shifts onto usability and desirability and accessibility, it is the three questions that we ask for always. Learn to ask why, learn to ask what, and learn to ask how. So why generally include motivations, values, and views? What is the user doing? Why does the user want to do something? And then comes what? What are the functionality? What are the features of the thing? And then how? How can we achieve that thing? Cool. Then is followed by the UX design process. And it is pretty simple process. I'll talk in detail later. Basically, is the product definition, then we have research, analysis, design, and validation. I'll keep it short right now because I will move on to something called problem definition. Here we say, what is the problem definition, right? Basically, it starts with defining the problem or the product before you can build a product. And this is a very important part because once we can identify the problem, we are done 20%, 30% of in the direction we want to see something. And by that, I mean, for example, I have a problem in mind, but I don't know how to articulate it, right? Then the problem is, I don't know in which direction I want to go ahead. When we have defined a problem, we know direction we want to go ahead. So that is, problem definition is very important while going through a design process. Next comes the research. Once we have defined the problem, the second part is, we want to do a research on what is being done, what are the things around, who are my users, what are the pros and cons, what has been already created, are there any probable solutions for it, what are the things that have been done around the problem, deep diving into the problem and seeing what have been going wrong with the whole systems. Are there any systems? There can be surveys, there can be interviews, there are different research methodologies for it as well. So that comes under research. Next is analysis. Once we have got research, the next part is that is a lot of data, right? Be it quantitative, be it qualitative. Quantitative is basically numbers and qualitative is basically values, right? Now, once we get the data, we need to analyze the data. And by analyze, I mean, I have to make sense out of data. And by that, we have to move to draw insights. We have to move to draw what are the findings from those research. Once we can get the analysis done, we'll move in a direction of thinking how we can solve those insights, how we can solve those pain points. And then comes the design part, where the user has to think, okay, that is done, right? Now I need to solve my problem through design. How can create something? So you brainstorm, you do a lot of things and try to do the whole designing of the solution. And once you design something, to validate, you go out to the users you have talked with, you go out to your users want to design for, and then try out if this thing works or not. If it doesn't work, do the whole process again. And if it does work, what needs to be improved? That is the basic flow of a design process. Generally, this is the flow that we cater to. This is called double diamond design process, where it starts by diverging or discover phase. Then we have something called the define or the converging phase. Then we have something called develop. Again, we diverge and then we converge, where we deliver. Basically finding the problem, researching, analyzing, and then again designing, and then delivering or testing. So these are the main process what we follow in design or in product design or interaction design as well. It's called the double diamond design process. So UX design isn't a linear process, it's an iterative process. And by that I mean, you can't do the whole thing, this whole flow in one go. Let me go through the whole system again. By that I mean, we discussed about problem definition, right? What is problem definition? Finding out what the problem is. So how can we find out what the problem is? Once we diverge, diverging means going in different directions and see what the problem is and finding out about the problem. It's about researching. So basically problem definition and research comes under diverging or discover. So in any design institute or any design institution, be it in a business sector and the academic sector, everyone follows more or less this structure, where we discover phase. The discover phase, we diverge. We go in different directions and see what the problem is and do research around it. It can be a secondary research, it can be a primary research. Secondary research is basically trying to understand what are the different things already being happening around that problem. What is the problem structure like? What would understand the literature of the problem? We go through books, we gaze to internet and see what other people are doing. We try to analyze that. the secondary research. In primary research, we try and talk with the users, we talk with the people who are actually facing the problem. So once we get this data set, we come to the next part, which is called define, or as I mentioned, analyze. We put all those and do a mapping. We try to find out, okay, this matches with this matches with this part. These are two people talking about the same thing, and I to define what my research is about. I get the insights, I get out the findings of my research, both from secondary and primary. Once we're done with that, we move on, okay, I have got an insight, I have got something around this. Let me go to the design process. The design process is basically a development process where I again diverge. Diverging means going in different directions. Converging means coming to a point, different directions. In diverging, in design, while we design is taking the same insight, we generate different ideas, 5, 10, 15 ideas, and see what is the best idea to go forward. We develop these ideas, take the few of these ideas and try to design it, try to make a prototype out of it. And then we test it in the deliver phase. We see that it's working with the user. Does the user understand what I'm making? Does the design solve the user's problem? Once it's done that, we deliver it and give up to the development team or other teams there are. So that is what the design process is. It starts with discovery, where there are problem definition and research, followed by define, where there's analysis. Then comes develop, where there's we actually design the concepts, design my ideas, and then deliver, where you test and give up to the development team. I hope you understood the whole process, right? The whole problem definition phase generally occurs in 2 to 3 steps. Not steps, actually 2 to 3 pathways. One is somebody has a problem and comes up to you. Okay, I have a problem, please solve this, right? For example, if you go into an institution or in a business sector, there might be a problem already be there, right? And you're solving for that. Second is you see a problem. For example, one of my earliest design I was working on was in 2016 and 17, I guess. There was no fast cars during that time. And what happened was I was standing on a toll tax and I was trying to analyze why was so much of queuing happening on the toll tax. What was so much fuss about? So what I observed was people were making a queue because they would take the whole printout of it, pay, and again the issue was facing. So that was analyzing a problem. What a problem is being faced, not by me, but by other people as well. So that is an observational problem. You find the problem and try to validate it. Which is second pathway you can what a problem is. And third pathway being you're talking to someone and the problem happens to you. Or you are in a journey. For example, you're going on a bike ride and you are taking the whole application with you, but due to the whole rains coming in, you can't see the proper screen of the phone, right? There is a problem happening to you. That is a problem discovery made by you. So there are problems that may come to you. One you can observe and something can happen to you. So these are major kinds of problems that come up, and we take up this problem statement and try to validate what is the things being done, what can be worked upon, are other people also facing the same problem, what are they thinking about it. So that's what problem definition is. Cool, correct? So whatever I told, the whole process can't be done in one go, because in each step you might find out a new problem. As I was mentioning, for example, the problem discovery might happen in the designing phase itself. For example, you find out a problem for the whole smart card, for example. There is a whole toll tax and the people are getting stagnant, the traffic is not moving, and the whole issue that the people are paying, and you design a smart card. But while designing a smart card, you might find another issue. You have to go back and again diverge, converge, validate if this is working, find out the insights, and again come back. Or once you've designed, you're testing and you find there's a problem, you just might not understand. You're just not finding it comfortable to use. Then you have to again go back and validate your ideas and then come back. So it's not a one-go process or a linear process. It's an iterative process, right? Now, what's the difference between UI and UX? So UI is part of UX that deals with visual perceptions to make it more friendly and acceptant to the user, as I was mentioning. Where UX is the part where we tend to design the flow where the users face the minimal obstacles and do a task. So basically, it starts with something very abstractive, what the user needs, what are the objectives. Then we have a layer of functions, specialization. Then we have layer of information architecture and the interaction itself. Then we have layer of something called what the interface should be, how it should look like. And at the top is called the visual design. It's how the user sees it. So it starts with an abstractive format, and then we go to a concrete format, right? So generally, when we design, it starts with the conception or the concept of the whole thing, what it should be, crude sketches and everything, and then it goes to a more fidelity, high fidelity design or visual design itself. That is the major difference between UI. UI generally comprises of this part, while UX generally comprises of this part, right? Cool. Now let's take the questions. It will be better for everyone to understand here. UI generally involves this part of the system where we have interface design, navigation systems, information design, visual design, all comes up when we have already designed the flow of the system, the interaction, how we'll interact with the system, what the basic concept of the system is. All these are done. Then we try to build up the visual systems or the information architecture, interface, or the different parts of the visual cues of the system. Let's take an example. Google Maps. When we want to go from one place to another, there's a simple flow is you put in a place, the location will track your location right now. You will go to a place and there is something that will guide you. That is the basic concept. There's an assistant that guides you and you have one starting point, one ending point. So that is the basic concept. That is the user needs. I want to go from place A to place B, help me with it. Assistant guides it. Now the functions are, there can be a person who's walking, there's a car, there's a bike, there's a train, bus, everything is scheduled on the top, right? Those are functions. And there's interactions. How will the user interact with it? So you can see sometimes the Google map getting dark, map getting a light screen. There's sometimes you can see that it moves depending on which direction you point, right? When you're using a car, you can see some parts are in blue, some parts in red, some parts in orange. So those are the functionalities that you put in, how it works, the interaction, what the user perceives without even going through the whole system. Now, once you have done, you have thought, these are things we need, you need to, the user who's using needs to understand it, right? In a very easy way. That's where the visual design or the UI comes in. Okay, these are the flows. This is something we need to do. Now, how shall we do it? How shall it be represented for the user? What icon should be made? What color should be used? What things should be coming up? What cues should be coming up? For example, it has also voice, right? How the voice should represent? How should we speak? All this comes up in visual and information design. So that is the whole part. Interaction design is how you interact, and visual design is basically putting up the whole aesthetics point of view, what the user wants to feel, wants to understand. Information design is a part where, for example, in Google Maps, you see something coming up, you need to turn right? You need to turn left. Now, if a person is driving, if I burden that user with a lot of things, after going 5 meters, you will see something like this, and then you turn right, you will see this. The user won't understand. So whatever the information you want for the user, that needs to be designed in a certain way for the user to accept easily. For example, in a poster, if I write a whole essay in a poster, people won't understand what the poster is. But if I can write in a very easy way, this is something, a tournament, table tennis tournament 2022, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. and venue. That's it. Everybody understands it's a tournament, there's an invitation, and there's a venue. Done. But if I write, we are organizing something and that will create a whole lot of cognitive load for the user. Nobody will understand. So designing the information is a very critical part of what the user wants to understand from the user interface or the UX design. Information architecture is basically when we do a task from A to B, we have different steps. And in steps, for example, I want to put on the fan in my room. what I do is I go to a switchboard, I search for the switch, I put on that switch and see if it's working or not. If it's working, we sit down. If it's not working, we try to understand what other switches possible. So it's the flow. It's a concrete, not a very concrete flow, it's just the pathway or journey through which every decision is being taken. That's the architecture, the framework of the whole information system. Because every point is information. I'm standing up, I'm going to the switchboard, that is information. I'm taking a decision. So every point I take a decision based on information is called the information architecture. For example, I want to put on a lamp. I come to my room, I unlock the room, I go to the switchboard, put on the lamp. If it's working, I just set up. If it's not working, I try to find out another switch. So every decision that is taken based on the information I have makes up for my information architecture. Generally, a visual designer is termed, does the task of a UI designer. That's why UI is attained to or catered to. A visual designer does the task. While UX designer, we're generally coming up in this recent formats that UX designer is basically a product designer who caters to the product or the flow of the whole system. Now, in certain companies where they are not very product-based, for example, Microsoft is a very service-based company. And let's talk about what is service-based and product-based. Product is basically I have something that I'm giving and people are paying me for it. I have a product in mind. Service is something I have a platform where people of different businesses come and cater to that service. So that is what a service design thing is. Microsoft is basically a service company. So they can't say as a product designer because they don't have a product. So it's basically they say UX designer who caters to different services Microsoft provides. So that is what a product designer basically is. Product designer and UX designer is very same. But generally in the industry, you will not find something called a UI designer. You will find something called a visual designer. Either they came up with a problem, they do a discovery, they do research, then they get insights. They're trying to find out what are the findings is from the research, analyze it, have certain ideas on how to work with, derive ideas, derive designs for the problems, and then test it out. That is the basic flow of what a designer does in the industry. It's nothing very different from what we're learning now. It's pretty much the same. I'm not entirely sure because I'm pretty much sure there's a design course. We will not cover coding, but as people have mentioned, HTML CSS were partly taught in other 3 sessions, right? As an interaction designer, I have been taught as an interaction designer. What helps in me is I understand problems of all 3 genres, UX research, visual design, and product design. And I can easily work in each field equally. It's not that I can only work in product design. I'm not equipped with visuals, or I don't understand research. So as an interaction designer, that is something I understand better. Other sectors, if you only cater to, what happens is you only cater to small parts of it. So in here, when we design something, we need to understand research-backed design very well. Any design that's not research-backed doesn't cater. In the industry, whenever we're doing something, do keep in mind, if we're not catering to research-backed design, it won't go or last for a long term. That is a loss to the industry. So technically speaking, an interaction designer would work the best because we know pros and cons of all the 3s, right? But well, in the industry, doesn't matter if you're interaction designer, product designer, UX designer. It technically would role be for the 3 will be the same. You have to understand research, you have to understand the flow, and you have to design the part with the visuals. So at Intellipaat, we make sure you understand research, you understand visuals, and you understand the flow as well. That is why it's called a UI UX design course, because it's a very generic name that has come up. As a UX writer, you need to put it in a very concise manner. For example, there may be a banner. A banner means you may be seeing a app. For example, you may see the Google Pay app, and in there it comes, you have got ₹3 cashback. If somebody had put it instead of ₹3 cashback, if somebody has done it like the congratulations, Soumya, you have been credited ₹3, that would be a very boring way to put it, right? And nobody will even look at it. Instead, what Google Pay does, just say ₹3 cashback and just gives a congratulatory animation behind it. That's it. So as a UX writer, you need to understand what will be the best way for the user to understand something. For example, a user from Maharashtra or user from Tamil Nadu may not always understand the Hindi, right? So what would be the best way for the user to understand in a language, or even in English, what would be the best way to put it for the user? That's what a UX writer does. It makes the copy easier for the user to understand. Generally, Figma would be a good tool to go ahead. Adobe XD is slowly becoming extinct. Also, it has certain issues over free courses, free payments and things. So Adobe Figma would be the best thing to go forward. Sketch, XD, Figma are the best tool available right now. Different prototyping tools, Principal, there's another prototyping tool called Anima, I guess, Protopy. Those are paid, highly paid things. So generally we avoid these paid parts. XD, Figma, and Sketch looks pretty much same. One or two, three functionalities might be up and down. That's it. So next part is mainly about principles of Gestalt and visual design. Many might have heard of it, this term Gestalt, many might have not. But let's get into it. So the next part is our principles and perception, and we will talk about Gestalt principles and visual design principles. The first part was basically introductory session where we talked about what design is, what UX design is, product design is, interaction is, basically a more wholesome nature of what we will be learning. But if you deep dive, some basic principles needs to be cleared off. As we are budding designers, there's certain biases we go by. There's certain things as humans we follow. There's certain behaviors we go through. So all this comes under Gestalt. So basically, what is Gestalt? The theory of Gestalt basically deals with human perceptions and behaviors, while at the core, the concept of configuration being the same. For example, if we keep this image we see, it can be called a 9. It can be called a 6, right? It depends how we perceive that thing. That is something Gestalt talks about. Now let's move on to what are the categories of Gestalts. Categories generally are independent forms, signs, symbols, shape. And what are these? These are basically different things that we can categorize Gestalt in. It can be a shape. For example, the number was a symbol or a sign, and we can have independent forms. There are different categories of Gestalt. Number 2 is construction of Gestalt. How we can construct a Gestalt. How we can construct something that people can perceive, that human behavior says something we need. We can construct by lines. We can construct by planes. We can construct by homogeneous plane. We can construct by texture, or we can construct by points. So different types of construction we can see. For example, on the right, we can see this line is a bounding box. It can be lines, right? It's a construction of Gestalt. While these are surfaces, right? These are kind of homogeneous planes. That is what construction of Gestalt is. Now coming to the most important part, Gestalt principles. So construction of Gestalt, basically how we can construct something that needs to have a human perception or human behavior. That is something we need to construct, right? It can be a drawing, it can be a sketch, it can be a surface, it can be a building. But how we can construct? We can create by points, we can create by lines, we can create by planes, we can create by homogeneous planes, or we can create by texture. For example, these are plane, right? Or these are surface. So basically, if we create a surface and fill it up with it, it gives a sensation of fill up, right? It gives a sensation of it's a square. So that is something the human brain perceives. It's a square. For example, there is an egg-shaped structure. The human brain perceives it's an egg-shaped structure. So that is how we construct something, right? To get the point. Next, we can move on to something like a texture. For example, instead of a filled up thing, if you put a texture in, human brain will automatically take the shape that, okay, this is a shape that we need to take up. For example, if I come here and just scribble something in a rectangular format, the human brain will not take that as scribble. It will automatically take the shape as a more in the form of a rectangle. Correct? So basically, homogeneous plane means equal. For example, lines of plane is something that is, for example, it can be take this square. Okay. In this square, every part is equally distributed. No part has lightness or darkness in it, right? Equally distributed across the surface, every part. The darkness, the black color is equally distributed over the plane surface, right? There is homogeneity in it. That's why it's called a homogeneous plane. That is what is causing us to understand it's a rectangle, it's a square, right? Did you understand? So linear zug is something called lines. Lines or linear zug is part key. Example, this is a line, right? It gives a sensation that this is bounding this whole thing. That is a perception we're getting, right? But if we take this as the individual, this line in itself is a rectangle. It is not even bounding. We can have that thought as well. Somebody can tell that it's a line in itself. It doesn't bound anything. But as a human, we perceive this is bounding these three objects, right? So linear zug or line is the same thing. So that's why it comes to principle of enclosure, the first principle of Gestalt. For example, somebody might say this part and this part are two individual entities, right? But due to the enclosure part of it, we are perceiving this as one entity and one closed rectangle. Due to the enclosure part, we think that this is something as a one entity and not a separate objects. Similarly here, we may perceive this as just a part. We may think as a curved something, but due to the closeness of these two ends, we are perceiving this as a circle on this surface, right? That is what principle of enclosure does. Now comes the part of principles of nearness or proximity. For example, if I see these two squares, we see something horizontal points and vertical points, right? And how do you define it? Depending upon the proximity of these two squares, everything is defined. Because the proximity between these two are very low, we are thinking these are horizontally aligned. Again, if we make the proximity between these two low, we will think this is vertically aligned. So depending on proximity of two elements, we can understand what that object is. Somebody might perceive it as a horizontal thing, somebody might perceive it as a vertical thing. And that we as designers can create depending upon the proximity of two elements or two objects. Cool? That is what the principle of nearness of proximity define. Next, coming to the principles of symmetry. This is something, there are points on a surface, right? But since the nearness between 2 points is low, we think this is a horizontal thing, right? But in this case, the nearness between two objects in the vertical plane is low. We consider it vertically aligned, not horizontally aligned. But somebody can anyway say that this is something horizontal and not vertical. Both are correct. But a human perception is, we think this is vertical, we think this is horizontal. Now let's move on to the principle of symmetry. Symmetry is something when we see in nature. For example, when we see something like this, we easily understand it is a tree because we are somehow wired to perceive this as symmetrical. When you see symmetrical things, we understand easily. But when you see this thing, we will not understand it as a tree. Somebody might perceive as a tree, somebody might perceive as something totally different. That is what principle of symmetry does. Something that is symmetrical is easily perceivable to the human mind, rather something is asymmetrical. Moving on to the principle of even width. For example, there are 4 parts. You need to understand the basic principles of visuals and basic principle of how humans perceive something. I'll give a great example. This is a FedEx logo, right? It was designed by someone like this to have the arrow pointing in a direction. Can you see it? That comes from the principles of Gestalt and visual design. Once we understand these principles, we know how to make the user have better impact on a certain thing. CNBC. We see a peacock, right? That is how everything works. We see an equal width around everything. Once we learn these things, it will be easier for us to represent something. Let's look at our font called Helvetica. Let's look at that. Okay. Why is Helvetica so commonly used? I'll tell you. Helvetica as a font has equal balance both front and back, both when we compare something in the background and something in the foreground. By that I mean, if we make this dark and the piche wala back white, it will have the equal impact when we make the opposite out of the same. This and this has equal impact. When we design fonts, when we look at these, how equal width of these things help to create a foreground or background space. So this is something we learn from Gestalt principles. This is something we learn from visual principles. And that is how everything is correlated.
Okay. Okay.
UX design in itself can't stand if we can't learn what is design and how it impacts user behavior. So these principles help you to learn holistic design approach. This is the principle of symmetry, as I mentioned. Key, we need to understand what our human brain perceives better. Is it something a symmetrical structure like this, or is something an asymmetrical structure? And generally, as humans, we perceive that is symmetric. We perceive what is symmetric to be a better towards design rather than asymmetric parts. Coming to the principles of even width, as I mentioned, Helvetica, right? Helvetica does a great job by understanding what a human brain perceives. It understands the spaces of equal width in a brilliant way, be it in a positive space, be a negative space. And by positive negative space, I mean, even we put a contrasting color in the background, we keep white and we write with black text, or background we keep black and with white text, the equal width formalizes the whole concept that everything is in a linear manner. Nothing pops out, nothing is strongly focused. So that is what principle of even width does. We can easily figure out what needs to be done, how it needs to be worked. If something is out of proportion, that can be figured out by our brain, because our brain tries to perceive even with objects in a certain way. For example, in here, if everything was even width, we could have easily understood that everything is okay. But in here, we can easily see this has a less width, followed by this, followed by this, and followed by this. This is the most width, right? That is how we perceive things. But the whole space taken by each one is equal. But somehow we feel like this is more dominant than this. So that is what principle of even width does. Coming to the next part is principle of ambiguity. Principle of ambiguity is a very close thing when we come to design. We generally, as designers, have a very ambiguous approach to things. For example, if you see this picture, we are not sure what is the foreground, what is the background, which one is above which one. It can be the white space, it can be the dark space. We're never sure of it. So this creates a principle of not sureness in our brain. We think that this might be the upper part and this might be the below part, or the vice versa. Same thing works for this, and same thing goes for this. We are not sure which part is encompassing. It might think in our brain that this is the part that is encompassing, that is under this structure or below this structure. This thing can be above this structure, or this thing can be below this structure. The brain is playing games with us, because that's how brain perceives things. That's how brain works on things. That is the principle of ambiguity works. Ambiguity means we are not sure of what it does. We are not sure if something is in the foreground or background. Generally, these principles works in a 2D environment, right? So in this environment, we consider number one, not entirely sure if this is the foreground or this is the background. It can be both, right? It depends on how the human brain perceives. That's how it works. So then comes principle of simple shape and contour. So what is simple shape of contour? If we see this object, the one thing that will come in our mind that these are squares that have been laid on certain strips, right? But some might have a perception that these are certain things, right? This is an entity in itself. For example, this, and this another entity. So a human brain does that we tend to follow what are the simplest shape and then go with it. Everybody in here will have this perception that these are the simple shapes, the squares, there is a laid over this, but it can be something totally different, right? That's how the human brain perceives things. Hardly few would analyze that this can be an entity in itself. For example, the B entity, right? And the A entity, these together come up to from the whole structure. Hardly most of you won't say that. That's how Gestalt behaves. Cool? Okay. So principle of simple shape and contour, I told you. Our brain is programmed or wired to understand simple shapes more easily than understanding complex shape. This being a complex shape, the brain would never understand this. It would understand this shape as squares and these are strips more easily than understanding complex shapes. The principle of continuity. For example, our brain would never understand if these elements are in itself a single standing elements. It will always try to understand this as a part of the whole system. It will perceive as a continuous system. A great example would have been the Coca-Cola logo, right? Let's look at the Coca-Cola logo. If I look at this, our brain due to equal width, and even if this is breaking down, perceive this as a single entity. It would never perceive this as a different entity, right? If you see this logo breaking down in here, L, when it comes to the L part, it's breaking down. Because of this nearness, because of the principle of continuity, you'll always behave, this is a single entity and not different entity. So this is something that we learn from Gestalt. Cool? Okay. Now coming to the principle of intersection. For example, in here, we see different shapes coming in. But when we understand the whole part, the human brain behaves that this is something as a whole. This intersection is a whole. It never perceives that there can be more than two shapes coming in. For example, if you see the white space and this white space, it can be more than two spaces. That is actually intersected. But the human brain never perceives like that. A human brain will perceive this as a whole entity. That is the eighth principle of intersection. The ninth principle is principle of similarity. And similarity depending on size, shape, location, orientation, brightness, color, all these come in. And how? For example, when we see this picture, we tend to always group these items together because we find this to be similar. And again, we tend to group these items together. So that is how principles of similarity come in. When we see similar things, we tend to group them all together. When we see dissimilar things, we tend to avoid them. That is how human brain perceives. Cool? Okay. For example, location and orientation. Let's take this example. There are certain things aligned in a very diagonal way, right? We will always perceive these orientations in a certain way, and these orientations certain. We'll try to group these things together. A human brain will always perceive these things in a group rather than perceiving these in a single entity. That is what orientation does. Now, location. For example, if you're in a space, let's consider a room, and in that there is a bulb in the center of the room on the ceiling, and there are lots of bulbs onto the right and left side. What human brain will do, will try to organize and group those bulbs in a together manner because of the nearness, because of the single similarity. But if another bulb was replaced by a fan, another bulb was replaced by something else, you won't understand that, okay, these are not unsimilar structures. So we won't group them together. So always in a space, in orientation, depending on color, we group things. We tend to perceive these things togetherness. Correct? Well, let's move ahead then. Okay.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in the Model View Controlled Architecture or MVC architecture, the model defines the data access layer, presentation layer, business logic layer, or interface layer. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Now coming to this principle, until and unless somebody says or you yourself associate a thing with a existing system, we don't understand what the shape is. A human being will never perceive this as a total entity until and unless I said it's an E. Once I say it's an E, we tend to find shape itself, right? So that's how human brain works. We tend to perceive things when we can associate with something. That's called principle of association. Correct? So a logo's valuation always stands by the remembrance of it. A Nike logo can be drawn by everybody. Adidas logo is more or less similar, right? A Google logo is more or less G, everybody knows. A Toyota logo is difficult to understand, right? Now here comes the best part of Gestalt. There are certain principles of Gestalt being followed, but these principles sometimes work for this and are not working for, and sometimes are not working for this. I can see principles of enclosure. Somebody can see principle of association as well. The whole TOYO can be there, right? people will remember this logo, but only if when we point out there's TOYOTA in the whole logo itself, the value goes down. So there are certain things that logo needs to be remembered by. For example, a FedEx logo will be more remembered by than a Toyota logo. So if I look at this F1 logo, we associate with the number 1, right? And F and the other part are distinct in itself. So there is a part F which stands out, the 1 stands out, and the red color stands out. So there is nothing balanced. Everything is equally in each part, right? So this is more of a association rather than being ambiguity. Ambiguity, both the foreground and the background should be equal weights. So if I consider this, what happens is we are enclosing it as a, if you see on the left, if you see on the bottom and the right, what happens is this entity of F on the left, its part, and on the right, the part of a flag or the whole thing in it is whatever it is, the shapes, the equal weight shapes, give us the formation of 1, right? We don't see a 1 in itself. The enclosure of the F and on the right the side, it gives the shape of the 1. So that's why the enclosure comes in. If we move something to the left or right, for example, if we move the F follower structure a bit to the left, the 1 shape goes away. I'm pretty much sure of that. So due to the space that F is providing on the right, and also to the space that this red thing is providing on the left, the enclosure in itself gives us the shape of 1. You get it? Intersection would generally when two objects, separate objects intersect and we form a shape, we study that as an individual shape. So for example, if we study this left to right strip and the right to left strip, the rectangle that is square that is being formed inside, it has the enclosure principle, it has the principle of intersection, because it is a formation of two shapes in itself. But the continuity where comes in because the whole strip in itself gets like detached in many parts, as you can see, right? It is not a continuous shape. So our human brain plays tricks to perceive this as a one singular entity. So what happens is when we look at a logo that is in black and white, sometimes what happens is both the black strip and the white you see has very equal balance in it, right? Only when you understand this in color that we will see this different. But if in black and white, what happens is this thing is very equally balanced in every direction, in every shape. So sometimes the ambiguity works as a what is in foreground, what is in background, you can't understand from this particular logo or from this particular color of logo, right? That is what gives the ambiguity in it. It is something we can look at as well. It's a very small part of ambiguity, but ambiguity is there. So if I talk about principles of visual design, the basic constraints being space, form, and structure. Space is the space of 3D space. Form is the form in which we behave, and structure is how we construct it. For example, this is the space, this is a form. Many people might say as a vase, many people might say as two faces. And structure, for example, different structures align differently, right? These are different structures, many people might associate with something else. So this is how principles of visual design gets formed. Now coming to visual principles. These are the various visual principles that we follow: pattern, rhythm, contrast, unity, proportion, balance, and emphasis. Let's look at individually each one of them. Pattern is the repetition of specific visual elements. There's a single unit or multiple of forms. Okay. Pattern is basically repetition of one element without change. If you see this picture on the right, you see single element being repeated in different direction. It is the one unit being repeated multiple of direction without any change. That is what pattern is. But if it's something called a rhythm, rhythm is repetition itself of the single element, but with change. For example, in here, if you see a circle, it's moving, it's changing its shape in size, right? That is what creates the rhythm for the eye to move in that direction. In here, it starts from here, it's changing its size, shape, and coming to here. That is causing us to move in that direction. It's pointing in a direction with a continuous change. That is what rhythm is. Cool? Contrast. What is contrast? Highlighting the difference between creating focus and creating focus of different shades. For example, in here we have a black over and there's a white over a black. In here we have black over a white. It creates contrast between two elements. depending on colors, depending on texture, depending on shade. That is what contrast does. Unity. Unity is an element. The way elements are arranged so that the image in itself stand as one compelling object or a composition called unity. For example, in this shape, we find that this rectangle in itself is a unified structure. But if we closely look, there are many rectangles in itself as well. But we don't see them as single standing element. Even if there are contrasting elements in it, we unify this whole structure as part of this rectangle. So that is how unity works. Then we have proportion. Proportion is basically comparing how a object or a composition, object in a composition is smaller or larger depending on the space. For example, if we compare this is proportionately small to this. It's easier for us to compare, right? Comparison of elements in visual setting through size, through shape, and through dimensions. That is what proportion is. Then we have something called balance. Okay, balance is something depending on shape, size, symmetry, color, everything, how a composition is balanced. And balance can easily be identified. Basically, you do a simple task. Close your eyes for 2 seconds, open your eyes. Do you see something being moved? Do you see the object being toppling? For example, to the right, if we talk about balance through colors, it is. But if we talk about balance through shape, it is not. And how it is not? If you see this rectangle, it has a proportion of toppling down. If you see this triangle, it has a proportion of toppling down. Well, if you see this triangle, it is very much balanced. It is very much grounded. So on an overall image, this structure or this composition itself is balanced in colors, but not balanced in shapes. Did you understand this point? It's a bit tricky. In colors, if you see both left and right, there are equal colors being present. But if you see shapes, this triangle is not at all balanced because we have a genuine biasness that triangles are generally balanced on the base, right? But this has a falling structure. This looks like this will fall down. This will topple down. So this gives a proportion of this is not balanced. This is out of balanced. Cool? Okay. Emphasis. Emphasis is strategy to get the viewer's attention in a specific direction. For example, if you see in the right, the designer could have made this the same gray color. But since he or she has made this in brown color, even though it's of the same shape, same dimension, our eye will generally go in that direction. There is a specific element done by the designer. They want to direct your attention to that. For example, in some apps, you might see something that there's a red CTA button. Our direction will anybody need to go in that direction. That is what emphasis does. So proximity is basically proximity between two elements. How close or how far is two elements? That comes under proximity. For example, if I say the proximity between these two is very close, but if I say something is far away from this, right, then it would be not very in proximity. Whatever is within the range of that object. Let's consider this object. This is in close proximity to this object. But if this rectangle was to move upward, then it would have been not in close proximity. What is color theory? The science of color. Color is a visual experience, a sensation of light that cannot be verified by other senses, basically not by touch, taste, smell, or hearing, right? That is what color does. And everybody might have a question like, okay, this is color theory, but I have a question itself. Why do roses appear red? Color is always in the beholder eyes. Depends on how humans perceive color. For example, what we see red, blue, yellow today, because we're perceiving something as red, blue, yellow, or something as secondary colors or tertiary colors. Basically, the three types of colors. Primary, the red, blue, and yellow colors. Secondary, mix of the primary colors, and tertiary, the mix of both primary and secondary colors. Okay, cool. Moving on. There are color properties, right? For example, let's take this color wheel. The color properties like hues, tints, tones, and shades. Now, let's come to the part where we talk about hues. Hues define as pure color, where hues define basically as what the color actually looks like in terms of red, green, and magenta. Basically, a hue in here is the pure form of that color. If you take this color wheel, whatever you see on the endmost circle, this circumferential circle is basically pure hues. It is what the original color would look like. Cool. Now, if you mix white to an original hue, it becomes tints. So this is tints. This circle comprises of tints. We have mixed white to the original hue, then it becomes tints. So basically a tint is a white mixed to the original color, original hue. Now let's talk about shade. What is shade? If you mix black to an original hue, it becomes shades. So this part of the circle is basically shades. When we add black color to the original color, it becomes a shade, be it any color. Now let's look at tones. Tones are basically when we add grays meaning black plus white to original hue, it becomes tones. That is the basic difference between hues, tints, tones, and shades. Hues are the original color itself. Tints are the colors added to the white to the original hue. Tones are the grays added to the original hue, and shades are blacks added to the original hue. Then moving to color properties like saturation and lightness. Saturation defines a range from pure color, as we mentioned, pure color being hue, from 100 to gray. For example, if you take red as a pure hue, saturation means from 100% to 0 is saturation. So 100% is fully saturated and 0 is not at all saturated. A pure hue, for example, this is a pure hue, this is fully saturated. These all colors are fully saturated. So if we go down towards the darkness of it, it's less saturated or coming towards 0. Cool. Lightness. Lightness defines a range from dark, 0 to fully illuminated. For example, if you take any hue, the lightness or brightness is how bright the color is. From 0 to 100, 100% being the most bright, 0 being the least bright. From darkness to being fully illuminated, fully bright is called the lightness or brightness of a color. So there again two properties. Saturation basically defines a range of pure color, how saturated it is. If it is 100%, it's fully saturated. If it is 0, it's not at all saturated. While lightness is going from dark to the brightness side. Our original hue has a brightness level of generally 50%. That is a constant we generally take cater to. That is how we define saturation and lightness. Cool. Now coming to color schemes. So basically there are certain color schemes called achromatic color schemes. Achromatic means no color. Achroma term itself means no color. And the color, what we say black, white, or gray, generally have no hues in it. Achroma means no hue, hueless color. So anything in gray scale and white and black is basically called as achromatic color schemes. Correct? What is achromatic? Then we have complementary color scheme. Complementary color scheme is something when we consider a color wheel. When we consider a color opposite to that is called complementary color scheme. For example, for this blue, the complementary color would be yellow. For this red, the complementary color would be green. Okay. Generally, we create this for a vibrant effect. Many apps you might have seen have these complementary color schemes. Next, we have analogous color scheme. Analogous color scheme is basically analogous color scheme uses colors that are next to each other on the color wheel. For example, if I talk about the red color, the analogous color would be this color, violet, orange, and this color. So basically, it covers what color are next to each other on the color scheme. Next, we have triadic color scheme. So triadic color scheme basically that are evenly spaced out around the color wheel. Let's take an example. If we take this green color, we leave this tree, we find this orange color. We leave this tree, we find this indigo color. Again, we leave this tree, we get this green color. So equally spaced on the color wheel is called as triadic color scheme. We can go about the same with red. Example, choose red color, space out 3, this yellow, space out 3, this blue. So equally spaced out would be triadic color scheme. Okay. Then we have a split complementary color scheme. So split complementary is a tricky one. Here we follow, if you have to get a split complementary of a color, we have to first understand what complementary is. Complementary is basically we take a color and the opposite to that in the color wheel is complementary. Split complementary will we take a color opposite to that, but not that. The color on beside the color, basically on the left and the right. For example, split complementary of green would be this violet and this orange. So not this red color. Red color's split complementary would be directly beside the color. So split complementary of green would be green and violet and orange. Cool. And that's so split complementary. We can take another example. Let's take this as yellow. Yellow ka complementary color would be this indigo, but split complementary violet and blue. Cool. Temperature. For yellow, the complementary color would be violet, right? So indigo, right? And the split complementary would be the color left and right. So it would be violet and blue. So in here is basically in a color wheel, we choose color and the color exactly opposite to that in the color wheel is called complementary color scheme. Analogous being, if we choose a color, for example, we choose red, the colors adjacent to it on both sides. For example, in here it will be indigo and violet, and here we the orange and the yellow. So these are the two analogous colors for this. So this would be the color scheme. So triadic one is basically, if you choose a color, a triadic color scheme is equally spaced on the color wheel. For example, if I choose green, you leave three colors, then you have this color, you have leave three colors, and you have this color, right? That is equally spaced. For example, as a beginner designer, you go to a company and the stakeholder asks you do the whole scheme, to the whole wireframing on a tetradic color scheme. And if you don't know what a tetradic color scheme, you can't work it out, right? So where I'm currently working was Misho was trying to revamp their whole logo structure and everything. So I was closely working with that group and they asked me what would be the best color scheme to go forward. And if I don't understand the color scheme, the structure of it, the whole design part of it, ethics of it, the philosophies of it, I won't be able to answer that question then and there, right? So then it will put me behind. I have to Google it out, I have to find it out, because I'm not confident enough of the basic units. So basically, I'm representing this in actual hues. You can use tints, shades, and tones, right? You have the same color wheel, right? It doesn't need to be on actual hues. So these are the tints, tones, and shades, right? You can use any of these to form your color schemes. I'll move forward. So there's tetradic color scheme I was mentioning, right? So basically, tetradic color scheme is basically how it works is rectangular tetradic use 4 colors arranged in 2 complementary pairs. So basically, how it works is if we choose a color, for example, green, and the next color I would choose is the complementary to green. For example, complementary to green is violet. And what I do is I will try to form, I will go one color leaf and go to the next. Basically, on both direction I can go. For example, if I go to the right direction, I will leave this red color and try to give this orange. And the tetradic would be complementary to this would be this blue. So my tetradic color scheme here would be green, blue, violet, and orange. All these 4. If I choose coming to the left, for example, I choose green, the complementary would be this 2 colors are for sure there. I will choose this color, leaving 1, and the complementary would be this yellow. So tetradic in here would be yellow, violet, this blue, and this green. Cool. These are tetradic color scheme is formed. I will choose a tetradic color scheme and try to find out that is my establishment point. That is my pivot point. Now I will try to find out what would be the emotions representing the color scheme. Okay. For example, I will try to put blue and yellow, blue and green put together and try to find out what are the emotions being put forward. Then while representing a secondary color, I will try to put a violet or an orange. Then I probably will represent a tertiary color. I will try to put this forward. Now, when I'm representing this color, I have a basic point that my whole composition is based on a color scheme that is tetradic color scheme. It won't go out of context anywhere. Now the colors may be different. It may be tints and tones of the various colors of this palette, but it will generally follow this, right? This was a logo I was designing a company called Wise. They were starting up. It's basically a startup by 3 IITians. and they wanted a logo. They have no idea or what wise should be, because they had just formed the company and they didn't know what to do about. They had an idea in mind, and they're telling me कि मेरे को ये चाहिए. I'm just asking them what was the factor they are betting upon, what they want to do, how they want to go about. In the first 2-3 meetings, they didn't understand. It's very normal. In the fourth meeting, I wanted to tell them कि this thing is something, a blue color would instill trust into a new thing, but also a warm color would get more excitement. But I don't think something, because it was a reading application majorly, excitement towards reading would be more trustful. So how I did it, I went on to users. I talked to users. What generally associate with interest, what generally associate with reading. And then I got feedback. I put the feedback in different ideations. I got the color schemes. I put different colors of blue, different sets of blue into it, and then finally chose this was the best way to go forward. So that is how we work in design. It is not just what we feel and put it up. In UX design, whenever we say something, within an industry or the academics, we never ever say something like this, this is, I like it, so I have done it. Never. Nobody will validate you for that. People will ask questions. Be the CEO or be the senior stakeholder of that company, if it's a small company, or be the senior stakeholders of a big company. Even your clients would ask why you have done something like this. And once you have the data points, be it quantitative or qualitative, be behind it a color or behind it an application feature, you need to understand how to put that through, because there are data points around it. What happens is I could have easily gone through the logo and understand what is written here. Since you have put so much of text, it just puts away, I have to read through all these, right? Just want to put the annotate and put what is important and just reduce the noise. That was the best way to present something. It's a good job, but always make sure present only the minimum amount of information needed. For example, the balance she is representing, right? If this would have been an analogous color scheme, it would have been better to understand. But since she is using colors that are very complementary or split complementary in nature, the whole focus goes away. Or she is using a triadic color scheme probably. So her whole focus goes away, right? And that is not what balance is. Balance is basically having equal weight, be it color, shape, size, or proportion in each direction. That is what balance is. For example, the first picture in itself, balance, where there's a red block followed by blue and yellow one. What happens is the red is taking too much of attention space, and the whole balance is going away. So the composition itself is balanced in terms of shape, but the whole, when it comes to the color part of it, it's the balance is not there. So balance is basically putting compositions in where each part has its equal weights in form of color, shape, structure, or form. When you're doing a graph, when you're doing a graphical representation or a poster, or probably try to set up mood boards, right? You want to focus something. So that depends on what you want to represent, what colors you want to represent. And then you have while going forward, you have something in mind. Okay, let me use these colors, and this will be something that represents an emotion, that represents a value. So depending on that, you need to select your color schemes. But it is not that there's a particular reason that you will go ahead and use a color scheme for triadic or tetradic or a split complementary. Depending on emotions, you select the color schemes, and depending on that, you go ahead and create a palette or mood board. So selecting a particular color, I will come to that, but basically I will just give you a brief understanding of how we select colors. So generally, the how is represented by what emotion do we want to represent with that thing. For example, give me something, a brand name. Let's take a brand name that is not very popular, but yet we have heard it. Now, when selecting colors, we have to select what colors match with these emotions, right? So generally what happens is colors that are in the cooler temperature region around that green, blue, generally provoke trustability and trust issue and trust or reliability. These colors are more friendly in that nature. Okay. So when we design a logo, I forgot what the color of HDFC right now, but I'm getting in the direction that when we're designing something, we want to instill trust. We want to instill something like you shouldn't be fear of, you shouldn't be afraid of these. We'll go and try with colors that are more in the cooler domain. That is something like blue. Let's take an example to the contrast of it. Zomato. Zomato is a thing that comes with food, right? And what does food inspire? Like comes with emotions, hungry, a feeling of eating something. And again, it has the tendency that Zomato in itself, a company, not only delivers food, it also helps delivers food in time, right? So concept of time is there. So there's speed, there's rush. So probably a color that is more in the hot domain or the more in the cool, warmer domain of the color spectrum is used. So probably a red color would be the best to go ahead. So that's how emotions deliver what color should we use to get it. So now coming to the color scheme. So for example, let's take Zomato, right? And it's red is, for example, when the company started, they wanted to have these emotions started put in, and they have told, okay, red is a color to go ahead with it. And now we have a primary called red. Now when designing is various structures, be it pamphlets, be it advertisement panels, be it the experience of the application itself, or the whole experience of outgoing things, emailers, everything, the whole whatever the company does, we can't just assume that it will take only one color, right? So while creating the whole how to describe the company itself, we need a primary color, we need a color that is a secondary color, and a tertiary color. So representing these three colors along with two neutral colors, we need generally these 3 or 4 colors while representing something in application. While representing these, we need something the company might think, okay, let's go for something very complementary to each other. Then they have 2 colors that will work. Or we can choose something, let's take something very split complementary. Then we have 3 colors. Or they can choose something called, let's take something, another color palette. So depending on what the company needs, they select some color scheme and go forward with iterations. It can be their tints, tones, or shades. Depending on that, they choose, okay, this color is the best fit, this color may not be the best fit. And they mix and match them to produce a secondary and tertiary color palettes. So that's how color palettes are created. Colors are the thing that triggers something as emotions, right? When you see something, we have to see this is a positive emotion, it's a negative emotion, and it has something cultural and societal norms that are associated with. For example, let's take the whole hype of the nothing phone that we're seeing nowadays. People are seeing nothing phone as, okay, because certain phones have been going the same direction compared to each one the same format. Nothing has come up with very new things, right? And it's triggering some emotions while using it, while seeing it, while reflecting upon it. What is the emotion does it bring about, right? And then probably you will understand key, okay, when you are seeing it from a, not even having it in your hand, you are seeing it from a interface, probably using on Google, on YouTube, you might think, okay, this is something I might want, that their emotion is triggering. But there will be a separate emotion when you actually use it. And there will be separate emotion when you actually refer it to somebody that, okay, you might use this phone, you might not use this phone. There's totally different things coming on different aspects. So then comes the part of what is emotion? How does it help? So basically emotion is something triggered when we see something around colors, something that is very not something that is not very easily understandable people, something that is when we represent something, when you see an object, a person, we associate that with something else, right? For example, we see a phone, we associate that this is something I want. And there is something that comes over a period of time. Example, the phones we have, people have an emotional value with iPhone probably. That's why they buy it. But the phones that are coming up nowadays, the flip phone or the nothing phone, just a different genre of phones we're seeing nowadays. And that is what emotional triggers. So let's go to the 3 levels of emotional design. Yeah. So this has come from Don Norman itself. Don Norman explores that there are 3 different levels of design that captures how people emotionally react to visual experiences. Because the first thing that we see in an object is the visual itself, be it anything. There's visceral level, there's behavioral level, and there's reflective level, right? And depending on that, we will go to the first part. What are the elements of emotional design? We'll come back to visceral, reflective, and behavior. But let's think what is elements of emotional design. So the emotional memory link. We remember things that make us feel a certain way. It can be a negative way, it can be positive way. So we only try to remember things that have an impact on us, that has a feeling that creates, okay, this is something I might represent me by. That feeling needs to be remembered. That whole remembrance creates the emotional link. Second is aesthetic usability. So aesthetically pleasing experiences empower usability. For example, if you're seeing a website, if you're seeing an app, it is easily, you can do certain things. For example, the Google Pay app is very easy to use. You just have to do the payment thing. That's it, done, complete, right? People try to remember those. People try to use it more. Okay, I want to have this. Okay, I remember Google Pay does it easily. They tend to use it more. So that users' willingness to learn and adapt and use it increases over time because the usability is so much good, so much better. Then comes gut feeling. We use cognition to understand, intercept, and interpret our world, but our emotions catalyze decision making. By that we mean, so then while understanding things, people have a gut feeling that this would work better. They have the cognition around them. This would work better for them. For example, you were riding a cycle, right? And probably by selecting a cycle, you would go with the gut feeling that a cycle that has a thin tire would work better for me. Somebody's a cycle that has a fat tire would go better for me. That depends on the gut feeling of the user. And that comes from emotion itself, while decision making. Why I need that? How do I intend to use that? So that gut feeling comes in while making your decision making of emotional design. Now comes ownership. So ownership is users place most value in experiences where they feel a sense of personalized ownership. That is very important these days. Every app, everything you see right now in days is that when you have something very personalized to you, customized to you, you feel that okay, it is done for me itself. Nobody else is getting the same thing. So basically, when you have a ownership of things, when you feel that this is something only me can get, no others can get, then it comes as a part of experience that you tend to be part of, tend to associate with. For example, there are certain things that, okay, you go to a company, for example, you go to a restaurant and you have to order something. But before you order, they customize the whole space according to what they think might be best for you. And you like the experience because they customized it for you, they personalized it for you. You feel the ownership of the whole space. Then you are trying to, probably in the coming days, you will again visit the place. You will recommend it to somebody. So it has triggered the emotion for you. And that's how it works. That's how you tend to be more understanding the emotional parts of design. Got it? So basically, emotional design has these elements: memory, usability, gut feeling, and ownership. Cool. Let's go to the next part. We'll start with the three parts we said, right? Visceral, behavioral, and reflective in the starting of the session, right? So what is visceral? Visceral is basically, visceral reaction is triggered by an initial sensory experience. So let's take the example is when we buy something and we haven't used it. The first time we buy something, what is the emotion? What is the mood that we get from seeing that thing? Is the visceral experience. We haven't used that thing. We just seen it for the first time. We read it for the first time. Just by seeing it, what is the experience? What is sensory emotions that are triggered? That represents the visceral part. Okay. So in the visceral part, for example, I've put it the whole example of a MacBook, right? So what is the first thing that comes in your mind when you see a MacBook? The whole emotion of joy, whatever comes in your mind, excitement, everything that comes under visceral emotions. But you don't know actually, but you're just expectations, the excitement that comes under visceral emotions. What it does, they set a positive context for every subsequent interaction. Users are more likely to forgive. For example, I will just complete this. Users will more likely to forgive, even if your experience is not that great. But since the whole packaging or the whole design is so soothing, so good, that even if the experience while using it is bad, the overall experience will be a positive one. It's something like love at first sight. Okay. Let's take an example of one of the good examples what we see. Let's take Amazon itself. when we see the whole branding of Amazon, when we see the whole look and feel of the Amazon app, it's like, okay, we'll get something. But in itself, if we see the whole Amazon experience, it might not be that great. There are loopholes, there are issues with the experience itself. But still people go to the Amazon app itself because the whole whole issue of the first thing that seen has given them such a positive reaction. They always go to and try to buy it from that thing, even if the experiences in the subsequent times may be bad. So that is how we set up things. The first look should have created so much of impact that even if the experience after that is so bad, we'll come back to that thing itself. Cool? Got it? Okay. Let's move to the next part called behavioral. A behavioral reaction is how we feel as we are immersed in the product experience. That means while we're using that thing, how we feel. It is how we react to our product interactions and get to understand the value of that, more commonly known as how we use it. The first was visceral, when we just see it. See, when we look at it, what is the emotion triggered? Behavioral is when you use it. What are the emotions being triggered when you use that thing? So by that, I mean, for example, let's take Google Maps. When you first see Google Maps, it's for navigation, it's okay. But when you use that thing, we actually understand the nature of it. We actually understand the patches, that there's a blue line, there's the orange line, there's the red line, and everything has its own meaning, right? So that helps understand how we use that thing. What is the impact we're getting from using it, using the Google Maps? We understand where to stop, we understand where the traffic is high or the traffic is low. So that helps. Basically, the usability of things gives us to trigger better decisions, right? With that example only, for example, if you see the image itself, for example, if you see the blue line, right? That is something that's helping you to understand, or something is guiding you to take a left turn, take a right turn. That is part of the whole usability of the whole app. On Google Maps, if it was just a blunt map telling you to go from here to here, you wouldn't find that interesting. But since Google Maps provides that voice user interface that, okay, you take a right direction, you take a left direction, 500 meters, you take a left, or there's a blue light coming up that suggests there's no traffic, or there's a red light coming up, a red line coming up that shows there's a lot of traffic. You can take your decisions based on those. So that helps in going forward, right? So what does behavioral help? It allows users to feel a sense of empowerment. As I mentioned, your decision making becomes better. You get the power to make better decisions. Let's take an example. If Google Maps didn't have the blue, red, or orange lines, it didn't have the voice thing, you have to judge your own instincts. Okay, there may be traffic, there might not be traffic. When do I take the next turn? You don't know, right? So you get empowered by this information. They cultivate trust and reliability by creating a direction that here users are expected, their users' actions and expected value match. So basically, you are expecting that this app, for example, Google Maps, is giving me the right information that I can take a decision, even while I'm doing a task that has a high cognitive load like driving, because driving will take a lot of mental stress. It will take a lot of cognition. But Google Map itself will just give you directions that you take this left, take this right, 500 meters bend, or there's a stop coming up. So you don't have to always see it. It will encourage repeat reactions. And this will in itself create delight, get the experience that you want. You don't have to tell it that give me this experience. We'll get it by using the app itself. So that is what a behavioral does. Coming to the next part is something like a reflective. It is how we remember the experience. So visceral was what we see for the first time. Behavioral was what we feel when we use it. And reflective is how we remember the experience. And that is a part of what made us feel. For example, when you are going to a place and you are talking with someone, probably will tell that, okay, bro, you can use Google Maps. That is, it gives very good direction. It is help us with these things. You will recommend something to other. It will make you share your experience with someone else, right? That is what reflective is. How willingness you are to share the whole experience you had with someone else, so that you can try that experience again. You can try that experience in together. Let's take another example. What would be the best one to go ahead is Duolingo. You might have heard of the app called Duolingo. It's an app that helps you to learn different languages, right? So if the experience is so gamified, you don't have to get the cognition stress. You learn something, you get rewards for it, and then you try to, you don't have to understand the whole aspect of the app itself. You learn by through the games developed in the app. So that helps in understanding what is we want to recommend. And the next time you meet someone who is trying to learn a language, you instantly recommend you take Duolingo. It's a great app because it helps in gamification. You have no cognition stress. That is what reflective is. The experience you got in your behavioral segment help you to reflect that this is a good thing and you would share with others. That is what reflective part comes. It encourages users to share the experience with others. As I mentioned, they evoke a sense of pride. It's similar. When you say that I have learned something in Duolingo or I have used Google Maps, you are owning it. You are sensing a sense of pride and identity by using that, and you share that with others. So that extends beyond the product itself. So that is what we tend to achieve in most of the apps or websites that we create nowadays. That we will not only give a experience is good, we'll also try to make the user that he or she should share it with others. And that's where certain metrics, as I was seeing, these come in. If people want to see if the experience was good or bad, even if you go to a certain store, for example, certain food store or a certain mall, where try to get food or get certain groceries, they will also give certain forms. How was the experience? This all helps to understand if you will be again to promoting that experience, to share it with others. And that will, as a metric, help to the designers or the managers who are there to make the experiences better. Let's take an example of Amazon itself. You might have seen, well, you're done with the order confirmation. You see the thing popping up on the right-hand corner or bottom corner is how was the experience? 0 being the least and 10 being the most. And you rate it, right? Out of something, out of 10, out of 5. That is some metrics that designers on the background or designers in the back end or someone in the manager part can know that this is something the user is feeling. He or she wants to do this. He has felt good after the experience. He has felt bad after the experience. And then he act upon it. That is a metric that a lot of companies use to understand how their app is working or what their app should do or change. The next part is enhancing emotional impact. So we have learned about visceral, we have learned about something called behavioral, and we have learned something called about reflective. But how can we enhance these? What needs to be done to enhance this experience? That is a part that we need to learn. Just learning about what can be done doesn't help, right? So what is the first thing we need to do is understanding how to enhance the emotional impact of this thing. The first comes personalization and customization. As I mentioned a while ago, that when you go to a restaurant, if that space is personalized for you, customized for you, every food, for example, you're celebrating your birthday, you go to a restaurant and you just order some food, it is okay. But if the restaurant comes and gives you a cake with a personalized thing and personalized branding and makes us memory very rememberable for you, your emotional will be high, you will be happy and will recommend that space. So our target is to make the user recommend something, reflect and recommend. So if we can achieve that, it's a good design. It's part of how the design is more reaching out to better people. Sorry. Second is expressive imagery. In different applications, different websites, when we see that imagery is a very essential part, with imagery, be it animations, because that tells us what the app is all about, how the app is working. You don't have to always understand and go through the learning curve of the app before when installing the app. The imagery itself is self-expressive, right? Certain apps, like for example, let's take an app of, there is a great imagery done is, let me remember. For example, something like a Instagram or Facebook. Remember when we used to use Facebook initially in our desktops, when it didn't have that smartphone concept of it, When you used to sign up, on the left hand side, it shows that we can connect with different people all over the globe, right? So that is an imagery that entire, like, okay, what Facebook does, it helps in connecting all over the globe. An imagery that easily explains the whole concept of the application or the concept of what we are going to use. It is direct, it's expressive in nature. That is something we tend to achieve, to install positive reaction, to install positive emotions. Then is surprise. Surprise is something that works great if the user can be surprised with something, if the user has a positive surprise. For example, in Google Pay, you pay something and you get a certain amount of cash back. You might be expecting, you might not be expecting. When Google Pay first introduced it, we didn't have this concept of cashback in digital interfaces. But with the surprise element, that sound, the whole experience changed. Yeah, I'm getting something after I'm completing a task. The whole sense of reward, the whole sense of surprise helps in getting positive emotions, positive impact. Then we have a relatable voice. A great example would be during the Corona session, since many people around the whole India were not taking vaccines. So government came up with an idea, let's put Mr. Amitabh Bachchan's voice in promoting it, how this will help. So that is something that helps. How can voice help instill trust? A voice that is so relatable, that will help the users to get vaccines much better. That is something we do. Even when we call somebody, if the call is not going through, a very soft, cool voice comes in and we hear that dialer coming in, that is not reachable, please call after some time. If the experience was not that, then the person would have felt irritated after the call. Even if we consider voice interfaces like Bixby, Alexa, or something like that, they have the same experience. These are not very harsh calls. Sorry, somebody saying something? Cool. So relatable voice is very important. Humor. Humor is something that is great in understanding, in instilling positive emotions, in instilling good emotional impact. If you see Zomato nowadays, it just puts up certain messages and pop-ups for you. The weekend is over, you're still hungry. So these things are coming in nowadays where we try to put humor to instill positive behavior, to instill emotional impact. Swiggy, Zomato, Mama, these all companies are trying to put these things that this is something great for your family. Don't be hungry during this time. So all this creates humor.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, term MVC architecture that receives events is called receiver, controller, transmitter, or modulator. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Even this certain companies use memes to instill humor so that people are more relatable to it. People understand it. People get a laugh experience out of it, and they go ahead with the emotional experience. The next part is storytelling. Any good work that needs to be represented has to have a good story. And this helps people understand the journey of the experience, frame the interactions, and also help in recalling their experiences. So basically what I mean, if the whole experience is good in form of a story, then the people are more relating to it. Let's take a good example of this. Okay, so Paytm was one of the pioneers in finance, right? Who had bought all these things, and Paytm was doing great until 2018-19. This whole Pay is coming in, and it turned to Google Pay, and it made the experience better. So what Paytm didn't do, it didn't tell good stories. It didn't tell stories that the user could easily link with. It had an experience. It had all the things necessary, but it didn't have the storytelling part of it. When Google Pay came in it, when it was advertising something, the whole experience was there. The ease of things they were doing. The whole experience that everyone, be it from any city, can easily scan something and pay and get a reward out of it. That's a very easy story. A simple story in a one line was whole circumference telling the whole what Google Pay is. It didn't have to be a written story in 20, 50 lines that wanted to experience something. Well, Paytm was not doing that. It was just telling Paytm karo sahi hai or something like that. Paytm karo, you see the advertisement coming in. But why? It was not being shown while Google Pay was doing that. Right now, Phone Pay also does that. What experience to the story it is impacting, how it is relating to the various masses. That is very important when we get emotional impact. Storytelling as a part of design, and especially UX design, is very important. If you don't tell a personalized story, the user won't cater to it. The user won't feel the need to use that. The second part is micro interactions. I'll again take the example of Google Pay and Paytm. Paytm had that thing of paying online, right? It had the system of giving money to others. Every business was using, but it didn't work that way because the interaction, the small interaction of what Google Pay did after the payment was done, it gave the example of. We will come to the part of creating storyboards. Okay, what Google Pay did was, after the payment was done, it gave the sound ting, and there's a celebratory some icons coming up and there's a tick mark sign, right? So Google Pay gave that micro interaction in a very subtle way within 1 or 2 seconds, and that gave that reward feeling. Well, Paytm never did that. So these interaction helped to build trust. This interaction helped users that gamification thing was coming in. The people are enjoying it. Even if your process didn't go through, the whole experience was so much good that with the user sounds that the user felt, okay, this interaction was helping me in my decision making process, in my emotional enhancing process. So the application was catering to the user's need. That made the whole app, that made the whole website much more successful in compared to Paytm. So probably personalization, imagery, surprise, voice, humor, storytelling, micro interactions. There are certain things that need to be kept in mind while we're designing something that are emotional in value. So if you see Google Pay, have you seen Google Pay? And if you completed the whole interaction in Google Pay, you see a small tick mark at the end of it with certain confection is coming out, right? Certain circles, boxes coming out in blue, red, and yellow color, right? You see that an animation coming up. That small micro interaction. It's not an interaction that you know that was very easy to you were seeing every day. A small interaction that you don't have to even click. It was just a glanceable information, glanceable interaction was helping the user relate more. It was a much more happy thing at the end of it, that you have done your payment, you have done your so successful payment, and now you get a small surprise for it. Something like a good job, congrats. These things helps in creating more value, more trust. So basically, if I summarize it, visual is basically attractiveness, initial impression. What is the first thing you see when you view that thing? Is the first impression you create. Well, behavioral is usability, functioning, performance, effectiveness, all those comments. Well, reflective is what is the meaning, what is the impact, how you are intend to share, what is the cultural value, cultural meaning. All this comes with reflective. So there are 3 levels of emotional design: visceral, behavioral, and reflective. Let's take OnePlus. OnePlus was a brand that came in 2015, I guess, 14, 15, not entirely sure, in that period of time. And it was very new in the market, the OnePlus One. And it had the red thing that never settle, that branding was there. That whole sense of that thing coming up, the very phone that was created was very, people didn't know how to use it. It was the very first in the market. And that whole branding, the red color, the never settle messaging was creating a visceral impact. The first impact was it could be a great phone. It was very minimalistic. It was using a stock Android. And the whole impact was, here's something phone that is creating disruption in the Android industry. People were liking it more compared to even, people were comparing it to an iPhone. It is the saste people, like for people for saste iPhone. So it was something like that. The visceral response was, when I see the OnePlus for the first time, I get it, it is very clean. There's not something like other Android phone does. And it is something I might want. The excitement was there. The need to have that was coming up. The same sense has been created for nothing one. If you see that phone, the same sense is impacted. We don't know what the phone is because nobody has used it over a period of certain months or years, right? But we are getting a understanding that let's see what it has. We are wanting it just to see because the interface is so different. We're seeing for the first time a glyph interface that nobody have heard of it, right? So that visceral thing is coming up key. You want to see it at least for once. The need is coming up. So the next part is okay. This was basically a part where you understand what is happening and why something is happening, because these emotions, whatever we discuss, visceral, behavioral, and reflective, are certain part that gives us the emotions around happiness, excitement, sadness, calm. All these emotions are triggered, right? And what happens? Generally, we have two things: motivation and pleasure. It can be in the positive direction, it can be in the negative direction. Pleasure can be in the positive direction, pleasure can be in the negative direction. If we see this circle, what it does is, if we consider motivation in the positive direction, pleasure in the positive direction, we have something as activation, pleasant, deactivation, and unpleasant. Let's talk about these. In this quadrant, we see something called alert, excited, elated, happy, right? Very highly motivated and highly pleasurable experiences. For example, as we mentioned, I've been talking about Google Pay a lot, and also Phone Pay. Phone Pay on Google Pay does this thing. People are eager to use it because the user experience is so good that they're happy to use it. They get the information they need, and the whole experience is so pleasurable that it falls under this quadrant, right? Next is something like a pleasure experience, but it can cause a deactivation part as well. And by that I mean something that is serene, context, relaxed, calm. Let's take an example of have you used something like Amazon Prime lately? If you have used Amazon Prime or seen the interface of it, it has a lot of content in it. You can visit a lot of content, you can see a lot of content, you can view. But sometimes you see that with the viewing of it, the certain aspects that even you're paying an amount for Amazon Prime yearly or monthly, the certain films or certain movies or certain series that needs to be repaid again for renting, right? Now in this, you don't have the motivation to pay. Your motivation goes down. It is the same as, why would I have to pay twice on the same platform, right? That is the demotivation for it. And there is, though the experience may be pleasurable for you, since you have to pay again for renting the movie on the same platform, the demotivation is causing you to not be there. Though you're relaxed, it may be leading to the deactivation of the platform. That is what it does. The demotivation feature in the whole Amazon Prime platform is you have to pay twice in the same platform. That is causing the motivation of the experience to go down. Even the experience is pleasurable, there is no motivation in it. That is one of the example of what this quadrant comes under. For example, a newly movie came called KGF, right? And the whole corona was going on. People were not able to go to the movies or to the cinema halls, right? Or theaters. So even if they were having the access to Amazon Prime Video, people had the access of funding of giving out rupees 199 and seeing the movie, renting the movie. So they were doing it. So even we feel that it's a deactivation, there are certain segments of people will do it anyway. They won't wait. So that is how the business models work. There are certain business models that work, right? Cool. Another example of deactivation is a bit critical. I will again go to the Amazon itself. Not actually Amazon. This is also something around what we see in credit card bills, probably. When we see credit card bills, that this is the bill you need to pay, right? And the bill has come up. And if you don't pay, certain penalties will be there. So you are demotivated actually. Because I have not paid, there will be a penalty. But you know, once I am paying, the experience is pleasurable in nature. So we go in with that. And certain models have come up with that. Certain people, for example, Cred has done a great job in that. It comes under this segment, and I've used that deactivation as a nature of rewarding people. And they have gone with that experience. So certain companies use that experience in a positive way too. Cool. Okay. Unpleasant and deactivation. If we come to the third quadrant, people are sad, depressed, bored, or fatigued. This is the worst quadrant that people can design for. Generally, this quadrant shouldn't be addressed for designers anyway. Something what a great example of the government websites. If you go to any government website, recently they have improved though, but generally, if you talk 2-3 years back, if you go to a website, which is, for example, a PF website, Provident Fund website, go, there are a whole lot of things on the website. There's a left bar, right bar, top bar, and every information is scattered in a very textual font. There's a lot of text, and we don't know what to click. Everything is popping up, everything is showing, everything has a very emphasis on it. There's too much emphasis on the whole text of it. You don't know what to do. You're depressed. You're fatigued with the whole experiences. And that is exactly the thing we don't want. We need to have an experience that is generally pleasant, have a motivation value, deactivation or pleasant, or unpleasant activation. So these three quadrants are generally what we design for. We try to avoid these quadrant, which is unpleasant and has a deactivation value. Now coming to the fourth quadrant, unpleasant and activation. This is something which is nervous, stressed, upset, and tense. A great example would be when Amazon, you open up an Amazon and probably go to buy a sneaker, okay? And you see only two left, only one left. That is something you don't want, right? But it creates that, okay, ek hi bacha hai, one is left, let me buy it. You have motivation to buy, but this is not a very pleasurable thing for you because you are getting a decision paralysis. Since one is left, I don't have the time to buy, I will buy it right now. The person gets it, activation is there, will motivated to buy, but it's not something very pleasurable for you. You're nervous, you're tensed, and you go with direction. And this is something we used across e-commerce platforms. Take it Myntra, take it platforms like Ajio, any websites. They will tell you only one left in stock, two left in stock. This is something they will get over in 2 days. If you use this, we will deliver you in the next day. Order it by 24 hours, we'll deliver it by next day, order in 4 hours. All this unpleasant. They create in a stressed environment and expect activation from you. And we do that. That is something we also design for. Cool. So generally these three quadrants we take to design. Certain principles are used to make sure that these things are going forward. For example, unpleasant activation comes in the quadrant of e-commerce, where we use these to help get more sales, to help more increase the business. That helps. What will we put Arogya Setu app? I have not used the app. I have used the desktop version of it. The first version of it was pathetic. It was in this section, but we still had to use it. We had no others to go. The second part was in more or less this section. It was unpleasant, didn't like it, but still had the activation to go forward with it. Now coming to the part what designers dream for, delight. As designers, what we want to create is delight in the design. Enduring lasting pleasure is intersection of visceral behavior reflecting emotional design. If we can create that thing in design, it is considered to be a more or less a work done, like a good work done. It is similar to what comedians want in aspect to laughter. If somebody is a comic, what they expect is whenever they put up the stand-up comic up, they want laughter out of it. And as designers, we want delight out of the whole experience. And it is a combination of not only 1, 2, or 3. It's a combination of both, all three. It should have the behavioral, reflective, and visceral. What is the first impact? What is the thing we see while using the experience? And how we recommend it after the experience. All this cumulatively give us a delight in design. One good example of delight in design would be, let's take Airbnb. Airbnb does a great job in this. Okay. If you just put up the Airbnb app for the first time, you see it is so minimal and it's so easy to use it in the first reaction. It just tells you what needs to be done. No noise, nothing. The visceral impact is so good. There's nothing around, there's no advertisements. You know what needs to be done. Everything is pinpoint, needed, and you can do only that. While using the app itself, you feel that, okay, whatever is needed for you, it is upfront. There's no hidden agendas. And reflective is you will recommend it to some other person. So the delight is there. We achieve the delight in the using the app called Airbnb. If you have guys installed it Airbnb and try it once and see how the whole Airbnb app is, how it works, how it feels like, and also have certain aspects of it discussed. Cool. Netflix will recommend you more sci-fi movies, right? On that same genre. So that was where personalization and customization comes in. See, it will try to deliver in that direction. YouTube does a great job in that. It, for example, if you're searching something, it will recommend the AI tool or the algorithm tool will recommend in that direction what you need to watch around this. For example, you're watching a lot of football, it will recommend a lot of football videos. Yes. So personalization is something that comes in the behavior. Netflix does a good job in it. There are loopholes in it. There are certain issues with Netflix itself, but there would be issues. And reflective would be any day you would suggest something for Netflix. You would go to a person and tell, hey, have you seen this in Netflix? Have you watched this in Netflix? An interactive show. So there was a show. Have you gone through the Netflix interactive videos? Anybody Netflix interactive videos? Before people can love an experience, as I was mentioning, before people can actually love, actually fall in that experience, that desire should be created. That enhancement should be created. How do we create it? The desire for that thing will come to the last part, right? But how do we instill that? And we will talk about this with the example of Nothing Phone. Nobody knew about the Nothing Phone, right? Nobody knows, nobody has it actually. But a desire is created by the whole interface, the advertisement. Nobody is seeing the apps because everyone knows there are apps in the phone. And nowadays, it is the most common thing. But what else does the phone give? That is the thing that people are excited about. And the Glyph interface exactly does that. It creates the desirability, the initial attraction towards it. Once you desirability, people will go and buy it. Whatever they have done is now bought it, right? It's the same with the Tesla model. When Tesla came in with this electric car, nobody knew what electric car is like. They thought, okay, it can be a car that is not running on a conventional petrol or diesel, it's on electricity. But what it does, desirability came. The whole show of what the experience might be, it came with it. The same happened with Meta. When Meta came, nobody knew what Meta is. Nobody knew what it does, right? But it did the experience in a certain way that you can have the whole experience of it in a very virtual platform, right? Just getting the desire in you. That was helping you to go ahead and try. You can use it. So usability comes to the next, function and value. For example, the Nothing Phone, people buy it and start using it and enjoying it. Then the usability comes in. You can, okay, this is something good. This is something I would like. This is something great for me. Usability comes in. When the usability is done, does that phone leak data? Or for example, an iPhone has the least data leakages in the whole phone segment if you consider. And it also always provides you the information, what is being done with the data. So is it trustful? You trust the platform. That comes compelling. That comes in will. And the last but not the least is the most important part to achieve delight is all this together, can the emotional impact be reached? The emotional impact by visceral, behavioral, and reflective, can we reach the delight part? So from might to love, that's we try to achieve. Cool? Okay. So we have completed the part of emotional design, what design in emotion means. The next part is generally around mood boarding. So we'll take a break of around 5-10 minutes and then come back. If you have any questions before that, before taking the break, you can always shoot and then we can come back. So generally what happens as a designer when we come in is, as designers, we try to make the experience better, but there are certain business goals associated with it as well, right? We just can't make something for design, but not cater to financially, right? So yes, this is something that has come from business demands. Business has its end and we have to abide by it. Probably the experience might be bad. It can be catered to some in a different format as well. Probably there might be a segment where we divide into two parts that comes with prime, and we can have something with prime rent probably. Then we might have a distinction between two, what we know actually, that is part of the experience we can change. But again, the business demand is to make people sure that people can actually pay and rent and use that whole thing, because it's a very hot movie or hot series coming up, and it's very in demand, right? For example, KGF was very hot in that time. It was very in demand. Everybody wants to see it, so they used the renting thing, and because they knew the whole pleasure thing, that is there's demotivation, the people will watch it for pleasure. So they use it in that way. That is a part of business, and that we need to understand as well. And there's very little as designers we can do about it. So if I go back to the PPT that we had discussed earlier, that the balance is how elements in a composition are arranged, either symmetrically or asymmetrically or radially, create the impression of equality in weight or importance by means of color, shape, or size. Cool. So being that, whatever we see, be it in presence of certain colors, be it in certain shape, certain size, it needs to be balanced. For example, if you see this composition on the right, these are the colors, they equally, those are colors are not of the exact shape, but if you see on the left and right, it is balanced across color spectrum. There's yellow, there's one yellow on the right, there's one yellow on the left, there's one blue on the left, there's one blue on the right, there's one dark blue on the left and one dark blue on the right. In comparison to shape, colors, it is equally balanced. But if we comparison to the shape, the shapes are more or less equally balanced. There is a triangle, it's a triangle, there is a rectangle, there is also a sense of proportion in it. But when we compare it to the size, it's also a balanced one. It is equally similar sizes, right? But what it doesn't do a good job is, if we see a balanced thing is, generally we talk about balance is how grounded things are. To the right, the things that are more or less grounded are the square and the triangle, right? But when you see this thing, this triangle has a sense of toppling down. If it was like this on the left, it would have been grounded and it would have been more balanced. But since this triangle had a sense of toppling down to the right, it is giving the sense of imbalance in it. There's an example of great in what it does, balance in aspects of color. But if I talk about shape, doesn't that get a job in terms of balance? So when we're considering balance, we should always consider there's equal weights in the whole composition, be it asymmetrical or symmetrical, and also in terms of how the shape, color, and size are arranged across the composition. So if you can see contrast. So contrast is something when we create highlighting difference of creating focus by adding opposing color shades. So example, if this is the background is white, we create a opposing color that will create a focus in it, right? That will create an emphasis. That is how contrast is created. For example, the background is black, but we used a white inside to create a contrast. It's actually creating difference between two elements. If we remember what Rohit showed, there was this red box, red rectangle, then there is blue and yellow rectangle. All the three were contrasting colors. And even we see the whole triangle she showed, there was a red big triangle and there was small white triangle. This is a drastic contrast between the choice of colors and even the shapes, right? That is what contrast is shown. Mood board is sometimes called an inspiration board, right? And the major impact for mood board is when we want to show your ideas toward various sets of designers without having actually designed the whole thing. You want to represent your ideas before starting a design. So mood boards can be around colors, mood boards can be images, it can be on palettes, it can be on typography, it can be on words. What you want to represent as an emotion around that product. For example, let's take a company is coming up with a eyewear, glasses basically, and you have to create a mood board around it. What emotion that brand wants to instill? What are the colors? What are the values you want to instill? Everything needs to put on a mood board. Now, mood board has two directions. It can be one where every picture, typography, color palette, images put in a certain direction. That this is the only one thing I want to represent. But generally, those are put forward when you have a good design direction to go forward. Or second, it can be you put a lot of things together that gives designers to understand, I can also work with this, I can also work with that. Let me explain these two parts. First, only one direction the mood board points to. For example, let's take an emotion of family. Family is an emotion. So when we put family as an emotion, we want to together, the emotion is bondness, the emotion is togetherness, right? We will put hands holding, we will put emotions that are smiling, all this together. But that will help the designers only to create only one or two iterations for that particular mood board. They can't diverge much. They can't go in different directions. वो लोग ज़्यादा direction में नहीं जा सकते to see the whole thing. They can't diverge and think out of many ideas. But what if my mood board can have the same emotion of togetherness, of family, and have different aspects of understanding family? For example, a family can be presented by 5 or 6 bamboos put together and tied together. A family can be put together by 10 plates put together on a table, or people holding hand. So there are certain emotions that will each trigger and help the people to think more. So the part of a mood boarding is you want to instill different thoughts for designers or for yourself itself. It's the basic concept which you put through to have a starting point in your design thought process or your design process. Okay. So whenever you design a mood board, we try and achieve that the mood board should give different directions from it. It shouldn't point out to only one single direction. That is not the best idea to go forward. Even if the emotion is one, it should point out in different directions so that different people can have different thought process around that same picture or on different pictures. Cool. Understand what mood board is? We'll have a better understanding of it when we do a hands-on. So the next part is this: create mood boards using Figma or any other medium to represent any one emotion. Angry, happy, sadness, anything you choose. So this is the emotional thing you can choose: alert, excited, elated, happy, sad, relaxed, calm, depressed, upset, stressed. Any emotion you choose, only take one and create a mood board out of it. You can use color palettes, you can use imagery, you can use patterns, you can use typography, you can use represent anything to get that one emotion done. For example, let's take the emotion of sad and represent it through a mood board. A mood board is a collection of images put together like you have seen here, but it presents an emotion. It can be an image, it can be a typography, it can be a visual, it can be a color that represents that emotion. Make sure that your mood board, what you're trying to represent, has different directions so that there are other designers in this call can take different aspects out of it. So this is a great example of what a mood board should be. It has a good composition of what an image should we use, color palette, typography, different imagery versions, certain wordplay, emojis, icons, illustrations. So there are different visuals that a designer can think about. Also, for example, when probably she will go ahead to design a product, so she has different angles in which she can take and give up that whole personalization to that product, right? So this would be a great example of how a mood board should work. There are different aspects in which in what a direction a designer can take. It's not only fixed in one direction. Even in the colors you see, the different pantones of colors you see, which can be taken up, different font styles that can be taken up, different emojis can be taken up. So direction is not only focused in one direction for a certain emotion. There are 5-6 directions I can look at. What the process is, I will not go into detail of each part because the upcoming trainers will teach them in details in every part, be it the research part, with the analysis part, the design part. But I'll give you an overview of what the design process looks like. Okay. And that will help you to develop an idea what UX design is. Any UX design process begins with a thing called the problem. Or if you don't understand what is the problem, then we won't start the design process itself. So do we have a problem? That's the first question we need to ask ourselves. And if there's a problem, what is the problem? Now, starting with what is the problem, there can be 2 to 3 versions of it. First, a problem statement is given to you. This is an issue we are facing, you need to solve it. Second is you observe a problem. Third is during redefining or re-evaluating a design or refining a design, you see a problem. So refining problem. So generally when problem arises, we would put it in one of these three buckets, either be it a problem statement, or we observe a problem, or refining a problem. And by that I mean, probably you're in the industry, you're working for a company, and your project manager or your senior stakeholder comes up and says, this is the problem statement, and you need to work in that direction. So then you have a problem statement and continue the UX design process from there onwards. Second is observe a problem. You are working on something. It may be a design project, it might not be a design project, and see that in that process, in that experience itself, you're facing some issues. Then it's called you observe a problem and try to find a solution for it. Third is, there's already a full-fledged system. And while reevaluating the system, after a certain period of time, you see a problem has arisen. You see a problem that's coming up and you need to solve for it. Then it's called refining a problem. So three major problems that we generally see in the UX design field. Now, once you have a problem, the first thing you need to do is understand the problem. What is the problem? As I mentioned. Second is, what can we make out of the problem? A problem statement is not as similar to the problem brief. So if there's a problem statement, we have to make sense of the problem statement. Make sense of statement. So by that I mean, take the problem statement, break it into as simple terms as possible. Break the problem statement. So let me just cover the basics of what it looks like. Then I'll give an easy example. It will be easier for you to define. So break the problem statement. And once you break, it will give you some directions in which you need to approach. And that is very important. Now, direction is sometimes called as hypothesis. Okay? Now let's look at what a problem statement is. Let's take a fictional problem. During Corona, we have been suffering from 2 years in this whole lockdown state. It's been locked down for a certain period of time. Lockdowns are opening up. And let's take an example of a tier 2 city where their older people are not getting access to milk because the whole Corona is disrupting the whole logistic facility. Now, this is the problem statement given to you. People in tier 2 cities are, and majorly the oldest generations, are not getting proper access to milk. That has been given to you. That comes under problem statement. A problem statement given to you. If you have observed the problem and taken up the state problem, then it's observe the problem. And if it's already been designed, been done, and then you come up with this problem, then it comes under this. So the problem statement is tier 2 cities, people, old aged people, not getting access regularly to milk. That is the problem statement you have been given. Okay. Now, the issue is a company like Amul has probably given you this. You need to solve for this. How can this be solved? Amul has come into the market and they want to solve this problem. As a designer, you have been given this. Okay. This is not the statement generally you work for because you don't know what the actual problem is. That's just given a brief description, what it looks like. So what you do is break the problem. Break the problem into small nuggets so that you understand it. So if I break the problem, what it does is, the context is tier 2 city. My user group is old aged people, and the problem they are facing is regular access to milk. So we have the context, we have the user, we have the problem. Sometimes it might happen that you might not get a user is just a very broad-ended problem statement. It happens. You need to find the user. Sometimes you might happen in the context as well. It may be pan-India, across the whole country also, or even the world. So it depends on different problem statements in which the context and the user changes. Okay. Now, once you have this, you have, depending upon your biases, your designer's bias, you create an hypothesis. What's a hypothesis? It's an interesting term, right? An hypothesis is a general idea of what this can be and a general idea around what this can look like. It needs to be validated. It is not a concrete direction of what this could actually be. It's an assumed direction. Okay. So for me, or let's take the general designers. They've been given a problem like this, and we hypothesize, okay, tier 2 city, what can the hypothesis be? Tier 2 cities, people aren't getting access to milk because far from actual location, actual factory probably, disrupted logistics. Also, it can be something like people not keen on buying milk. So it's just basic questions or basic assumptions we take for going forward. Okay. So once we have the hypothesis or the bias of the designer, we form certain questions, certain assumptions, and we have a direction to go forward. Something to mention is, while hypothesis is a certain way, certain direction to go forward, don't get too overburdened by hypothesis that you have to create one. Don't get overburdened. Okay. What it does is it creates unnecessary pressure on the designer that I don't have a direction. It's okay if you don't have a direction. So generally, there's something called a problem statement. And what is a problem statement is basically something that is given to you called problem statement, something that you observe, or something that you find while refining a design or something else. There are three main genres or three buckets in which we get a problem statement. When we get the problem statement, we generally are advised to break the problem statement and create a hypothesis. So for example, in here, we took an example of a fictitious problem that in tier 2 cities, old people are not getting milk during the whole Corona period, and Amul also solved this problem. So we took up this example, and what the context? Context is a tier 2 city. Who's the user? Old-aged folks, and the problem is regular access to milk. So once you have set up that, there's a bias. According to the designer's bias, a hypothesis setup. A hypothesis is basically assumed direction that these may be the reasons in which the problem can look like. It can be a factory issue, that factory is far from the location. It is a logistic issue that people aren't continuing. It may be a issue that people aren't actually buying milk during that period because they're afraid of going out. There are three main directions that what a designer may think that is correct. It needs to be validated, because abhi validation nahi is just the designer is thinking that this might be the problem. The second step is getting validation. How do you validate? And also while doing this, don't get overburdened by the whole process. If it is okay if you don't get a hypothesis, you need to move ahead. That's it. But second step is validate. So what is validating? In validate, we do the main part of the research itself called a secondary research. We start by trying out finding research. We start by secondary itself. We go ahead and start finding what other people are actually doing in the market. Is there any competitor who is solving this problem and how he or she is doing? Are there any research papers around these? So basically it is literature study. what is the if the company is coming up, for example, in this case, Amul was coming up. Has Amul actually solved this problem? We also tend to find out who are the stakeholders. And what are the technologies, tech, instruments, devices they are using to solve it. So generally we tend to do a secondary research around these: competitors, literature studies, research papers. If the company has already solved the problem, how have they done it? What are the stakeholders in the problem? And what are the devices and technology they are using? Apart from these, a lot of others are also used. I'm not going to detail of all those things because there are a lot of methodologies, but generally we try to find out around these: a competitor study, a literature study. What if the company has already solved it? How have they done it? Who are the stakeholders? What are the techs and instruments they have already used? So general literature study is basically going forward through papers or going to grazing the internet to find out actually if there has been an approach taken by some other designer, by some other company, not in the competitive market, but in a similar direction. Having a know-how of how things work. Probably, for example, where direction in here, the logistics may be an issue. What other company from other field is solving the same problem, logistics problem in Corona? That might be a literature study for this particular case. Correct? Having the same field, for example, in here the field was delivering milk. It's a supply, right? It's a food type of thing. So what others, probably Big Basket is doing, what are probably a Blinkit or a Grofers or some others are doing probably, right? That is the competitive market we need to study. In the same field, what they are doing, and literature studies, different field what other people are doing. And what Amul solved problem is, if the company has already done something, then we can do a heuristics around that. Why it didn't work? So basically heuristics. Heuristics of what the company has already done. It's called usability heuristics. And it has different principles. There are 10 principles of usability heuristics. I won't go into detail because that will be taught to you later on. So they generally go for first the competitor, literature study, heuristic study, then who the stakeholders are, and what are the devices being used. So usability heuristics is basically trying to understand if the company has already done the system, has already solved a problem, how they have solved it, and we will try to evaluate it using usability heuristics. These findings will give you, okay, the hypothesis you did, to a certain extent, you might be knowing from that what worked and what did not work, right? You can refine your hypothesis, what worked and what did not work. Once you have done that, you move on to the next part called primary research. So we move on to the primary research. So once we have the hypothesis from the findings evaluated, we had a hypothesis earlier. From the secondary research, we got some findings, and then we evolved our hypothesis, and we got an idea of what might be the issue. For example, we had a hypothesis around factory may be far, logistics may be an issue, and we had an issue called people not keen to. But while doing the comparative study, literature study, usability heuristics, we may find out that a factory is not an issue. Probably they deliver in time. Probably logistics might be an issue because people are getting checked in every corner. People are less, and delivery time is very constricted. So there are three issues that we found out from the secondary research. Now we need to actually talk to people from these tier 2 cities and find out what is the actual problem. Okay? So from this primary research, we want two types of data. One is quantitative and is qualitative. So quantitative data is basically numbers, while qualitative data is basically values or motivations. Okay? How do we get numbers? That is the next question is asked. So generally for numbers, in industry, we track metrics. But since this is a very new problem, probably you won't have any metrics, right? So what we do is try and do a survey. So the intent of the survey is we do two things. We try to form small questions, easy questions that are option based. So in the industry, when you have a business, when you have a company, then there are certain metrics that have been tracked, right? Those project managers will track those metrics and give out with data that needs to come forward. But when we don't have metrics, since we are considering a problem that is very new, for example, the Amul problem is set, right? It's a very new problem. Nobody might have done it, right? We need to roll out a survey and see how are the users behaving for quantitative data. So we roll out a survey form and try to find out what are the people doing, what are the people reacting to, what are their routine. We have to find numbers around those. So one is survey, one intent is to find out numbers. The second is to actually recruit. And by recruit, what I mean, for example, you form the survey form and rolled out to 100 people on tier 2 cities. Out of those, you got numbers of many things. You got a direction of how people are responding. And out of those 100 folks, you might recruit 10, depending on the user you want. And you use these 10 folks for primary research, for one-to-one interviews. When we roll out the surveys, there is the numbers we want to get. What are they doing? What are the number of time they're clicking on a certain thing? What are the number of time they're buying certain items? And also out of those 100 folks, when we rolled out the survey, we want to recruit people for one-to-one interviews. For example, if the survey has been rolled out to 100 folks, we want to recruit at least 10 users for a one-to-one interview. Depending on the survey form data, depending on the survey form you analyze, who to recruit and why do you want to recruit the user. So numbers are basically statistical data, right? When you roll out a survey form, you might get the 100 people out of 100, 30% are among the region 30 to 35 that are having the problem. 35 to 55 is the number of people having less problem. Above age of 55 years, there's a whole lot of issues. So you get data around that, those numbers, right? When you roll out the survey form. So those data help you to recruit from which group you need to select a user and why.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does UX stands for? And your options are use exchange, user experience, user interface, or user experience. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So the user, there's certain guidelines, basically guidelines that you need to inform the user what your intent is. You need to make the user comfortable. So one is intent. Why you are conducting the interview. Second is comfort. Third is do not disclose everything. Then the user will get confused. Disclose what is needed. That's it. Do not disclose everything, what you do, what you intend to do, what is being done in the background. Not needed. What you intend to find out, only disclose that. Disclose what's needed. And make sure of privacy. The user at no point should feel that his or her privacy is being breached. There are certain basic guidelines you need to follow while conducting one-to-one interviews. An interview more than 30 minutes is a cognitive load. So when we generally try and make it less than 30 minutes. Okay? So how does a one-to-one interview look like? That is the next question we might ask, right? Generally, a one-to-one format is We start with icebreaker questions, followed by simple one-word questions, followed by critical questions, followed by a hypothetical question. Cool. What is an icebreaker question? It's basically a simple question, something like, how are you doing today? How is your day? What have you eaten today? How is your morning like? These are simple questions that make you gel with the user better. Start with those questions and don't generally invest more than 1 to 2 minutes in those. Second is simple one-word questions. Asking them about why you take milk, why is the thing you do, what is the thing you do during the day, what is it you do in the night. Try to understand the behavior around food. In this case, food is the thing we're trying to understand, right? It shouldn't take more than 2 to 3 minutes or maximum 5 minutes. Now, this is the critical part, critical questions. These are long questions where you try to probe why. The whole idea of the secondary research is primary research, especially the one-to-one, is we will probe why, followed by what, followed by how. This is the primary intent. Why you do something. From the icebreaker and the simple one-word questions, we'll have the knowledge. From these two, we'll have the knowledge of what the user would behave generally. And the critical questions will be formed around that directions. You will ask critical questions for around 10 to 12 or 15 minutes. Okay? And let the user speak more. Whenever you ask question, you only will probe in a certain direction. You will never tell leading questions. And by telling leading questions is something like this. For example, I want to understand what is their food behavior, right? So I will never ask questions like, do you take milk? Or is milk something you take? Is milk you take because you don't like food? So something, I'm already putting an idea in the user's brain, right? Never do that. We'll always keep our critical questions very open-ended. So the user talks and gives their feedback. And you have to understand from the user's feedback what you need, what you don't need. So that is the critical question part. Followed by hypothetical question that is on 5 minutes. You give a very hypothetical scenario that if you were given the chance to get milk during this period, and if you had a magical wand, what would you do? That is the part of the hypothetical questions. Cool. A scenario you give to the user where the user has full power. You tell the user that he or she has magical powers or a wand, or he has a genie and he wants to make 3 wishes to solve this problem, what he or she would want. This helps the user to actually think. You give the user the power to think. And sometimes you get different ideas, different values from the user itself. So this is generally the structure of what a questionnaire should look like. Make sure you have this questionnaire ready before you start the interview. Questions ready before interview. What is the intent? Who are you? You have to all tell that. You're telling the comfort. You're making sure the user is comfortable, right? You're disclosing what is needed. You're making sure the privacy is maintained. So you have to tell who you are, right? Without telling that, how would you conduct the interview? This is a very important part. Before you start, you have to make sure all this is done. Okay? Transcripts are basically, you may have a recording or you may not have a recording, right? You're taking running notes during the whole process. So make sure you put those running notes in form of a good documented format, in what the user said, user's actual statements, what was the question they answered the most, what you feel was a critical insight you got from the whole interview. Those needs to put in from a transcripts. Cool. Got it? So once the interview is done, 30-minute interview is done, you need to create transcripts. The best practice is create transcripts just after the interview, because your memories will be very fresh if you have not recorded it. If you have recorded it, you can do it the day itself, but do not postpone the transcripts, creating transcripts after the interview is done, like 5 days after the interview is done. You will surely miss out on some insights. Just give me a second. Cool. So once the primary research is done, you create transcripts and make sure you put down every point, everything that is told by the user and the questions. That will help you to form the next step. The next step is called, we create affinity mapping. So we're trying to understand what the user said and why did he say something. So basically we'll be interviewing around 10 people. For this case, we chose 10 people, right? And we'll try to understand what are the different types of people saying. So our target now is creating affinity mapping. In affinity maps, so basically we get transcripts, right? Let's say T for transcripts. We get around 10 transcripts, right? And so on and so forth. We get 10 transcripts. And from each transcript, we put those notes on sticky note. Whatever we have written, we put up in sticky notes and put up in a board or even in a fig jam and try to match what is different types of users are saying. For example, a user might say that I am not getting milk because when they come, I'm not at home. Or another user might say that I'm not getting milk because they're not informing the time. So you will see that similar patterns will come up. Some you see, like 2, 3, 4 users will have the same issue, but in a different tone, in a different word, right? We'll club this together. We'll club similar patterns of statements in the sticky notes. Example, this is a sticky note. There is one thing that came up, and you find out some other sticky notes and club them together, and we'll find out that a pattern is coming out. Okay, that a user is saying, 5 users are saying that because of the time something is wrong. 5 users is saying that the milk that is being given is not always at correct time. Some users is saying that the milk that is being provided to them is not of good quality. So you will see patterns coming out around time probably and quality. So you will have to name these clusters of sticky notes in a broad term. One term can be time, one term can be quality, and then there can be so on and so forth. There are lots of terms can be used, right? Depending on these, you will be forming your insights. So from the affinity mapping, you will get insights. That time is an issue, for example, that needs to be solved for. And what is the problem? You may write a 1 statement or 2 statements around the problem. What is the time issue facing? Second insight will be quality is an issue that needs to be solved. You may write 2 problems that are facing around quality. Cool. So you develop the insights. Once you have developed the insights, you are right now in the part of more or less you have covered the first phase of discovery. The discovery phase started from the problem and generally ends in the insight phase. Okay? Any questions around this phase? So once the research is done, the transcripts you have, make sure you do your affinity mapping around transcripts and gather clusters that form certain names. For example, you see 5 users telling about time, you gather them together and you have a pod called time. You say 5, 6 users talking about quality, you gather them together and have a insight around quality. You put them up in this format, insights, time is an issue. Take 2 important problems that they have mentioned. Again, write quality is an issue. Take 2 important problems that the user have mentioned. This helps the other designers, this helps the product manager, this helps the design manager, other stakeholders to understand why is something an issue. So we started with the problem statement and we are coming here in a direction where you're forming insights from the problem statement itself. Cool. Okay, let's move on. The second part is the defining phase. So in defining phase, we have already got the insights. Now, the first thing is we need to define the user's journey. What the user do while completing that task. For example, in here the task was getting access to milk. What does the user do from starting to the end to get access to milk? It can be something like this person called Rakesh, 12 years of age, calls the person and tells that I need a milk around this period of time. And he or she says, the delivery person says, it's not available. You have to come in the evening. Again, the Rakesh says that, okay, I'm not available in the evening. Can I get around 7:30 in the night? And they said, okay, you can get 7:30. When the delivery guy appears, there's an issue with finance, how the money should be given, because no contact should be there between the person. There's also a hindrance of how much internet they can use. So all these user journeys need to be detailed out in the user journey itself. Everything, every process. Okay? There's a particular format for user journey mapping that will be taught in the next classes. How the format works, what are the things need to be in a tabular format that works, and how what needs to be put up, what does not need to be put up, and how you do the emotional mapping. This will be taught, but overall, you do a journey starting from when the user starts doing the task till end of the task. Cool? Understood what user journey is? Okay. Second is defining. Once the user journey is defined, you need to define the user personas. So what is the persona? Can anybody tell me in the chat what is a persona? Or in the unmute themselves and tell me what is a persona. A persona is basically you can't solve for each user, right? You can't solve for 100 users. You can't solve for 1 lakh users. So you create persona where you see similar users having similar patterns and make their characteristics in a defined fictional part. So you can have 2 to 3 personas. 2 to 3 personas representing 1 lakh or 10 million or jo bhi, jitna bhi users. Okay? Understand what a persona is? A persona is never a user. A persona is a collection of users, a collection of user traits. Now, a user persona has different parts. It has goals, motivations, what is the demographic of the user, of the persona, what the persona wants to do, what are the motivations, and try to represent it with an image. Avoid using illustrations in personas, because generally what happens with illustrations is it generally doesn't help you to connect with the user much. But if you can create a persona that has a very good illustration and define it very well, illustration is a go-to. But certain people might not be comfortable creating illustrations, right? Use images. In the internet, you can find a lot of images. Give a very cool name to your persona and go ahead with it. Cool? All right. Once user personas are formed, in user personas, one thing is very common is we create goals, we create motivations, and we create pain point for the persona. This helps us to align what the insights are to the different parts. By different parts, I mean, I had certain insights around time, around quality, right? And these user personas will have certain pain points. So whenever we are solving for the insights, we are solving for the user persona actually. And we'll always come back to this persona and see if these pain points are actually being solved. Okay. From the insights that we got, 2 or 3 जो भी insights हम लोग को मिला, we create how might we questions. What are how might we? How might we, or we commonly known as HMW, is how might we solve for time? How might we solve for quality? Okay. Sometimes what happens is before this process is done, before insights and how might we is done, we also define another part. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It is called brief. What is a brief? Somebody might ask, right? So generally, when we had the problem statement, we had a very ambiguous statement that we didn't know what actually the thing is. But after doing the whole primary, secondary researches, conducting the affinity mapping, doing the user journey, doing the user personas, we know what actually the problem is and what we are solving. So we create a brief or a design brief. And then we go ahead with the how might we. Generally, in institutions or in companies, we avoid creating design briefs because it's a task in itself. We directly go to the insights and directly go to the how might we's. But in academics, it's best people who are starting UX design for the first, create a design brief. This will help you align pain points and design briefs together. This and this together. This helps you always align yourself. Okay, am I always solving for the design brief? Am I always solving for the pain points? As starting in UX design, these two keep yourself in track. Cool. After this, we come to how might we's. Well, starting out is advised, always create a design brief. You'll always come back and align it to this design brief. Cool. So we have covered discover and define. We are now coming to the design part. In design part, we have how might we's. These things come up. How might we solve for time issues? How might we solve for quality issues, right? And we diverge again. In define phase, we have converged. In design phase, we diverge again and see different directions. We brainstorm. What can be a probable solution for solving time? What can be a probable solution for solving the time issues around that? We do crazy eights. We do a lot of methods. There are a lot of methods. Think loud. Then there is another method called outside in. So there are different methodologies. You can brainstorm, you can do crazy eights, you can do think loud, you can do outside in. These methodologies help in understanding, in telling you how might you solve that small problem. We'll get 3 to 4 ideas around each how might we. Okay? At least you need to get 3 to 4 ideas around each. Just having your friends together and brainstorm, probably 2 or 3 designers can come in and brainstorm the idea without having the cognition or without having that boundary key. You need to stop somewhere. Brainstorm whatever you like around that how might we. It can be futuristic, it can be not futuristic, anything you like. Don't stop at somewhere. Okay? Crazy eights is basically a technique where you have around 8 minutes where you yourself, not with your friends, only you as a designer, you yourself have given 8 minutes to come up with 8 ideas around that problem. It's a time constraint method. Think loud is you take around 20-25 minutes and whatever comes to your mind, but it's yourself only, you put everything, you write everything. Whatever is coming, even a word A, you write that up, you sketch everything. Outside in is how might we solve a time issue? For example, in this case, time is the issue, right? You can use time and see what are the correlations of time are. Okay. And see, for example, in here, we can say time is a correlation with money and time is a correlation with service. You see these things coming up and solve and try to ideate for those. That's called outside in. Not directly solving for the time, but what are correlated with time itself. So outside in is that method. So we use these methodologies to ideate, to keep our brain functioning, and we come up with 3 or 4 ideas that need not be detailed. It's just ideas, sketches mainly. Okay?
Okay.
Sketches. And have the habit of sketching, because in design, whatever we understand is, if we are not able to sketch, we are not able to tell the ideas directly in words. Words only represent 20-30%. A sketch is easier to represent to the project manager or the design manager or a senior stakeholder. Cool. Once we have the how might we solved for both the insights, so how might we HMW around insight 1, HMW and insight 2, you have for each HMW, you should have 3 to 4 ideas, right? Now you mix match these ideas, okay, and see whatever fits together. Can you mix match the idea of time and quality together? Is something gelling together? Is something working out? I'm pretty much sure out of these 8 or 6 ideas, you'll get 2 to 3 ideas that works best. Now detail them up. Detail these ideas and try to test your ideas. 2 parts. How to detail is basically deep dive into each idea and see if you can relate with the pain point you are solving. Okay? Pain point. If that idea is solving the pain point, if that idea is correlation with the design brief. Detail every point. Second is, once you detailed out, test with your fellow designers. What are the issues that the persona is facing? What are the major roadblocks? What are the major problem उन लोगों को आ रहा था? Okay. Pain points. So when you are solving for the how might we, you have merged 2-3 ideas. While detailing out, always go back and see if your idea is solving the pain point, if your idea is around the design brief. Once you have done that, make sure test it out. And by testing out is you tell your ideas to various designers, your managers. And once they have more or less a idea of, yeah, it is more or less seems nice, do a first testing with the user. Go to your user and talk about your idea and show your idea. Do a screen, do a basic screen, do a card sorting, the different methodologies. I won't go deep dive into the methodologies, but talk with your user and see if this idea more or less solves it. Sometimes it might happen that user might not understand. Have some visuals, have some basic visuals, do quick sketches and show that this is something, will that solve the problem? Okay? Once that is done, you'll get some feedback. This is working, this is not working. Out of this, you get a feedback, right? If something is working, something needs to be refined, and something is a flop. Take these points, go back to this part again, and match them with the insights, and come back and brainstorm again, and do the whole process again. So once you have got the feedback around these three, what is working, what is refined, what is flop, go back to the brainstorming, come back, and then test again. If it is a go, if it's good to go, if it's a good to go, you come to the deliver part. Working is the idea you have tested is great. Refine means something needs to be changed, little refine in that direction. The user is not aligning, something, certain tweaks needs to be done. Flop is, it didn't work. It's a total flop, user didn't understand. Once your user has more or less 80 to 85 understood what the solution is, you need to deliver. For delivering, you need to create a design system. Prototypes. So basically prototypes is basic mockups, not with screens, but with the flow itself. You get a design system and you get the prototype out of the flow. And the prototype can be done with card sorting methodologies, simple queues, simple chits, simple ideas. And again, test it out if the prototype is working. Okay? If it's not working, do the whole process again. Once you're done the whole thing, all this is completed, you create the first user flow map, then information architecture, IA, and then your wireframes. Wireframes are generally low fidelity screens. It can be a sketch event with low details, no details. Okay? Once you have the wireframes, show you to design manager or your peers, get some feedback, get a heuristics done, and then go ahead with the mid fidelity. You select a color, you select typographies, you select what are needed for visualizing the design, whatever you have thought, whatever the idea of thought, what is needed to visualize that, right? You create that system. Prototyping is once you create the system, you test if it's actually working, right, with the user. So create a basic prototype. For example, I wanted to create a screen. I just create a basic prototype. Maybe I do some sketches on a page of paper. I create some buttons on a page of paper and show it to my user or my senior designer and see this is actually correlating and if it's working. Get their feedback and incorporate them in design system. Once all this is fixed, we create the user flow. We create the information architecture IA, and then we create the wireframes. User flow is basically how the user enters into the system and goes out of the system with all edge cases. What if the user can't use this? What if the user has some issue? That is the user flow mapping. That will be taught to you in detail in some other class. Information architecture is what are the different things that the user does? What are the clicks? What are the flows? What are the clicks? What is the conditions the user is using? If it's yes, how do they go from yes? If it's no, where do the user goes out? That is information architecture. Wireframes thus, depending on the user flow and the information architecture, merge with the design system. You create a basic layout of what the user want to see on the visuals and show it to your designers and the users. Get a feedback. This is working, this is not working. And then you move to the mid-fidelity. Once you're done with all this and there's a green light from your manager or your project manager or some other person whom you're working for, then you go to the mid-fidelity. Low fidelity is basically the wireframes with no details. When you see a detailed out that there are buttons, there are numbers, they'll always ask you questions. And during this stage, you might not have the idea, right? Because you have not tested it out. You might not be able to answer. So its best practice is just draw sketches. I'll show you what is a low fidelity. Basically, it can be done. It can be used paper as well. For example, I prefer on doing it on a dotted notebook. Very easier for me to express. Some people use Figma to just create the box, create a basic button here, cross it, again do something like this, cross it, then there's something like this. It's a basic wireframe. Now you can easily understand what are the decisions, right? There's a certain pattern around it. You can test this out. You can tell the manager this is something I'm looking at. And when they have a green go, you come to the mid fidelity. In mid fidelity, you more or less create the whole design. Okay? Where there, except the interactions, you create the whole visual language. You get the more or less the visual design of what the app looks like. You create certain prototypes of how each flow should look like. By each flow, I mean, for example, if the user is coming for the first time on the platform, if the user is ordering the milk in the platform, if the user has failed to give a payment on the platform, there are certain flows. So create each flow in the mid fidelity. Show it to your design manager, get the approval, and then create high fidelity. Okay? Once you've created high fidelity, you need to create every interaction possible on the platform. You need to prototype it fully, then test it out another time with the user. Test with the user. Give them that prototype. Ask them to do the task. Get the feedback, incorporate the feedback in the high fidelity, and then you give it up for development, DevOps. Cool. So low fidelity is the basic dhacha, basic structure, right? Mid fidelity is you put in the visual design, you put in the colors, but not in very detail. For example, let's take that I have to pay for something. You do 2 to 3 screens, okay, of the payment method, and just test it out with your design manager or the project manager. If there is something they're looking at, get some feedback. They might have certain issues, they might have certain business goals, they can align with, right? Before going to the high fidelity. You put all those goals together and then create the high fidelity, where everyone knows, everything is sure of it. In high fidelity of the interactions put in. For basically, if there is a complex project, there's like 100, 200 screens or 300 screens. You can't create high fidelity once again from scratch, right? So mid fidelity is the point where each screen can be evaluated and see if this is a good screen, if this something is to be missing, something is to be added. Everyone can give their feedback. That's why low fidelity to high fidelity, we have a midpoint called mid fidelity, where you can get feedback from design managers, stakeholders, and project managers. Once the high fidelity is done, you need to test that with the user and see what their feedback is. So that is in a short, the whole process, starting from discover, to the deliver process. So this is your storyboarding as well, but I have used digital media, not sketches, right? I've used scenarios. See, I use actual sketch, like proper digital methods. And if I see when I'm describing the problem, I'll show you the problem statement as well for this. See, this is a storyboard. I've just used illustrations to define the whole story. This is a persona. I have sketched it out and use a storyboard to define the persona. That is a way of storytelling. You need to be good at storytelling as well if you want to be excellent as a UX designer. When you open Figma, you can click on new project and this screen will appear. So if we consider Figma, whatever onto our left-hand side, it has layers, assets, and page numbering. Okay. What are layers are basically whatever we create, it comes in certain format. Okay. If you create a circle, if you create a rectangle, if you create a box, everything comes in the mentioned name similar to Photoshop. Okay. People doesn't know Photoshop is basically when we create something, for example, we create this, it comes as a rectangle. We create another rectangle, it will name there as rectangle 2. Okay. That is what comes in the layers panel. Assets panel is something when we create this and name is an asset that can be used in other projects as well. Then this was an asset. For example, if you're working in an organization, your visual designer has created an asset that you want to use in your design. You can go to asset panel and use that asset in your design. That's what asset is. Page is what current page you are on. You can add more pages, page 1, page 2, page 3. Okay? Understood those part? Basically, assets are if you're a visual designer, for example, you have created this component, okay? And the visual designer has created this component and created an asset. Okay? What happens is, right now I don't have any assets created because this is not a sharing platform. But if my project was a sharing, for example, if I'm sharing the Figma with 30 or 40 other designers, and there are designers who have already created assets or components, right? I want to use those in my designs. I go to the assets panel and all those components will be seen here. Cool. You can just drag and drop that component to your design. You don't have to create it another time. Cool. So that's what this panel does. Layers, assets, and pages. The right component, right panel is basically the panel which has the properties. There are 3 parts: design, prototype, inspect. Design part contains your controls. The XYZ coordinates, width, length. For example, I want to make this 150. Let's click 150, it becomes 150. I want to make this 90. It becomes 90. Okay. Angle, rotation, everything. Layer is the layer properties. What we want to do with that layer. Okay. If I don't want that, I can just click it, the layer is vanished. Again, I click it, the layer opens. Okay. Fill. Fill is something what this rectangle contains as a color. If I click on this, it gives me the whole color. I can choose anything. Cool. I can also copy from a hex code and paste it here. I can even reduce this and make it something like 50%. Okay. I can close this, done. What I can do is I want to have this thing, but I want to remove the fill directly. I don't have to go to this. I'll just close this. It just vanishes. Again, click it. It just comes up. I want to completely remove the fill. I don't want any fill. Let's do this. And again, I want to get it back. Control Z. That's it. Cool. Stroke is the outlining of this rectangle. Any outline is stroke. Okay. Stroke is basically, if I click on this, if you zoom in, zoom is basically control and middle scroll wheel. That is zoom. Control, press control and middle scroll wheel. If you zoom in, you see there's a black outline on the thing. If I close this, it goes away. If I put it on, it comes up. I can choose the color as I want. Okay. Right there. Now I can have the stroke center, inside or outside. Prefer to be inside. Cool. I can even change the weight of the stroke. Weight means thickness. I can make it 5, for example. It increases. I can make it 0.5 as well. Okay, let's take it 5 as of now. I can create the opacity of it as well. I can make it 80. I can make it 80 like this. I can make it 100. So I have those controls. Cool. Effects are, I can put a drop shadow to this, depending on what I want. I can put a blur, I can put all these things. So basically, if I want to put a drop shadow, I took this 2, I did this 6. You can see a drop shadow coming up onto the right-hand side, right? That can be done. Export are, depending on what you need, a PNG, JPEG, SVG, or PDF, you can export. Okay? And this is a preview, what you have created, what it looks like. This is the panel, what it does, right? Now the question is, I'll go to the prototype and inspect later on. How do I create this? Before that, this is my background. If I zoom out, this whole background, I can change the background color even, see? Right? Now the question is, I have told you about this panel, I told you this panel. We can also create for top panel, right-hand side, there are certain zoom fits. You can use it. There are certain rulers. So ruler shortcut is Shift plus R. The ruler is Shift plus R. You press Shift plus R, ruler comes up. If you again press Shift, ruler vanishes. Is the ruler. What you can do is ruler is click on it and bring it here. That helps you give you guidelines, right? What you can do, how you can set it up. See? Cool. Now let's come to this part. So in here, we have certain properties. You can go to back to files where we can access FigJam and everything. In file, we can create a new Figma file. We can save a local copy, export means to PDF. All these can be done. In edit, it is basically select and pick color and all those things. Essential part, what we need now is this part from here onwards. We have two parts, move and scale. Okay? Let's start with the move. If you click the move tool and drag it around your screen, it moves, as you can see. Okay? Now coming to this. This is the most important part called frames. Frames are like artboards. If we click on frame, it shows a whole range of properties on the right panel, right? Where I can select screens. For example, it shows iPhone screens. I can have options for my tablet as well. I can have options for desktop. I can have options for watch. I can have options for paper as well. Social media, Figma, Community, Archive. A whole lot of frames you can go for. You can also put in your own custom size. You create the artboard and put this something like 350 by 700. Probably. You can put in your own custom size. See? On this plane, what is the coordinate of positioning of the whole artboard? Sometimes, so basically it helps it if there are a lot of projects, right? A lot of artboards on the same file. Sometimes you can't locate your file. So if you do like 0, 0, it goes to the center of the whole file. That's a coordinate. In which coordinate if I choose iPhone 13 will come up. Yeah, in everything we do on a rectangular frame, in a rectangular artboard, when we add a silhouette that we get from internet or other some source, we can put that up and we can add a curving. For example, if I add a curving here, can add a 10 curving. See, it's curved now. Cool. So this is what an artboard properties are. Now I can rotate it in different direction. For example, a 45 degree, I can rotate it in a 45 degree as well. So right now we have this thing. What we do is, if you want to delete this, for example, you select this, delete. Okay. Right now, what we want to do is create a page. We go to frames and we want a page probably. Go to paper and select A4. That comes up. Okay. Now, for this page, I want to have, as graphic designers or designers, we always tend to follow some grids because that helps in aligning ourselves to a certain design, aligning ourselves to hierarchies, right? So generally in application design, where we have Android for us, iPhone, smartphone, we generally follow a grid of 4 by 4 or 8 by 8. For desktops, it's I guess 12 by 12. For tablets, it's 8 by 8, something around that range. We'll get in details of that each. How do we define grids? We have something called auto layout and layout grid. In here you can see. If you click on plus, you see a grid coming up. So by default, it will be a grid of this, a square grid. If you click it here, it shows what the square grid is. If you click it here, you can go to columns. You can see 5 grids come up, right? Now what we intend to do is we're going to put a margin. We put a margin of 20px. Always remember, try to do designs or grids in multiples of 4. Multiples of 3, 2 doesn't work. Always take 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. These pixels work better. Cool. And the gutter is already 20. So every time I put any object, for example, like a rectangle, if I'm saying a gutter here, gutter is basically spacing between these two columns. It's called gutter. Well, this and these are margins. All right. Between these columns are called gutter. The left and right are called margins. Cool. So for example, if you click this, you click on it and just reduce the opacity. Okay. And do it 5%. So in the back of mind, you just know okay, what to place and how to place. It's very easy for you, convenient for you. You don't have to press Alt always to see how it works. So now I have the exact dimension of how where to place things. I know how to place things. It will align itself. Now I don't need to even design keeping in mind the always place Alt. Just click on Alt, drag and shift. See, it's aligning itself. Cool. Now, if I want to reduce the opacity of this horizontal grid, I go there, make it 3. So it will work in the background itself. What is good with grids are, I want to have these grids in every platform. I don't want to work again. So basically, I take this and copy this, and the grid is already there. So it maintains the whole similarity between each screen what I am designing. No screen is very new to the other. The grids will be similar across the platform. Got it? I'm just showing you what grid does. Right now, I'll come to the part where you have to do certain things. For example, in A4, I want to do the grid. I'll click on this. There's a square grid. So grid, when you commit here, it comes with a square grid. I want to change it to a 4 by 4 grid for my A4 size paper as well. I go here, pick the columns. There's a 5 grid. I will take around probably 4 grid would be best for me with a margin of 20. Or a 7 grid would work best for me. Let's take a 7 grid. And I want a horizontal grid as well. I go here, put rows, and I want that as 19. Generally, for purposes, we take 20 similar to the gutter. That makes a uniformity. Generally, we go for multiples of 4, 16, 20, 24. 12 to 24 is the more or less a variation that happens. What happens is these margins needs to be multiples of 4 generally. 12, 16, 20, 24. That helps in understanding the design well, placing the design well. What we need to do is we need to reduce this opacity so that we can have a better visualization of on what we are designing for. So now we have done the palette, it's created. Now we want to put something on this. When we create something, we take this tool. We have rectangles, lines, arrows, ellipse, everything is there. Click on rectangle and we align it. I create this rectangle. Now it's aligning itself. See, it's aligned perfectly. So even if we remove, when we click this and remove the grids, for example, what I did, Alt click and this. Click Alt and try to align it with the spacing. Okay. Even if you remove the, put this off, is equally spaced. Nothing looks out of proportion. That is the best use of layouts. Everything is in proportion, be it vertical, be it horizontal. Again, if you put it out, they will come up. Got it? Cool. And then you have to, like, if you have it in background, just put it on and you can see, okay, this I need to align to the left, I need to align to the right. This is my hierarchy. Really knowing things in a better way. Yes, circle, same thing. Take an ellipse, press on shift, it will come as a circle, right? Now click on the move tool and then align it. Now you see this something is not working. It's not something is overshot itself. So I can just click on shift and just align it again. These are the helps of grid. Everything is so fit into everything. For example, if I put a thing just beyond this, the spacing might not be okay, right? When you're reading it in mobile, it will be an issue. So everything is managed equally if you have the grids on. You generally follow a 4x4 grid. That is something you do. Okay. So here that my margin is 20, gutter is 20, right? So everything has a 4 value. A value of 4 is being repeated itself. We generally use that in design. A value of 4 being repeated. And even when we use the grid, it's a 4x4 grid. For example, in this paper, I'm not using a 4x4 grid, but in here, I will do a 4x4 grid. Give me a second. We'll change the count to 4 and this also to 12. Yeah. So technically what happens is this should be 4 as well. Yeah. So right now I have a 4x4 grid. Vertically, horizontally, everything is 4x4, but that depends on a project as well. The value is 4x4 with respect to count, with respect to this margin as well. We generally don't something as 21, 23, we don't take. We take multiples of 4 always. Cool. For example, if you're creating 2 cards like this, okay. Now I need a middle part. For a 4x4, we'll never get it. For a 5x5, it's easier to get that way. So for a mobile, this is a mobile artboard, right? For this, you're taking grades of 4x4. For desktop, you will have 12 grids, 12 counts. And then you will divide it into certain ways. For a tablet, you will have 8 counts or a 9. So basically what I meant was, I just took it 4, right? Then I told him why I chose 5, because sometimes it happens, you'll not get a proper outline. See, this is perfectly fitting, right? Now you might have a middle project. You might want something in the middle as well, depending on the screen or the ratio, right? Then you choose for a +1, 5. Cool. Again, for tablet, if you do it, it's a 8 grid. We'll change this to 8. Okay. Cool. For tablet, or if you want something in the middle, so 4x4 is 4 count. But if you want something in the middle more proactively, you do a +1, 5. And every margin and gutter should be a version of 4 itself, 4 multiples. If you take a tablet, it should have 12 counts. Okay, let's take a tablet.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, a UX designer is most likely to say, and your options are, let's go straight to implementation, better to have one person's opinion than many, research doesn't help with that, or let's test it. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Either is a triangle or a 10-sided polygon or 50-sided polygon. It should be something like that, right? It has to be a shape. A quadrilateral is also a polygon. Even if it's an amoeba shape, something is an ellipse. So it has to be some certain name, right? It has to be within this format. I'm just showing you a basic example of how it can be done, how grids are helped to fit every shape you can do. It depends on the system you're creating to fit each grid. Okay. For example, this is the iPad mini, right? I will do is I put a grid up and I will take his column as 8 columns. And I will do a margin of 20. Okay. Okay. This needs to be changed. Yes. There we go. We'll do a grid of, yes, columns, and I'll do a grid of 8 and the margin of 20. So right now you learned how to place these grids, how to place rectangles, and if you're working with text, click on the text, create the box, and just keep typing it. For example, I want to type something like lorem ipsum dolor, something like this, right? I double click on it and I go to text part. I can choose any font I want. I click on, if I know a font, I just type on it Roboto and choose these options I want. For example, I want to semi bold. I want to go for a 16px. That works. I can even play with the colors as I want. Cool. These are the basics you want to do. I'm not teaching the pen tool as of now. You don't need it as of now. The assignment I'm giving it to you, it's very basic assignment. Sometimes what happens is if you're working collaboratively, people will try to comment on here. For example, I want to comment something like this is a good part. Others can actually see it. If they click on it, others can actually see what I have commented. Okay? That is what commenting tool does if they're working on a collaborative file. So right now, that I'll share an assignment. Just give me a second. This is basic. You have to create A4 size paper, and then I'll tell you what to do. Using Figma as a tool, get a composition using an icons pack so that you can demonstrate the principles of design and gestures with the composition. Probably you can't do this around class because it's already 11, I guess. I will give this the home assignment. I will tell you what the trick is. If you go to Google and search for icons pack, you'll get a lot of examples, right? You can go to images and get a lot of icons, right? For example, I can choose this icon set. Okay. I can take out these icons and place in my Figma file so that in my A4 sheet, I make a composition out of it so that it can be understood the principles of gestures and visual design. It's a bit tricky. If you download an icons pack, any icon you want, there are a lot of icons pack available. The more, the better. And create a composition using the icons pack so that you can demonstrate the principles of design and Gestalt. Did you get it? And for example, I've chosen an icon like this. I've chosen an icon like this. Right? And I'm putting it up. I'm putting all those icons up here. Okay. I've chosen an icon like this. I've chosen an icon something like this. And I'm putting all icons up, right? So the composition in itself, using the positive space and the negative space, you create a composition out of it and determine the principles of Gestalt and visual design. All right. I take this icon and place it close to this. I can place another icon close to this, right? And make a composition. Composition is basically the elements. Using these elements, you have to compose something. That something is really dependent on you. And that should be based on principles of design and Gestalt. Create a rectangle over any icon you want. Okay. Then click on this. Click on the rectangle again. Right click. Send to back. Click on the left and select all those two together. Okay. Right click again and you click on this. Use as mask. The icon will be formed. Okay. Once the icon is formed, you bring it here. You click it on and you can move and play and get other icons as well. I got this icon. I'll place it here. For example, you can see the white is overlapping. For that, you have to go to layer, click on multiply. Cool. I found a composition out of this. This is the thing I want. You want to create your own icon set and fill the whole page and have a concept, have a poster ready for that. Cool. Basically, multiply is used so that the whole white is, if it is passed through, you can see the white thing coming up, right? Let me just remove this. Yeah. You can see the white thing coming up. It's overlapping, right? This white part. But if you do this, you will have a good feeling out Figma. Once you overcome this, you will try, okay, this can be done in Figma. This can be done. You will try to experiment on Figma as well. This is a very experimental assignment based on your prior concepts. So this will help you to learn the prior concepts as well as a grip on Figma.
Okay.
You can try doing it. Okay.
Okay.
So that's the constraint key. Whatever icon sheet you choose, each icon sheet looks very different. They have some may be filled, some may be very thin, some maybe have a bolder weight, and everything is a separate representation of itself, right? You try to play with the icon. That looks very good.
Okay.
Well, this is a good attempt, but a better presentation would be playing with the icon, playing with the spacing, inverting something, grouping something. That is a better way.
Okay, for the like spacing thing, like principle of nearness of proximity, that could change, right? If we if the spacing will be unequal, then that won't be hampering the principle of nearness of proximity, don't you think?
No, so basically that depends on the designer ki how you're managing spacing. You remember Abhilash showed something, he jumbled up something to the corner and then he gave a spacing and then he jumbled up something to the other corner. So it gives a sense of feeling of roads, it gives a sense of feeling of landscape, right? So
Okay.
he created that in a certain way. He had something in mind that, okay, I will try to create a landscape, but he doesn't know how to create it. Again, Rohit also, I get to create a landscape. So he thought of water. How can I create water out of these icons? And then let's took it in a certain different way. Her imagination took that way. So that's the thing. How imaginative, creative you can be using this constraint.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Sounds
Good job. Good job.
thanks.
Can I go next?
Who's this? Yeah, please go ahead.
And what really is the composition means here? Like what is the compositions means here? Like
Composition means Figma in any board. When you say composition, it's a collection of items on a paper laid out. Okay? That's what a composition is. But a composition should have a meaning. A composition should have an attribute to it, what it wants to portray. Okay? That is a composition all about. The thing is that this is a well attempt. The thing is that you have only used one icon. Use more than one icon. Use 50, 20, 30 icons and try to experiment with those icons. Try to play with those icons and see how much creative you can be. The task is similar to, have you guys heard of Legos? Yes, it's similar to that type of thing. You can create a lot of things with Lego, right? So choose an icon sheet, get different types of icons and try to create something out of it. Not something very like a shape like an eye, or you have to create something like a house, not like that. Something, try to imagine something that I want to explore myself. I want to explore as crazy I can be and try to get 30, 40 icons and see what you can create out of it. Yeah. So I tried to do this. I had to choose a topic, and my choose for me was food. Topic was food, and then find icons around food. And I found icons, and then I have to show growth somehow around food. I don't know how to do it. And I was very much messed up. Like, how do I show growth using icons? And that was the part I tried to show. One part is clustered and one part is moving away free. And that's how you should represent growth. For me, it was growth. And the professor said there was nothing wrong or right. It's just an illustration how you can show growth. So what I was trying to represent was everything that has a more space, more volume, icons that had more spaces around it, and more black was I trying to put it on the left side, left bottom side, and icons that were more free in nature, singular type of items, for example, this. I was trying to push it on the topmost right. So it gives me a direction that the whole picture is trying to represent from left to right. And that was to me growth back then. This is one of my things that I had done very basic in the starting days. And that's why I said there's nothing wrong or right. You can represent anything out of it. You just have to, how you want to do it. And for me, it was growth. And my definition was something like bindings of food. That's it. Simple. Mask. Yes. Now let's Many. Yes. So one icon is done. Now we can copy it and choose other icons as well. Let's make 5 icons out of it. Now let's zoom in. Okay, so we have 5 different types of icons and very different type of layouts. One is very bounding box, one is very horizontal, the leftmost, one is very vertical. Now think of a concept, jump. Let's take jump or bounce as a concept. Okay. Now our challenge is, can we represent the concept of bounce in an A4 sheet through a composition using these 5 icons? Can we do it? Okay, let's get an A4 sheet. Now for a bounce, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Mine comes football. Football is the first thing that comes to mind, right? Whatever is something, the shape is round to me. Bounce is basically a roundish shape, right? Mm-hmm. So let's create something that is a round but falling from a distance. 2, 3 ripples type of thing. Let's try this 4th icon. 4th icon start karte. So let's make something that is, for example, left hand side. Let's jumble up something, and slowly it comes to the right hand side, like a falling thing. There's a mass, but in a parabolic direction. There's a mass, and try to fall something. Yeah, see, now you can slowly see the spacing is. Now try to put something on the left. Try to invert it once. Right click.
Yes.
Yeah. Invert. Yes. Now put it on the left of the third icon you have used. So right now this represents a character to me. A character that's 2 ears, a face. I can see that character in one. If I can play with the size of the icon right now, it will come up very nice. Whenever you're explaining something, try and avoid these words called mine, with, I. Avoid these. This composition, it should be something like this. So basically, avoid words that are noise. Even when you're going to be a UX designer, when you're writing a copy, when you're improvising on a copy, you have to be write the least and get a greater impact, right? So my composition started with an impression. The whole part, my composition started with an, remove that. It's an impression of a face made from icons. That's it. It's so direct. It's so more relatable. You don't have to write my composition start with an. It's an impression of a face made from icons. You can write in a better way. It's a face with icons. Make it more easy for people to digest. Again, you've written with an intent to experiment. I made islands of logos around it. Keep it with an intent to experiment. It's more like it's an island of logos where something's happening, ending up with what looked like an aerial shot. That looks more logical. What you have experimented upon, what your thought process was, that looks good. But if you write with an intent of experiment, my composition doesn't have the whole feeling, right? Okay. The next part we're going to learn today is basically storyboarding. What storyboarding is basically, it's an easier way to represent something. Basically, it helps in clarity, authentication, and simple. It helps in simpling the emotion, simply layouting the emotion to somebody, connecting more with who is using it. For example, you might have used some beauty products or hair products someday. It might have kind of a guideline, right? How to use it. You might have seen some hands using it, a product description, right? Storyboarding is very similar. It's in the same direction, but it's more of like there's a clarity, there's a style, and there's the main part called story. Creating a story is very important. And that's how, as designers, we need to be great storytellers. So the main part of storyboarding is story itself. And why we need a storyboarding is it helps to directly empathize and show our whatever we're designed to the users or to senior stakeholders. It gives a clarity on how actually the designs work. It gives sense of authentication that ye kaam kar raha hai, or this is working, or this might work. And it is very simple to tell people rather than saying click this, click that. It actually shows you a scenario. So why storyboarding is needed? Because one, clarity. Two is it gives authentication, authentic. Three is very simple to connect. Four is it has a sense of emotion in it. And fifth is, what is it called? Story helps to bind people. Because it says a real life scenario, or it can have the sense of using it. These are more of 4 or 5 things why storyboarding is important, especially in UX design. Now, second part is, what is a story? The storyboarding comprises a story. So story has 3 or 5 major parts. A story has a curve. If you read any story is basically a plot, right? Story has a curve, and the curve looks something like this. Okay. Yep. The first point is called, just give a second. This is called exposition. Okay? What is an exposition? It's just the context of what is going to happen. People start with setting up the context, setting up what is the scenario in which the whole thing is taking place. For example, if someone is driving a car, he will set up the story like this, that we are going through a valley, there are more trees, there's lush green bush, a horse is riding back. So the more details you give, the more people can imagine, setting up the context. Okay? Setting up context. Now there's a rising action, or RA. Cool. What is rising action? Rising action is something like something has happened in the story itself that is creating a direction for the story. For example, I set up the context that someone is driving a car through a valley, there's lush green bush all around, the road is so smooth, there's the horses running by, the air is flowing very good, and suddenly a bike zooms past me at very high speed, and we didn't notice what's happening. So there's an attraction created, a bike zooming by. That's the rising action. Then there's climax. So rising action is basically an incident or a setting that will help in having direction towards a story. Okay. For example, for my story, I was driving by through this lush green forest with good road, the horses are going by. Suddenly, a bike zooms past me. That is the rising action for me, the bike zooming past. That didn't happen in the whole story for me, but the bike just zoomed past me. Okay. Now I have an interest. The person who's hearing it goes in that direction, just hearing the interest towards it, right? And that helps. Climax. Climax is the part where it tells the gist or the main part of the thing, what is happening. For example, this bike just passed by, it created my interest, right? What I did was I accelerated. So that comes under theme. I accelerated to see who was the bike driver. And I was just, as I was zooming past, I saw the bike crash in front of me. So the bike crashed in front of me and I accelerated. These two are the climax. What actions did I take? But that is the most interesting part to see. The context is set, there's a rising action. What does the main protagonist in the story does? And protagonist means the main character. And that was me. I accelerated and to match the speed and see who the driver was, who zoomed past me so fast. That is what climax does. It is the max level of interest. So climax is basically max level interest that needs to be created. Cool. Now we have something called falling action. So falling action is basically once the interest is created, that the person crashed, now everybody is so hooked on, right? Okay, how did the person crash? What happened? That everyone will ask the question. Now the storyteller will tell that as the person zoomed past, he crashed with the horses that was going on. Just simple. It can be something like that, weird, but it's okay. It crashed with the horses and fell down and took 2 to 3 stumbles and went on to the side of the road. And then I zoomed past him to see what had actually happened. So that's the following action. And then comes the part called resolution. It can be also be called resolution, or it can also be called resolution. What did I do for it? So once I stopped my car, I took that person up to see if damages were done. His hand was broken. I took him in the car and drove off. So a very small story of an accident I was just showing you. It has a part called exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. Every story has these 4 or 5 parts. Climax first comes, that's the maximum interest level when we reach the climax. That something has happened. I said the accident happened, right? But I didn't mention how the accident happened. So in falling action, we are telling that the person has crashed into the horses and then fell down, took 2-3 stumbles, and then was lying down. So you're slowly getting the interest down of what had actually created in the climax level. Climax में maximum interest में होता है, और falling action में we tell actually what had happened, and resolution में we tend to resolve the issue. Yeah, okay, I went there up, I sped my car up, I took up that person and saw for the injuries, took him into my car and drove off to the hospital. That's the resolution. So that is the whole exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. Resolution or dissolution. So basically, sometimes there might not be a resolution, right, itself. It depends on the character of the story. It might be something very different from what we're impacting. It might not get solved, right? And then the whole concept of resolution might come in. How it is being betterment or it is getting worse. For example, I could have said that since I was going through the lonely road, I didn't find any person up, and the person was getting worse as I was in the hospital, right? There's nobody there. So it depends on the scenario. It can ruin, it can make it better. Both work. That's why I said resolution. Resolution is something where you solve something, right? So it might not always be a solution. It might be a state where it can ruin or better, right? It can be both. Cool. So this is what a storyboarding is. Now, did you understand what storyboarding is? Now I'll tell you what a storyboarding looks like. Now coming to the part of storyboarding. So basically, when we create a story or storyboarding, we try to create as much less as possible to represent the maximum amount of value. Less screens to represent maximum value, max value. Okay. And by that I mean you don't have to create 80 screens. And by here screens means basically these rectangles. Okay. You don't have to create 80 rectangles or 20 rectangles to show something. Just try to create 6 rectangles like these and try to create a story. Okay. That's our target we want to achieve. Cool. For example, take any story. The whole story, I was going through the car, right? For example, this can be the car, someone was driving, this can be the boy, someone was driving, there are lush green trees. Just represent basic sketches, basic. जो भी आ रहा है एकदम basic से basic sketches. Don't have to draw detail out of it. You can use a stick figure illustration as well. A stick figure illustration is, for example, human. Just represent a human like this. Try to use as little screens as possible. Represent the human. Slowly, once you get the habit of creating a story, you will get a habit of sketching as well. Okay. So that is what a storyboarding does. Use less screens to present maximum. In first screen, probably you set up the context. Okay. Second screen, you show what is being done. Someone is zooming past you. Third screen, you show that you hear a sound and there's a crash. Fourth screen, you show how the crash is happening. Fifth screen, you show you're zooming past and going to that direction. Sixth screen, you show he or she is injured. So that's how a story can be developed in very less screens. Got it, right? So what I was doing, I was trying to create a persona. For example, this persona was PD Roadstar. Okay. And I was working on an ambulance service, right? What I did was I created a scenario. For a storyboard, a scenario is very important. That helps to understand with the user better. He's on his way to one of his solo adventures. He has left his home around 3. So I'm setting up the context, exposition, right? This helps in setting up the context. In the evening and hopes to be back by 2 days. So I've set up the context for the user who is reading it or for the senior stakeholders. Now what I do is, I just say Praveen goes on a ride and is not prepared for emergency. I'm showing the whole car, whole bike and the person. He encounters an accident and is shocked and heavily injured. Now comes the rising action. What happened? How did he encounter an accident? What happened after that? People crowd in and no place to breathe. Few people are ready to help and don't know basic first aid. So that is something else I'm creating up. Again, this also participates in the rising action itself. I'm showing that the crowd is there, everybody is crowding him. People don't know what to do, what not to do. I'm showing that, right? Then ambulance doesn't know the exact location of incident. This is also rising action. I'm setting up what has happened and where the ambulance is, people doesn't know. And this is the climax, that ambulance arrives late. And then the expected duration of golden hour. For example, golden hour is basically the time in which our ambulance should arrive. That's around 10 to 15 minutes. And I'm saying that expected time is passed and then the ambulance arrives. That is something dangerous, right? So that is the climax for me. And I'm showing that ambulance can't find fastest route to nearby emergency hospital and there's too much traffic. And we again creating scenario. Okay, there is a situation where there's panic. Not able to contact nearby hospital for patient emergency. That is my following action. क्या अभी तो ambulance already late arrive हो गया है. There's already traffic. So what happens is the ambulance won't reach in time to the nearby hospital. And the resolution is patient has lost time and blood, survival at stake. And the doctor who are treating him might not be prepared with the number of facilities that are needed. That is a resolution. We don't have a solution right now. It might go better, it might ruin, right? So that is a resolution. That's why resolution was stated. So that is what the story ends. Okay? I used 8 screens to represent the whole thing because I have 2 more screens to have the ambulance fit in. That is how we do it. You should be able to represent everything in very less words, in illustrations or sketches. So this is a movie we created using storyboarding itself. The whole part was how to create storyboarding and how to understand story itself. The movie name was called Attendant. And the concept was a movie promoting artificial intelligence, holographic reality systems, and voice control systems of the future. That was the whole intent of it. We had a brief, and then we had certain principles of development, pre-production, production, principal photography, all these were done. So this is a story writing. We had a part in story writing, we had a part in scripting, and then this character development. I won't be going through this. I want to show you this part. So see, in the movie itself, everything was detected. Every shot we wanted to show, whatever we videograph, whatever shot we actually did, we actually storyboarded it first, sketched it out first. We wrote the scenes even. What scene needs to be what, if you can see these, right? So that was my intent. Key, we need to create everything. For even UX design, the story base needs to be created. Key, how the product would actually work. And it actually helps to give a clarity to the stakeholders. It can be the user, it can be a senior design manager, it can be a product manager, or it can be a CEO of the company as well. How the product actually works. So storyboarding, it can be done very good. Cool. And then we had casts, everything. We even created these things, how to create those. And we were shooting, we're doing all these things. You can see those. These are actual scenarios from the movie. We have VFX and everything. Yeah. So basically, these are the things. You can play with the movie.
Andy, how's the weather today?
It's partly cloudy. There will be isolated thunderstorms.
You always say that, Sid.
There is a huge traffic in your way. Take diversion. Stocks have fallen by 167.17.
Dropped again? 167.17? What will I tell my clients now? Mandy, call Mr. Malhotra now.
Do you want me to call Mr. Malhotra or Mr. Sushant Malhotra?
You don't even know who Mr. Malhotra is. We had a meeting yesterday.
Good morning, Vihan. How are you feeling today? I have ordered pancakes for you.
I'm better now. Pancake sounds good. can invest on Nifty. It showed 300-point jump the previous week.
Suggest him 10x. It has 26.8% growth rate, that is 420-point profit.
I never thought about that. I'm on it. Hey, how are you doing today? Shall we order something to eat? Say Chinese.
Sure, but you need to charge me first.
Yeah, so that was about it. So that all started with the whole storyboarding of the idea what we had, and the idea was AI as a artificial intelligence as a companion in life, and how we want to portray it. There was a small incident, then there was the exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and the resolution. So that's why I want to create. It can be done in a movie. I showed you the movie. It can be done in a persona for a UX design as well. The storyboarding is very important in what we want to represent. So evaluation will be on originality, aesthetics, thought process, and visual elements. Okay, what is minimalism in design? So generally, there are two concepts that are going around for quite a lot of time. One is called ornamentation, and one is called minimalism. Ornamentation meaning you try to put a lot of stuff, a lot of design elements on a piece of paper that harmonically together have a aesthetical appearance, have a good appearance, have a good visual sense. While minimalism in design has came in 1950 or 1850s, I don't exactly remember the date. It is a concept where you tend to put very simple and very minimal elements. By minimally, you mean not too much, not too less. Yet the concept of the whole composition of the whole thing you are trying to portray is portrayed in a unidirectional way, in a way that a person can understand easily. So the concept for the theme of this poster should be minimalism in design. You are allowed to use anything, fonts, typographies, anything. You feel free. Illustrations take from internet, not an issue. Draw yourself, not an issue. But the only constraints are for you, you should take colors from any famous painting. So when I will evaluate, I should see the painting from which you have taken colors. The color should be there. One, topic is minimalism in design. And the evaluation criteria would be originality, aesthetics, thought process, and visual elements. I'm considering that everyone has completed the previous assignments and they have no problems. That's why I'm giving the assignment. Cool. So what I thought of, we are talking about brainstorming in design. That's the next part. The thing is that first we can speak about that, or we can do this. But I wanted to have an elaborate session around brainstorming because it's a very intricate part of design because it helps you to develop ideas, right? So what brainstorming essentially is, it's a platform where we make sure that designers, brainstorming is generally done using a lot of designers together. You can take your friends, you can take a part of your team, you can take a lot of people together. And first we make sure that the purpose of brainstorming is to come up with something new, come up with newness. Okay. And by newness, it can be something like newness to approaching a problem, or newness to a solution. Okay. It can be different. It can be 2 to 3 ideas being gelled together. What happens when we brainstorm alone is we are biased by our own ideas. So we can't think. But then it becomes a tough thing to go about because we are not properly directing it. Only our thoughts are representing it. Due to the own biasness, due to our own cognition, we are not at all sure what the output will be. So newness comes in approach towards the problem itself, and newness comes to the solution itself. There are 2 aspects where we try to brainstorm. While doing this, we keep something in mind. While we brainstorm, there shouldn't be any judgment. No judgment. Okay? Let people do whatever they want. Make them free. Okay? That is the first thing. we need to set the context for brainstorming. That is very important. What is the context? Next is, while brainstorming, we should maintain no judgment, no, set up the context, and also start with introducing your team members of who you are, so that they have a small icebreaker sessions. It's like, okay, for example, the context can be, let's design a door. That's simple. Let's design a door, and let's take 5-6 people from your batch itself. What we do is take the 5-6 people and we introduce ourselves. Okay, I am this. I am. What do I think of a door? A door is something like a gateway to heaven, or a gateway to hell. A door is something. So right now, when we brainstorm, we try to do with some people, with certain friends, members, team, and the two approaches we take is we try and bring newness to the problem, or we bring newness to a solution. And when we do brainstorm, we keep in mind there should be no judgment. We should be always be sure of the context. For example, let's brainstorm about a door, and we take 5-6 people from your batch. We will not judge you. The facilitator for me is facilitator. I won't judge you. You can talk about anything you want. You can write about anything you want. I will set up the context of why I'm talking about the door. And the third part is we'll have an icebreaker. What this icebreaker is basically, we'll try and ask everybody in the team, what do you think about a door? For example, a one-word sentence. For somebody, a door may be a doorway to a kitchen, or a doorway to heaven. A door is just a block of wood, or door is something floating. So it's a one word. And then once we have that, we'll try and deep dive into putting our thoughts up on a piece of chart paper, on a piece of fig jam board, something like that. Okay. Followed by this, what we do is we'll try and troubleshoot. Why I'm talking about troubleshoot is, what happens is during brainstorming, either we get repetitive ideas. We repeat our ideas. That shouldn't be a thing. We'll try and not repeat our ideas. And second is, we will not get distracted too much. For example, if I talk of a door and then setting up a context of door in Earth, we'll not think about a door in Mars probably. So we'll keep always the context in mind. So that's what troubleshooting is. And fifth is bringing it back. And by bringing it back, I mean collating all the ideas and putting one or two best ideas forward. Okay. So when we brainstorm, we try and follow this problem, give newness, and it's an approach to a problem or approach to a solution, either those two. How we do it? We make sure there's a facilitator who maintains there's no judgment. There's a context. We make an icebreaker, small icebreaker. Then we deep dive, and then we always troubleshoot so that there's no repetition and there's no distraction. Once all this is done, we go back and bring it back to one or two unique idea. What does a brainstorming session look like? That is more like the structure of what a brainstorming looks like.
Largely seen, I will explain that through the slide, so it makes it a lot better for all of you. But just to give you an idea, see, largely when you look at UI, UX, or even if you search for user experience and user interface or jobs around that, they always have a very mixed terminology. Somewhere it is written UI, somewhere it is written UX, and probably people don't know the difference of it. But there is actually a huge difference between what user experience really says and what is the user interface part of it. Okay, so when it comes to user experience, user experience is entirely about a journey that takes place. To give you a simple example, I think I explained this example of Amazon, right? So where if I am using Amazon, the user experience really takes care of when the user starts thinking about making an online purchase, to actually go on to Amazon, to actually search for a product, to actually add that product to a cart, and to make the payment and receive the product and have the post-purchase experience. So that entire cycle of how that product influences how user really lives for that particular domain, which is purchasing a product. that's a journey which we call it as a user experience. It's an entire journey of a product, and that includes many components which we will be discussing as a part of a user experience design process. What are the components and how do we identify what is needed, what is not needed, why should we, or rather how would someone go into Amazon and not Flipkart, and so on and so forth. Whereas when it comes to user interface is limited to what you see on the screen. Okay, what I mean over here is when you say go to Spotify, for example. In case of user experience, it is the entire journey of someone logging into Spotify and seeing the content which is relevant to them, seeing the music which is relevant to them, seeing the music which is relevant to their context, which is probably relevant to their location, which is relevant to their preference, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to user interface, it is only talking about where should the play button be, or where should be the forward button, how big the play button should be, how big the forward button should be, and so on and so forth. Which basically what we mean over here is the entire layout design of that particular screen is what we consider as a part of a user interface design. So it is only related to that one screen and not the entire product lifecycle. So you may end up creating 50 screens, that's perfectly fine. And you will be basically talking about one individual screen. You will be designing the layout of that individual screen, which means play button kahan pe hona chahiye, should it be at the center, should it be at the bottom, should it be at the right side or left side, whether it should have a pause button, it should have a forward button or a backward button, what should be the size of it, and so on and so forth. So that is what we consider it as a layout. That's number one. Number two, as a part of user interface, you also start looking at the icons and visual styling of it. You know, whether the icons, what should the icon look like, what is the visual styling of the icon, what is the color scheme that the user interface, that particular screen or that particular product has. All of it becomes part of the journey for a user interface designer. So while the user experience is an entire journey that takes place of an entire product, and user interface is only about designing a particular screen and designing how that layout of the screen takes place, and designing the icons and the visual styling, the overall look of what the screen really looks like.
Great. So, okay, so what does really, what are the components which are important with respect to security, with respect to usability and all? Some of the other components which probably are very important on UX design, of course, not in any priority manner though, but at least these are the components typically we consider to be important when it comes to UX design. Of course, depending upon what domain you work on, what product you have, what product strategy you have, based on that, all of it would change here and there. So the first one and the bare minimum thing which is important for today is the usefulness. If your product is not able to support whatever user goals are, no matter how small it is, such as maybe adding a task on the to-do list, or maybe just adding a specific meeting on the calendar, all of it is basically where we relate it with usefulness. The product has to be useful. Even if your product is super engaging, even if it is super usable, even if it is stunningly looking visually, it does not matter as far as it does not help your user to achieve a specific task or a specific goal. The second, usability. The product must be easy to use, must be usable, user-friendly, intuitive, whatever word you want to use it. See, in today's world, if your product is useful and usable, that is not something that you can run the show with. These are the bare minimum requirements. So any product that you work today, there is always a competition. So something being just useful and usable in today's world is not important. If you don't like Amazon, you go to Flipkart. If you don't like Flipkart, you go to Snapdeal, and so on and so forth. For every single product, there is always a competition available. So while usable and being useful is important, those are the bare minimum requirement that is needed in today's context. The third one, findable. products are getting complex every day. It's not just a simple product like a website where you just have 4 buttons, home, about us, and the product and so on. But today, every product that you talk about, even for a company website, it is complex. There are a lot of things that a company does. Or forget about a company website, but any other product is very complex. Even if you take simple product like Instagram, or let's not call that simple, but even Google Calendar, like something which does very basic set of activity, it still has a lot many things to do as a part of Google Calendar. So whatever contents that are there, whatever features and functions those are there, has to be findable. User should not spend time in understanding what this particular label means or what this particular function means, where this particular function is, or where this particular item or a product is. All of it has to be findable. The fourth one, learnable. Now, this is something which is very important, especially not every single product is to be used every day. What learnability means, that while we may use Googles and Gmails and Facebooks and Instagrams every day, other products are not to be used every day. You may take 3-4 days of a gap, or maybe sometimes you take a 15-day gap or 10-day gap, or maybe a month gap also. In all such kind of situations, your product has to be easy to learn, which means I may forget how to use the product, but the moment I go on to the product, I should know where I am on the product, what the product does for me, and how do I use this product. So the learnability part is very critical. There are other components such as memorability also, which we will not discuss it over here, because that is something goes into very, very specific part of the products. But in a nutshell, memorability is where you remember a product and how to use that product and what the product does for a very long period of time. So assuming that you use a product for 1 month, and after that you use a product one day and you come after 1 month, you should be able to know in and out about the product. So memorability is something of that sort. We will not discuss about the memorability because that's something that is entirely different. But yes, the product has to be learnable. Someone, when they go on to a product after a few days period of time, they should be able to know how to use it rather than searching how to go about using it. The fifth one is efficiency. Efficiency is basically two things. Number one, can it do it with reasonable amount of time, and can it do it without performing any kind of error? Very simple example that I can tell you is about the keyboard that you use.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
How fast a user can type a sentence which has probably 100 letters to it, or maybe 200 letters to it. How fast they are able to type a sentence and without making any kind of error or without having minimum number of error. Okay, so that is what we call it as efficiency. The amount of time that is taken for a particular product and the number of errors that happens while a user uses a product. While typing is not a very sensitive task, so you probably don't have to worry about it, and there's a lot of intervention because it's something which is very frequent activity for any mobile phones or any computers. But say, assuming you take medical products, there is no room for any kind of error that you can make. Medical products have to be 99.99% secure, and I do mean that. Okay, that is the accuracy of the medical product have to be 99.99%. Then only the prototype gets productized. Otherwise, there is no chance that any kind of medical product actually can get productized. Okay, so in that case, probably the time taken is not a very major issue, but the error is a very major issue because you are eventually dealing with someone's life. So depending upon different kind of products, you would have this component very important, that is efficiency. You may be looking for product which is fastest to complete. You may be looking for product which is probably having a less number of errors. So you have to make a call, but efficiency is one of the important factor over here. So see, it's generally a comparable statement. So for example, if say a QWERTY keyboard, which all of you are using right now, A study says that probably in 1 minute period of time, on an average, the number of letters users type is say 30. I'm just making a random number. You come up with a new keyboard, which is swipe keyboard, for example. Then you would say that, see, in my keyboard in 1 minute time, maybe the number of letters typed are 40. So that is where I am increasing with my new design. So that is what we call it as a reasonable amount. It's always comparable. There is no time. There is no value that which you say that, okay, this value, if you reach it, then only it is then it is reasonable. It's always comparable. Even all the things, even usefulness to it, usability to it, all of it is eventually something which is comparable. So you always compare your usability to your competitors and say that, okay, my usability or the usefulness of the product is better or higher than the competition. So that's always a comparable value. Once we go efficiency, then we go basically now it's more like mujhe roti kapda makan mil gaya, now what? Okay, so this is where we go next, where you want to make delightful, you want to make product to be enjoyable, product to be fun, right? So it doesn't have to be all the time a gaming application or a social networking application. Even applications such as learnings have to be, they can be enjoyable and can be fun, and when they are delightful, people end up using it quite often. Phenomenal application, how they are actually using gamification and making the application fun for something which probably is considered to be boring, which is about language learning, mathematics, and so many other set of things. Duolingo is a very good application which is very delightful, which makes a subject which is generally considered a little boring subject a lot more enjoyable and a lot more fun. And finally, the seventh thing comes is the desirability. Now, desirability is something which is more like, I want this, I don't know what about it. I don't know what functions, how it is useful, but I really want it. Something like what Apple computer does, right? I'm sure, 20 or 30% or probably more than those number of people don't really know what to do with that application or what to do with that product. They can do exactly the same thing on Windows computer also. But that desirability that Apple has created with that product is something which makes everyone feel like using that product. Everyone feels like owning that product. Okay, so just to give you some statistics, Apple products have 83% or 82% of retention rate, which is the highest in the world. And what does retention rate means? That out of 100 people who have bought an Apple product once, 82 people actually, or 83 people actually go and buy the Apple product again. Now that's horrible level of retention rate, which means the product is super desirable. Multiple factors which end up being the product desirable, but that is what almost all the companies really want to have, the desirability. Second, other product is Tesla. If you would actually use, or if you would have driven Tesla, or if you have sat in Tesla, you would want to own that car. You would want to be part of that. So I have been in Tesla. That's long back in 2018, 17 or 18. And I the moment you sit inside the car, generally I'm not very fascinated with Apples and all the other products and all, but I was fascinated with Tesla. It has some different kind of an aura. Probably it has the biggest screen that you can, everywhere there is a screen. And it's not just the screen that is everywhere, the entire experience of how that screen is placed, what is the visibility of the screen, how much it is tilted, what kind of graphics, what kind of user experience it has, and the kind of feel that you get when you sit inside the car is phenomenal. I know it's super, as in the car which I sat probably costed like more than 1 crore rupees. I was staying in an Airbnb, and then the owner had the Tesla, so she picked me up. So, and that's how I sat in the car multiple times. And but phenomenal experience when you sit in the car. So that makes it desirable. There are many factors which makes it. A lot of marketing also comes into it. The brand value that individual associates, like Steve Jobs or Elon Musk, or the the feeling that you have it inside the car, and many other factors to it. But that desirability is something that you would want to have. You can actually use user experience to build that kind of a desirability in your product. And a lot of very, very small things on Apple products, like it makes it, users don't realize it, but it makes you desire that product. So just to give you a simple example, in earlier Apple products, if anyone uses it now also, when you click on something which minimizes the window, the animation of that window going small and minimizing on the bottom dock, that animation itself is, it's not just about creating an animation. The whole idea is user experience. It basically says that, see, your window is going down here. Okay, so which means you don't have to search for that window. Where is that window again? You know that it is placed over there. Simple examples, like when you put something on trash on Apple, there's a peculiar sound on, you know, trash that goes when you put something on trash. Now, these are very small elements which makes entire experience of being experience of using Apple as a natural interface. No, those are very, very small things that Apple nowadays probably you see it pretty common. And this is what I'm talking about. The first Apple that I bought it in 2006. That point of time, these interfaces were there, where probably nobody really, as in people gave it a thought to user experience, but not very, very sensitive to user experience. Okay, so that's the kind of that's the kind of components on user experience design that you can use it to make products very desirable. Okay. Just quickly, let's move ahead with user interface. I've already discussed this, what it is, but user interface builds interfaces for digital products and services, focusing on overall look and style. It concerns with surface and overall feel of a design, including the content placements, which I said, where should I place the pause button, play button, forward button, backward button, how big it should be, whether it should be at the center, whether it should be at the bottom or top. Then it also looks at visual elements such as look and style of it, the icons of it, the color schemes, the typography, the interaction behaviors, which means simple animations that happens. Like there is one very interesting concept. I don't know if anyone knows about this. I'm sure you guys know about it. Nowadays, when you open the application, the first thing that you see on before the landing page comes is logo. Okay, when the logo comes in, earlier it used to be a static logo. Nowadays there is a logo which does very basic animation, very simple movement that takes place. Okay, and that is what the whole idea behind this is, to make interfaces lively, make interfaces as a living being, like it moves a little. Okay, earlier the interfaces were static, wahan pe ek logo aa gaya, pat, and then you get a landing screen. But over here now you get a logo which has a very small animation or a very basic animation, which makes it a lively interface, that it's a living being. That's the feeling that they want to provide. So then these are what we call it as interaction behaviors. How do we provide these interaction behaviors which end up probably making the experience a little better than static interfaces can provide. These are some examples. So if you look at the Airbnb UI, you see, so this is one. Okay, the GIF is not working. Okay, so if you look at the first image, this is how the Airbnb interface looks like. You know, and if I am a UI designer, what I would do is the second image. I would probably start looking at the explorations, like in terms of whether you look over here, where should the search bar be? Should it be on the top or should it be on the bottom? What should I really write inside the search bar? Should I just say search here, or should I say where to and then anywhere, any week, add guest, and so on? Or should I write something else? Then you see the icons that are on the top. Now over here, it's only icons. There are no text that you would see on the first image, but these are just the icons. So as a UI designer, I would start exploring whether I should combine text and icons together. I would design icon in a specific manner, or should I keep only the icons, and so on and so forth. Then you look at the image over here. In the real Airbnb website, you have an image which is like a square image with a rounded corner. Over here, probably this is what my student had designed. So that is what I'm saying, sharing with you. So you have the entire screen, which is a part of image, and so on and so forth. Then you look at the third user interface on how do you You look at the bottom icons over here, that is changed over here. Then you look at the third interface where you swipe on the left corner, and then the moment you swipe, you see you see an entire animation which is not showing in the GIF over here, surprisingly. But anyways, you swipe it on the left side, and then you will see all the filtering options over here. Whereas in the current Airbnb interface, you will see the filtering option on the right corner of the search bar. Whereas over here, I can swipe it on the left side, and then animation would open up, and I will be able to see the location type, property, or all the other filtering mechanism that exists. Okay. So this is what, as in just to give you an example, this is what user interface designers would do. They would basically design the layout, design the icons, design the visual look, feel, etc. around that. By the way, just to give you one idea, the Airbnb's user experience, at least the newer version of Airbnb, is phenomenal, and I'll tell you why. I don't know how many of you actually use Airbnb, but the new interface has a lot more appeal and a lot more attraction and a lot more motivation for the people to start traveling. Okay, if you look at GoIBbo, if you look at Make My Trip or any other similar platform, while they are very well designed, but the moment you land onto the platform, it says where do you want to go and what is the destination, as in the to and fro, basically the destination. Whereas if you go to Airbnb, they basically tell you, see that these are so many options available. You don't have to worry about where to go. Or if you are confused, don't worry, we have options for you. That's the whole idea of the new Airbnb interface, that attracts people to travel, that motivates them to travel, because a large number of users, when they come on Airbnb or any other travel platform, they are not very sure where they want to go. They are not very sure what are the dates. Like a person like me, I go onto Airbnb so many times without having any clarity on which date I am going to go. So I would always search by month, and I would randomly search for any locations or some of the preferences that I have. That again, very countrywide, not on a state or a city-wise preferences that I have. So overall, when I look at Airbnb interface, it sort of attracts people to travel, attracts people to take experiences. But when you look at GoIBbo and Make My Trip and Clear Trip and all, they are very functional, they are very user-friendly, but it does not create that desirability. It does not motivate me that, Keyur, why don't you go to this particular island or this particular beach or this particular new creative homes that are available. It just tells me that, Keyur, you need to decide where you want to go, and then we will provide you the options that are available. That's something, I don't know, it's not enough in today's world to look at it. Okay, but anyways, coming back to it, this is what user interface, some of the job roles of user interface designer would be. I'll show you one diagram, which will be very interesting for all of you, just to get your understanding of how UI works. But anyways, so as far as UI is concerned, then you basically, you would be doing the look and feel, the layout design, the color scheme, the typography, icon design, interaction behavior, visual styling, all of it, what I have mentioned. This is what, UI and UX designer really looks like. Okay. UX designer goes to UI designer with, feeds all the data, UI designer designs it and then gives it to developer develops it and gives it to user. I don't know who the author of this photograph is, so that's why I've written shamelessly copied from the internet, and I really don't know who the author is. But a wonderful picture of how the entire UX design as a journey really works. So UI is considered to be a subset of UX and often focuses on the screen UI design, the screen element to it. UI is a series of screens, pages, visual elements such as icons, buttons, etc. that enable a user to interact with a product. Whereas UX is focused on the user's journey to solve a problem, and UI is focused on how a product surfaces, look, and function. This is another more functional photograph of UX and UI, which basically what we say is UX is an element which runs on a background, which includes the navigation part of it, the information architecture part of it, the structure part of it, the understanding user needs, understanding user goals part of it, defining the features, functions, all of it. Whereas UI is more of a surfacial element where what you see on the screen, how they are placed on the screen is what the UI is considered to be. While there are very dedicated job for UI design, which basically asks you a very specific role that these are the things that you need to do, but everyone reports to UX designer. UX designer takes a call. As in, I'm saying in general manner. Okay, some companies may differ here and there, but overall, it happens that UX designer runs the show because he knows the user very well. He understands the user very well. And it's his or her job to ensure that, at the end of it, my as a user's entire journey is a very pleasant journey to be part of. A lot of companies have UX researchers also different. So there is a job profile called UX researcher or user researcher. There is a job profile called UX designer, and there is a job profile called UI designer. Some of the companies, they expect the UX designer to be also doing the UI design job. So that varies with the company. But companies like Google, Facebook, and the bigger companies who can really afford to have a large number of designers in their team, they would end up having a UX and a UI designer very different. In companies and startups where they are very less design sensitive or they have little understanding of design, in general, they would just put up any kind of a role saying that I'm looking for UI designer, and then they would do UX, UI, everything, because probably at that stage, they don't know the difference between UI and UX. And so it varies with the company, but big companies do have a different UX researcher, user experience designer, and user interface designer. Okay, so that was about UI, the UX design and the UI design and the difference that we have between UX and UI design. Now, let me introduce you guys to the UX design methods, and especially the one method that we will be discussing it in detail. And that's a very well accepted and very well practiced method. So there are three kind of methods which are commonly seen. Of course, there are multiple other methods also, but three kind of methods when it comes to designing user experiences. The first one, which is a very commonly accepted method, as I said, in the industry and overall in general in the UX domain, which is the user-centered design or human-centered design, or sometimes it is also called goal-directed design. We'll explain why is it called goal-directed design and so on. The second one is activity-centered design, and the third one is genius design. During the course, entire course, we will only be talking about the human-centered design or a goal-oriented design or a goal-directed design process, and not the activity-centered and genius design. However, at this stage, I'll just very briefly introduce what they are, and if you guys are interested, you can take it. But fundamentally, the human-centered design or user-centered design is very well accepted. Now, when it comes to user-centered design, it basically says that user knows the best. They understand their needs, problems, and desires. And the entire goal or the objective of this user-centered design method is that we need to focus on the user needs and user goals. It could be anything. We will discuss about the examples later on. But largely, we have to ensure that whatever user needs are that are fulfilled or that are satisfied, and the user goals are there, those user goals are accomplished by the user when they use our product. A simple user goal could be to commute from location A to location B without much of a hassle, sitting at the convenience of our home and having a very specific car or a specific commute method. So then someone would say that, okay, Uber allows you to do that. It helps you to move from one location to another and so on and so forth. So in a nutshell, it basically helps you to achieve that specific goal. Over here, users are the key player guiding the design. They are involved largely at every stage of the design process. And it is the job of designer, all of us, that we need to translate the user needs and goals into design decisions. Right. So in the user-centered design process, users are the focus, users are the key. And at every stage of the process, we involve them, we ask them questions, and we do a lot of things with users. We'll come to that in detail. And this is also called a goal-oriented design, largely because we are focusing on the user goals. Okay, as in we will explain the task and goals a little later. But because we are constantly focusing on the user goal, that is why it is also called goal-oriented design or a goal-directed design process. Okay, there are 5 major stages when it comes to user-centered design process, which is research, modeling, requirement, framework, and detailed design. When it comes to research, we look at the project scope, we look at the competitive analysis, stakeholder and expert interviews, and user research and observation methods. Don't worry, I will go into every section in detail, but this is just an overview that I'm giving it to you. Fundamentally, research is the phase where we are trying to understand about the domain, understand what competition is doing, and understand about the users, about the goals, needs, and mental models of the user. The second stage is where once we have done a lot of research, once we have a good understanding of the domain, the competition, and about the user, we start analyzing them. We start modeling them in such a way that all of these domain knowledge and the user knowledge, we can convert that into suitable design decisions so that it can be implemented into a solution and the user finds the user experience of the product much better than what the competition can provide. So this is a stage where we do a lot of analysis of the data that we have gathered, which means we'll do thematic and affinity analysis. We will look at the activity diagrams and look at the decision trees. I'll explain the purpose of it when we reach up to that stage. Once the analysis is done, the third stage is where we start getting an idea about what the product is going to be. What I mean by this is that we will have an understanding that it's going to be a mobile application which will, or maybe it's going to be a mobile application which will help a user buy items online from the convenience of their home. Okay, it's that broader level of understanding that we have about what the solution is going to be. Okay, so that's what we come up as a part of requirement, into which we define the problem statement and vision statement. We also ideate on the kind of solutions that we should be thinking on. We look at the features and functions that becomes part of it. We eventually create personas and we build scenarios. In a nutshell, scenarios are a set of a storyboard which will help us and others also understand how the user will use the product. And finally, the fourth stage is the framework. Once we have an idea about what the solution is going to be and what the functions and features are, we start converting that information into a structured format, which we call it as an information architecture. Then we look at the system navigation, we create task flows and user flows, giving an idea about how the user will use the product and how the user will accomplish whatever the goal he or she has. And then we also look at the wireframing part of it, where we start detailing the design segment, which means now, because the full features, functions, and the structure and everything has been defined, now we put up as a part of wireframe design, which basically is a very strong part of a user interface design. We look at the system behaviors, we look at some kind of information visualization, and overall we look at the user interface. So these are the 5 stages of the design process, and we will cover each stage in detail. Okay, but fundamentally, just to give you a quick overview, research is where we get the domain understanding, we get the user understanding, and we get the competitive analysis, or we know what competition is doing. Second is a stage where we analyze all the data and structure that in such a way that can be converted into certain design decisions. The third stage is where we know what the product is going to be, not in detail, but at a higher level idea. And we define the problems, we define the persona, we ideate upon what should be the solution. Finally, the fourth one is where we actually convert all the features and functions and everything that we have conceptualized as a part of our ideation process into a structure, into a framework, into something that can be directly put up as a back end of the whole user experience that we are designing. And finally, the fifth phase is where we detail the design in form of creating the wireframes and building low fidelity prototypes and doing some user interface exercises as a part of it. So that's all in all about user-centered design or a goal-directed design process. Now coming to activity-centered design only focuses on the activity part of it. What I mean over here is activity is basically a cluster of actions and decisions that are done to accomplish a task. Okay, so for example, it says that making a cake in oven or switching on the light. These are smaller activities. And let me first give you an understanding of what is the difference between a goal and an activity. Goal is typically a larger umbrella into which you perform a series of tasks or series of activities to accomplish that goal. So a goal could be to eat and satisfy hunger, whereas I can do 10 and thousands of activities and 10 thousands of tasks to achieve that goal of satisfying the hunger. I can either make a sandwich, or maybe I can make a dosa, or maybe I can make something else. And 10 different things I can do it. So this is where the difference between activity and goal is, where the prior design process talked about the goal-directed design process. This activity-centered design process says that you focus on that activity. Now, the problem with this particular approach is when you are focusing on that activity, often it happens that you end up missing out onto the goal, which means you are not focusing onto the goal, but you are just focusing onto an activity, which maybe for that activity it is a good process, it's a good thing to do, but whether it helps the user to achieve that goal is something we will not be aware of, or we will not be really looking into it. And that is why we don't really prefer an activity-centered design, and we would always want to go with a goal-centered design, because at the end of it, what user is looking at not as an activity, but user is looking for a goal to satisfy the hunger. Now, you will design a series of tasks, a series of activities to help him or her satisfy the hunger. That is what you will do a user research, and ensure that you only give them a sandwich because they like a sandwich, or you give them pasta because they like pasta, and not just random material and they don't like it. But then the issue over activity-centered design is because it only focuses on the smaller activity of it, we end up missing out onto the goal of it. The problem, as I said, focuses narrowly on the tasks or activity than actually the broader set of goals. And the problem with that kind of approach is sometimes the actual problem or the actual goal is missed out because we are just focusing on a smaller set of activities and tasks. That is why it's not a very, very actively used design process. Finally, the third one, which is a genius design process. Now, genius design process, you must have already identified by the name, is that it is made for geniuses. Or rather, let me put it up this way, that this particular process is to be adopted by experienced designers. And what I mean by experienced designer is that a designer who has experience in one domain for a longer period of time. Say, for example, a person like me who has probably 15 years of experience, but in varied domain, may not be using this genius design method because I have experience, but it is in a varied domain. So tomorrow, if someone tells me that we are working on a healthcare project, I would not prefer to use a genius design process because despite having a number of years of experience, I may not have a good understanding about the users in the healthcare ecosystem and in general an understanding about the healthcare. So then genius design is not a good idea. But yes, if I would have been working in healthcare in that very specific domain for probably 10 years, then I may be considered as an experienced designer over there. And at that point of time, I may not go to the users, but entire decision or a large set of decisions, I make it based on my own prior experiences. So here what happens is decisions are taken based on the wisdom and experience of a designer to make all the design decisions, and we generally don't consult much to the users. You may do it here and there is no rule to it that you can't, but largely it is a designer's decision on what functions, features, what solutions, etc. will be taken care of. So that is why it is called a genius designer. It's a very designerly driven process, and it needs to be practiced by experienced designers. The benefit for genius design processes, it has a shorter timeline. It is fast, it is quick, and it's a very personal way to work and reflect designers' own sensitivity. And one of the example is an iPod, Apple iPod, where designer said that, see guys, I will design it for you because I know what you need rather than you know. So I will design it for you and I will give it to you. So yeah, so that's a third process. That is a genius design process. There are multiple other processes that you may be hearing it here and there, but fundamentally all of the process would come under an umbrella of a genius, of a human-centered design process or a goal-oriented design process. Great. See, this is what we just discussed about, the 5 stages that we have, that is research, modeling, requirements, framework, then design detailing or the refinement, and then we go for the development part. That is what I have written over here. While this currently looks a linear process, in which means you basically complete one thing and then go to the next, but I just want to inform everyone over here that it's an iterative process, which means that at any stage of the design process, wherever you feel lost, you can always go back to the previous stage, or always go back to users, or always go back to any kind of a stage that you want. Okay, it's an iterative process, which means you design something, evaluate, design something, evaluate, design something, evaluate, till you reach to a point where you think that now users have accepted whatever your proposal you have made. So please do not consider this as a linear process, but it's an iterative process into which we can always go back to the previous state and always go back to the users whenever we want or whenever we are confused about it. Okay, before we actually get into a specific segment of research, let's try and understand what kind of briefs you would get. Okay, now these are not the exhaustive list of the kind of design briefs or design problems that you would have, but some or the other way you would end up having a brief which is near to something that I am actually explaining it to. So the first kind of design brief is you get it is where you have a design brief with a very specific problem given by the client. They know the problem, they know where they are lacking, and they would come up with that particular problem and tell you to solve it. Second design brief is where your broader framework comes in, which means they know that there is some issue that is there with the product, but they don't really know where exactly is the problem. And that is where your job comes in, that you not just design a solution, but you also help them find a dedicated, a specific problem and then design a solution. And the third is, which is very exploratory in nature, which generally the academician or the research labs do, where you have a technology or a research driven or a future driven project into which there is no very dedicated direction to it, but it's more of an exploration. And let me give you an example for that. So the first one is a design brief with a very specific problem, which basically says that users are complaining about a particular problem and help us solve that problem. So say tomorrow, maybe a business guy or maybe someone higher authority would come and tell you that, hey, KU, this checkout button, what we realize that users are going onto a platform, e-commerce platform, but they don't see checkout button available altogether. Okay, so the checkout button is not found on an e-commerce platform. If you look at this particular problem, they know that there is a specific issue with the checkout button. Either you change the placement of the checkout button so that whenever a user is searching or whenever he is looking at a product detail page, the user can also see the checkout button. So he can simply, or rather when the user is looking at the cart with all the product, user can see where the checkout button is. They can click on that checkout button. So here your job is to identify where should we really place the checkout button so that it becomes clearly visible for the user and they can click onto it. So here the problems are pretty well defined and you are supposed to do a little bit of investigation and then design a solution for that. When it comes to a problem, which is, sorry, not a specific, but a broader framework, at that point of time, someone like a CEO would come and say that, see, guys, our new product is a business failure. It's not working. It's not selling. It's not performing. Something like, see, we launched a new mobile phone, but it's not selling. People are finding it out of style, and people are finding that this particular mobile phone's user interface is not appealing. Now over here, these are broader terms. What do we mean by out of style? What is the user interface not appealing? Okay. So here the design team's job is to first figure out what exactly is not working with them. Why is it that the product is not selling? Why is it that or what it is that the user interface, what part of the user interface is it that the users are now not finding it appealing, or what is it that the users find it out of style? And this is something which is which probably all of you may have experienced. There's a very common problem statement for Nokia. Nokia was the early market entrance and they captured the huge market in India. They were the market leaders in the country. And then you realize that in some largely 4, 5, 6 years time period, they completely lost everything. They went bankrupt, not just in India, everywhere in the world. Now, what happened over there? One of the reasons was they could not really develop themselves with technology. Why? When they entered the market, they captured the market because of the simplicity of the application, simplicity of the whole interface, the simplicity of the product, and the durability of the product that had. But then once the technology grew, once the people grew, once the people had mobile phones, they were not just looking for something which is durable and which is something basic, but they were looking for something which was little extravagant, which was to that technology, to that date of the technology, and so on and so forth. Just to give you an example, if you actually take Nokia 5,000 rupees phone, and if you would have taken Nokia N series phone, I don't know if anyone has ever tried that, but those are like 27, 28,000 rupees phone that point of time, as in 2000, early 2000 I'm talking about. The user interface looked exactly the same. The icons were same. The whole flow of how you make a call to how you open an application, how you download an email, whatever, all of it worked exactly the same. While one of the logic behind that was that if you jump, Nokia's logic, that if you jump from a 5,000 rupees phone to 10,000 rupee phone, you don't have to learn anything new. You can simply adopt to a new phone. But users did not find that appealing, because if I am spending 30,000 rupees from a 5,000 rupee phone, I would want something more luxurious into the phone. I should have that feeling to it. Just having a camera added to it does not create that feeling to it. Now, probably Nokia, or not probably, but Nokia did not understand it and followed the entire product cycle in the way they were following with these user interface guidelines, and it backfired them. Okay, initially it worked for them because there was little, they were the first entrant. It was cheaper and they had very good products at the end of it, but then they could not uplift themselves with the technology, and this sort of died down. And this is where this particular broader framework kind of a problem statement comes in, that you really don't know where the problem is. Now, it is the design team who will figure out what the problem is. It is the design team who will figure out that, see, this is user interface. While you think it is very easy to adopt and easy to learn, users don't find it appealing because I cannot show off myself saying that mera 30,000 rupees ka phone hai, and then this has something entirely different. You know, there was a period of time in Indian mobile phone industry where, especially if you go to panwalas and those, panwalas, chaiwalas and all, they would want to use a complex application, or they would want to use a complex phone to show that they know technology. And that was an early 2000 to 2010 or 12 period of time, where knowing a complex thing was showing off that, "Arey, tumhe ye nahi aata hai. I will teach you how to do it." You know? So that's the whole. And you would have also seen those Chinese phones, those who are daily wage workers, or if you would have traveled in Mumbai metro, ऊपर की जेब में phone रख के जाते, इतना loud speaker में गाना बजता है, पूरे गांव को सुनाई देता है. And you know, they would. So that was the kind of behavior people had. You know, when they adopted phones, or when they started using the phone, nobody would keep a headphone over there. Nobody. I had a friend who had a wonderful incident where she had something on her t-shirt, as in upper part of the t-shirt, and she had a very tiny headphone, and she was traveling in Mumbai local, and she was speaking. Okay, And people thought that she's crazy because people could not see her headphone and people could not see the mic which was kept on the shirt. Okay, so then people thought, "Arey, ye akile akile kyun bol rahi hai ladki?" Now that's while the technology may be very fascinating that point of time in 2008, 9, kare, itna chota hai, everything comes into you, nobody will figure out. But it is in a public space, it's an awkward situation for someone where everyone is staring at you and saying that why is this girl speaking alone? Yeah? So the point being it is that there was a time in Indian and not just Indian but all over the world, at always some point of time there was a period where users' behaviors were very complex in a sense to understand. Now you still have a lot more common factors that are associated with user behavior, or largely the same age group. But when the technology is evolving, when the technology is coming in the new hands of, as in the people's hand for the first time, their behaviors are very, very different. That is why Chinese phone now, no Chinese phone comes up with these large loudspeakers. The Chinese phone sold based on the entire gamut of I'm having a big loudspeaker so you can listen to music. Now nobody comes with that kind of a phone, right? I have done studies for Nokia, into which we were studying that Nokia was a very early company who came up with this mobile data, in a sense that you can download email, you can download wallpapers, you can download songs, and so on and so forth. So Nokia 2008 I'm talking about, they said that let's do something in understanding why are people not really in India not adopting the way we had anticipated that they would adopt this internet-based stuff. Then in Mumbai there is a Crawford market or some other market where you get all the technology gadgets and everything. Then I somehow figured that out. There is this place which Nokia was also very, very keen on, and I had also heard about it. So I went over there, and there was so fascinating that market where you could go and buy 1 GB data for 50 rupees. In that 1 GB data, you would get songs, movies, wallpapers, divorce, whatever you ask for. You just go and bring that phone over there. They would take a pen drive, put all the data, and then so people did not find spending money on Nokia to buy a wallpaper or a song which would probably cost a lot. I would go and buy pirated data, pirated movies, pirated porn films, pirated songs, pirated photographs, all of it. And whenever I'm tired, I will go back again and spend another 50 rupees. 1 GB of data in 50 rupees in 2008. That was a mammoth activity. So it's so fascinating that that the way the Indian ecosystem worked at the initial stage of the mobile phone penetration that came in India, and this is the kind of stage what we are looking at in terms of a second design brief, where you don't know where the problem lies, and your job is to first figure out the problem and then go and sort of figure out the solution that you're going to design. Okay. Then you have a third kind of a problem statement, which I just mentioned, where you have, again, sorry for the specific problem, it's not a specific problem, but it's a technology-driven or a future-driven direction. Say, for example, Nokia, again, the flexible flexible handle devices, the deformable interactions, that what I have worked on. We started discussing with Nokia and saying that let's see what we can really do. Can we build some patents on flexible displays and so on? That's how we started working on it. And there was no specific brief. We just knew that there is a technology. The electronics will also become transparent. The electronics will also become flexible. And there is a possibility that we probably will be able to use devices which are flexible in nature. So if this potential comes in, what new use cases could we develop it? And that's how the exploration starts, saying that, okay, maybe let's try flexible in healthcare, let's try flexible for a specific other use case like education, etc., etc. So this is the third domain where you don't really have a very dedicated brief. You don't really have a dedicated outcome also. You just know that there is a technology. This technology has potential in something, and let us try to utilize that technology and see if it really works with the user. If it works, then probably it's a good idea that we invest more money and build a product out of it. And that's what Meta is also working, or Facebook is also working, right? They are extensively putting all the efforts, all the money, all the marketing into virtual reality, thinking that the virtual reality has the potential to change and overcome all the issues that you find it on mobile phones. So the whole vision is that you will have a form factor which is like a spectacle or a sunglasses that you would have, and you will be able to see virtual reality using those sunglasses or using those spectacles, so that tomorrow nobody needs a phone. Whenever you want, you can convert that into specs. Whenever you want, you can convert that into a virtual reality device. Or even to go further, you can convert that into an augmented reality or extended reality device. So that's the whole idea. And then what they started with when they bought Oculus at the when in 2013, they just started exploring. Let's see what we can do, what potential. They may have some idea that what potential it has got, but then they put up teams, they collaborate with academicians, build various use cases, think about what we can do, what users like, what users find the potential with, and so on and so forth. And that's the third kind of a design brief, where you have everything driven through a technology without any kind of a clear and a definite outcome to it, but it's more exploratory in nature. Generally, this kind of a work you would see in research labs, as an industry-based research labs, big companies like Google's and Microsoft's and Facebook's and all come up with. And you would see an academic setup where, again, we don't have any kind of a commercial or business interest at the end of it. So that's where you would generally see all the kind of work taking place.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, design means, where options are what something looks like, colors and patterns, shapes and lines, or how something is used / function, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So once we are done with the design brief and these all the three design briefs, now let's go into the specific process part of it. Okay. The first one is research. The first stage of the design process is research. Before we go into what research is and what component of research we will be covering and what we should be learning, let's try and understand why is it that the research is very important. The first and the foremost important thing is it speeds up the decision-making process, because it prevents opinion-based wrangling among the team members. Now, which is going to happen often, that you will be working in a team and not working alone. Maybe only in this point of time you'll be working alone, but later on, once you join a company, you'll be working in a team. Often people have different opinions about one thing, like the one way Komal was saying that, I think that the users are thinking this way. What happens when we have 10 people or maybe 5 people working in one project and everyone has a different opinion? Now you can't really go and fight with each other. So what you do is you conduct research, and based on this research, you start making the decision. This might look a very small point, but this is one of the major friction point among the team members, among different teams also, whenever they want to make any kind of a design decision, if it is not well backed with research, they would eventually fight among themselves, giving their personal opinion about one person they interacted with or two person they interacted with, which is not how it should really work. Because when you do a research, you end up interacting with very good number of people, which becomes the basis of your opinion, and that becomes a very good method of making any kind of a decision. So research helps us speeds the decision making process, and of course it removes all the wrangling, all the frictions that happens among the team members. And then the second, it is easier to convince people that you have a good design, and especially not just people, the clients, that you have a good design. And we just had a question saying that how do I convince the client that this is the correct thing to do? You again don't go to the client and say, because I think that the recommendations or the best film should be presented at the top. It doesn't work that way. When it is something that is backed by research, when it is something that has been coming from the users, it is easier to convince, saying that this is what user wants, this is what our study says. So might as well put it up, rather than, because I feel that this is how it should be. It should not work that way. So these are the two major reasons why research is very, very critical. Now, when it comes to research, what are the different stages that we get involved in? The first one is we define the scope. We basically define the project goals and define the schedule of it. This is something we will not get into so much of detail, because there are many people doing it, but it's something what we just discussed. You have a project brief in front of you, and based on the project brief, you start working. So the scope, you consider that as a project brief only. You may want to a little bit consider about the timeline that you have, the financial constraints that you have, and so on and so forth. The team members you have, and any other elements that are required from the client side is something that you would want to know about it, because all of it eventually impacts it. Like if you have just a 2-day timeline, probably it's impossible for you to go and do a contextual inquiry. But if you have, say, a month timeline, then you can still go and do a contextual inquiry, understand about the users and so on. Okay. So those factors do matter, but at this point of time, you just consider that as a project brief that has been given to you. Once that project brief has been given, and for this particular project or this particular Intellipaat course, you will not have any kind of timelines, any kind of constraint in terms of finances, in terms of any other logistical issues around it. You will have some limitations with the timeline, that we want to follow a specific timeline, but otherwise you are generally open-ended, and I want to keep it a little open-ended because it gives a room for exploration. So we'll keep it open-ended. That once that project is well defined, the second thing what you do is you do an audit. What audit really means is you basically review the existing work and review the existing product. You may have heard these terms like competitive analysis or competition analysis or similar kind of a term. In a nutshell, what you do is you basically look at 3 or 4 or 5 very core competitors that you have. If I'm Amazon, then I would look at maybe Snapdeal and Flipkart and maybe one more. Look at the competition, what they are doing, review what they are doing, what they are good at and what they are bad at. And once you figure out what they are bad at, you try to improve upon it, and this becomes your unique selling, your unique position among the customers. You also start reading certain papers, reading articles, authentic articles, in case if you have time. We'll come into a lot more detail, but audit is a period where you would basically understand what has happened in that domain, what work has happened in that domain. Then you go for stakeholder and expert interviews. Stakeholder interviews is something that you can understand about the product vision, what are the limitations, if there are any limitations in the current product, in the team that they have, as a company that they have, what are the constraints that they have. If they have conducted any kind of user studies, then can they share the data with your team, any kind of findings, any kind of loopholes that they know about it. All of it you would want to learn from the stakeholders. And expert is something that you can do it, this process expert interviews you can conduct any point of time. It doesn't have to be the way I am putting it over here, but expert interviews are very good to get a glimpse of the domain in a very, very quick manner, rather than reading for 3 or 4 days all the papers and all the articles and everything. When you go and talk to an expert, you get a very good amount of information within 2 to 3 hours. Say, for example, if you are working for neurosurgeons or doctors, very specific eye doctors or neurosurgeons, then that point of time, you have no understanding about eye surgeon or a neurosurgeon. What you do is you maybe go to an expert who has good 15-20 years of expertise as a neurosurgeon, and probably go and interview them, understand about the kind of challenges they face and so on and so forth. So gathering domain is what we do as an expert interview. Then you would go to user research, which is the most important part of the research part, where we try and understand about the users, understand about the needs, problems, their behavior, their motivations of why they are doing it, their way of solving the problems that they have, the challenges they face, the goals they have, and so on and so forth. So these are the stages of the entire design process, entire research part of the design process that we will be following it.
So let me just get started. So the UX portfolio is the most important weapon which will help you get a job or start your own startup and all. So because UX portfolio is a representation of you as a designer, and it communicates a lot about who you are, what you can do, and how you can add value to an organization or a product. So UX portfolio is basically, it's a manifestation of you as a personality, and also about how you can contribute at large. So I will talk around multiple aspects of UX portfolio, which tells everything. Portfolio is a big time strategy thing. So an effective portfolio is basically an effective strategy that you're creating. Because when you are about to give an interview, the first interview that usually happens is a getting to know each other kind of an interview. And that getting to know phase is something where people will not spend 1 hour with you. They will spend half an hour with you. And in that half an hour, it's kind of a T20 match. So you have to tell everything, present your best self within that half an hour. So it's basically more of a design work than a strategy work. That how can you, and also of this half an hour, you will have, questions from your hiring manager. You will have questions. You will ask questions. You will have an introduction session. So effectively, you will get roughly 25 minutes to present your portfolio, and it will be mostly online, right? So this is something which happens once you cross a fine border when someone shortlists your portfolio. So when we have an open position, then we receive more than hundreds of portfolios for that open position. And you have to be empathetic to the hiring manager, that a hiring manager is a human being. No machine does screening of the portfolios. So a portfolio is screened for say 5 minutes, 10 minutes at maximum. If your hiring manager is diligently screening all the portfolios, and then your portfolio will be shortlisted for the next round. So your hiring manager is basically getting 5-10 minutes to roughly go through your portfolio, and that person screens your portfolio, and then the recruitment partners, they fix up meeting with you. So the half an hour call. So that half an hour call means that your online portfolio or the unspoken portfolio has actually qualified itself, right? So that's why I'm trying to break down the entire journey of a portfolio screening, because then you will understand the strategy behind it, and then you can plan it accordingly. Because simply creating projects and adding them in a portfolio will not help. I am telling you honestly, it needs a lot of planning and storyboarding. It's almost like making a movie. So basically if you see, there are two major aspects. One is the unspoken aspect, where you are actually, you have your website and someone lands up to your website, or you have applied to a job where your website link is there, and the hiring manager opens the link, clicks the link, and when that person clicks the link for the first time, they will, like scan through very fast over all the projects that you have highlighted, and they'll try to, discover attributes which makes you special, and which, attributes which will make you valuable to add values in the organization. And then that second meeting will be fixed. And then if you're applying for Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Facebook, all those big short MNCs, and then you will go through lots of rounds of portfolio review. You will have 6 rounds at least to qualify for a job. But that first round is the most important round. So, Google did a really fantastic job by laying down. This is a public post, so you can also find it. So if we go through the points shared by Google, which are like the general guides. So how do you prepare your design portfolios that highlight your experience? So include at least 3 to 5 case studies that highlight your range of experience and skills. See, Google is a very minimalistic, the way they communicate is through core words, through minimalistic emphasis, but every word matters. Like that highlight your range of experience and skills. This is an important line. Range of experience means that how versatile you are, whether you have worked on mobile and web, whether you have worked on Android and iOS, whether you have worked on like B2B and B2C projects, whether you have worked on uh, like uh, like research, whether you have worked on design systems, whether you have worked on like high detailed crafts, or whether you have worked on your self-driven projects, whether you have worked on projects for companies or projects for startups, whether you have worked on incubation or maintenance projects. So this range of experience is actually talking about a lot of things. So this is where we will mostly, try to prepare a story. In that part, we will discuss more. Then show your end-to-end process and clearly articulate the user problem and final solution. This may include, but is not limited to, sketches, wireframes, mockups, and prototypes. Right. Then what is more important, if you see, they have marked it in bold, because most of the times what happens is that in your portfolio you will present, this is the user research I have done. I have done lots of qualitative research, lots of quantitative research, data gathering, data synthesis. So you may be speaking of like actually you'll be speaking of so many things that sometimes becomes impossible for one individual to do. But many a times it happens that we are part of a team and there are different team members who are taking care of different stuff. So it is very important to call out your role, that I was part of UI, I was part of research, I was part of design system, or I was part of the prototyping or high fidelity animations. Whatever it is, you have to call out. And then you may be part of one or two roles also. But it is extremely important to create the structure of your team and what is your role. So typically a project, if you say that this is a XYZ project, then you have to mention that this project is created in 3 months. There was a team of 4 members, and then these were the roles of these 4 members, and this was my role in it, right? Then include visuals and explanations. We recommend sharing both visuals and text within each case study to describe your entire problem. Tip is consider using infographics, diagrams, and other visuals to quickly communicate ideas and tell the story. This is also extremely important point, because as I mentioned, like if you have an opening in Google, and invariably there will be like 500 or 600 applications for single opening, and then that opening will be mapped to one hiring manager who is working in Google. That person has to go through or scan all those interested profiles, because it's a very difficult and tedious process. You don't know who is what, who has done what work. So you have to check all the examples, all the portfolios, and in that run, so basically you have to think about portfolio accessibility. Like in portfolio accessibility is not related to someone having impaired vision, someone having other disabilities, visible or invisible disabilities, but it is about the ease of grabbing the essence of your portfolio in limited time with maximum impact. So this is extremely important. So that's why Google recommends to use infographics, diagrams, and other visuals to quickly communicate ideas and tell the stories. Then provide context. So in the absence of presenting a portfolio, ensure someone can view it, navigate it, know the exact problem and solution you developed without having questions about how you did it. So creating your portfolio is actually a project in itself. You have to create user flow. You have to create an entire navigation model, that this is how someone will land in my portfolio. This is how I will draw someone to click this thing to see that. This is how that person is going to come out of that. And this is how, so at no point of time that person should feel lost, that I don't know what to do, how to come out of it. And all those unspoken questions should be answered automatically by virtue of your design, the way the portfolio is designed. So this actually, that's why you have to refer to a lot of good portfolios which are proven portfolios. People with that portfolio, someone has then you can follow the style and the benchmark that they have done, and you can also fall in the same pattern and bring good results. Then these are some essential questions that Google says that you should question yourself. That is, my portfolio easy to follow and user friendly? Does each case study reflect how I drive my design thinking and process? And does the visual style reflect my level of craft and attention to detail? So, couple of things to look at. One thing is that does each case study reflect how I drive my design thinking and process? So, process and design thinking and how you are solving the problem. What are steps you took to solve the problem should be communicated extremely well in all the projects that you show. And does the visual style reflect my level of craft and attention to detail? So when I talk about craft and attention to detail, it's all about the finesse of your final end product, the UI or the micro interactions and everything, which you bring. So does the visual style reflect or do justice to it? So this is also another important thing. So if you are creating your portfolio, this is a single thing which you can get it online. Google portfolio, UX design portfolio tips, and you can download it. You can take a printout of it. And once you're creating your portfolio, this is just a very small, quick checklist where you are actually touching upon all these important points. Right. So now we will slowly go into like preparing the story part of the portfolio. So when we say, so this is, I think this is quite simple and easy to understand, but we will understand more once we do a deep dive into some case studies and see what exactly Google was meaning when they were saying it. So first thing is that how do you prepare your story? So currently we are trying to talk about this second point, that how do you prepare your story? So let me just quickly share an example. So this is a portfolio website created by someone called Pratibha Joshi. So she works in Google. She worked in Microsoft before, and her portfolio is also extremely easy to follow, pretty decent and all. So see how effectively this person has communicated who she is, where she is working on, and then this is this about section, which is also very important because people will not only hire your skills, but they will also try to look for a team member who will gel well with the team. They will like to know more beyond your work. So this about section is extremely clearly defined that where she is from and how she started her career and all. And then the detailed stuff are all kept in the resume section. Then she is fond of creating illustrations. She loves to do photography and all, which is like quite typical of any designer about me section. Like usually designers do touch upon other creative aspects other than their discipline, and this is something which is a nice way to communicate that this is who I am, this is who you will be or who I will be working with. So this gives and even this photograph of her in this nice background, this also communicates that she is extremely sensitive towards these nice spaces and all. So this is a really nice way of communicating the about me section. So what did I exactly mean by preparing a story? So you have to first of all prepare your foundation story. That okay, how many projects do I need to add in my portfolio, and what kind of projects do I need to add in my portfolio? So imagine like this is kind of your portfolio section. So we just quickly create a simulation. So this is kind of my portfolio. So this is project one. So typically, okay, so what is that preparing a story part? So let us discuss this. So imagine that this is my project one, and you have to first make this high level strategy that from the Google guideline you can see you cannot add more than 5 projects. More than 5 projects will be too much to cover for anyone in a portfolio interview. So there will be 3 core projects which you have to work on. So first one, then you have to work on the second project, and then you have to work on the third project. So, and also one thing to keep in mind is that all these 3 projects should bring their own flares. So they should not look like repetitive and in the same formula being added again and again and again. So that is something which has to be very carefully you have to take care of. Now there are various aspects that you will be covering. For example, you will be covering design thinking. Design thinking, you will be covering out of all those 3 projects, one of the projects will be where you have done the highest level of problem solving. I mean, you are satisfied, your mentors are satisfied. So problem solving is done at the highest level. Then there will be areas. Let me make several copies of these. So this is kind of the strategy that you have to create. That okay, what are things, what are my core areas? Because there will be someone in your batch who will be extremely good with craft skills. So let's add craft skills. So what is craft skill? Craft skill is how good you are in creating your component system, or how good you are in creating your red lines, which are the developer hand of final figmas, and how good you are with micro interactions and creating animated prototypes across. So these are all your craft skills. So your finer UI skills and your finer execution skills. Then you will have skills like design system, which you can create. Then maybe you can have skills like where you have collaboration. So these are all different roles actually, if you see. Then you can have role like where you have done a detailed design research, and this is something which will show you, highlight you as design research, that this is my highest or most valuable contribution. So when we talk about this part, that highlight your experience, tell us clearly identify your role and impact in each case study, and highlight any cross-functional collaboration. So if most of you are working and creating projects of your own, if you are not working on a real life project, then the first problem that happens is that that project is a hypothetical project. It is never coded, it is never released to the end user, it is never a live project. So I guess most of you will be having this kind of anxiety that for fresher all the projects will be like that. So how do we create or how do we create impact through that? So I will talk about projects which you can take up. So this is heuristic evaluation. Heuristic evaluation you can do, and then heuristic evaluation will be followed by a redesign. Heuristic evaluation followed by redesign. So this will be another level of project that you can add. And then there will be projects which are heavy with micro interactions. You can have projects where you have done usability testing, and so all these 3 projects, will have either of these options, either of these things. So basically you are a superhero ninja and you have all these skills, but you don't want to put all these skills in all the projects, so people will be bored. So if you say, and it's also not that you have to put everything together, so you have to put that, okay, out of all these things, so this is kind of your Pandora box. This is something from where you'll be choosing. So you will think that, okay, out of all these things, and there can be even more. So it's not that the list is not limited to this. So you may think that, okay, I as a designer, I think my design systems understanding and my craft skills are my highest thing. So I am a really, really good person with my craft. Got it. Then the second thing is that I am fairly good with design research. And then the other thing I can do is that my problem solving skills are really good, and I can club my problem solving with design thinking, and I will do it around heuristic evaluation and the redesign project. So this is something that I will do, or I can even mark this design research with this thing. So I will do it around heuristic evaluation, and I will do a redesign, and I will do problem solving, design thinking, little bit of design research, and I will do maybe usability testing at the end. So this will create a fair amount of good balance of things that you want to showcase. So when you say that what all, and then collaboration is something which you can say that I will add across, and okay, micro interactions I can put over there. So this project will be bang on my craft skills. And then collaboration is something which you can say that, okay, these are the two things, and I believe that okay, chalo, these two projects I can talk about a more detailed collaboration, or it can be either way. Or it can be three projects also. So it depends that how you want to frame. So this is kind of the first level of strategy that you are creating. That okay, on a high level, I will have this particular on a high level, I will have the first project, and then this is also important. Which one should be your first project? To start with this, or to start with this, or to start with this? Because the first impression is the most important impression. So you can say that okay, this craft skill or this particular project, I can add it as my maybe third project. So this is always the best way to exit an interview is that when you show extremely high level craft with interactions and animations and all those stuff, and then you conclude the interview, then people will be like, wow, this is like a really, he knows all the processes, problems and everything, and at the same time he's doing this. And okay, so this is kind of the second project which you can put like this, and then the first project can be like this. So the first, second and third project can be in this order. So now you know that okay, I have actually found these three things. I have, this is kind of the kind of craft or the kind of narration I want to communicate with these are all my skill sets that I want to sell in through my portfolio in the form of three projects. So this is a UX UI case study. This is a project from scratch. Someone actually created a project for people to, so this is the project actually, a go-to social app for discovering great products. It's kind of an e-commerce application that someone created from scratch. It is a hypothetical project. 3 months were spent, 2 people were involved, and this is kind of the problem statement, user verbatims, the solution, the design process, user research, primary research, right? Key insights from survey, qualitative research, key insight from interviews, then secondary research, and affinity mapping, research outcome, competitor analysis, target market, then you have user personas, then you have empathy maps, then you have user journey map, then you have as is user flow, then you have to be user flow, then you have ideas, and after those ideas, you will have the task analysis, then card sorting, then information architecture, then visual language, color palette, logo design, sketch, mid fidelity wireframes, and then this is the high fidelity wireframe. So this should be one project for sure, but not all three projects. You will not have time also to show. See, in this project, the craft skills are shown at a high level. So if you take up one of these projects where you have a problem solving skill, like for example, you have found that these days people that Uber and Ola taxis, majority of the metro cities, people are facing a problem that this taxi business is not working because the drivers know where the destination is and they're refusing to go. So I am creating a taxi portal which solves this problem, and there will be no refusal. So the design is such that there will be no refusal. It will be a win-win for all. So you're finding a problem. Then you are talking to people who are using Ola, Uber, both the drivers as well as passengers. You are finding core insights. Then you are creating the survey. So you're doing primary and secondary research. And after that, you are actually creating that entire new project incubation flow, which I just now shared. But that actually is one of the projects. Someone will go through it. You can have two projects also in the same manner. But while presenting, you should actually emphasize for that call. So I just, before starting, I mentioned there are two levels of your portfolio. One portfolio is the website portfolio, where people will go and then they will find everything and then they will come out of it and then they will shortlist you. So if it is a formula based thing, all the projects are in the same way, people will think that it's a no-brainer for you. Like you just take projects, put it in the grinder, and then the same thing comes up. So you have to add your specialization. So you have to add areas which are different than conventional projects, because you have three trump cards, right? So one project like that. Another project where it shows that you can improve existing product by doing heuristic evaluation, which is a very typical research. We don't do a heuristic evaluation while we're incubating a project. Incubation, After a post incubation only heuristic comes. Pre incubation heuristic does not come. So when you have a post incubation project, a pre incubation project, and then another project is your craft skill or the design systems, micro iterations, all those things. Because if you are joining a company as an IC, you are expected to deliver pixels. And when it comes to pixels, the craft skill is extremely important. And most companies these days, they do have design systems in place. So they expect you that you have worked with design systems. So here I will cover one more important part, that what kind of additional attribute do you want to put to your projects? Like, do you want to put this thing for web or mobile? And this one, whether you want to put it for a B2B scenario or a B2C scenario, and whether you want to put this thing for so these are all another layer of the axis where you're trying to map the projects. That this, if you remember that leafy project, this is a mobile application, right? This one is also mobile, this is also mobile, the one is also mobile, the heuristic one is also mobile. So you have to balance your projects in a way and then use those projects for the position that you are applying for, because not every job comes with the same level of expectation from you. For example, right now I work on SaaS product, which is a software as a service product. It's a cloud product from Microsoft. It is a web product. So I work in Fluent Web, but I may work on Fluent Mobile also, or later on I may switch job, I may work on iOS mobile also. So those things add value to your profile, that this person has handled mobile and web both, right? Okay, let me just add one more thing, which is responsive reflow. So when you talk about responsive reflow, it's all about this aspect where, say, now I can give you an example. Say I go to Behance and then we go to YouTube. Right now the desktop resolution is 1920 but if I inspect this page and if I open it in a mobile, so this is how the page will shrink to a mobile format, this one. So this is the way pages are created in a responsive way. And also when you go here, for example, if you go here and there is a zoom level, so pages which are at 100% zoom, there are accessibility requirements that your page should be ready for 400% zoom. So when you zoom a page to 400%, see in YouTube how it happens is these tiles at different zoom levels, see it change to from 4 tile to 3 tile. Then from 3 tile it will change to 2 tile. From 2 tile it will change to 1 tile. And this is the 400% zoom. So if I have to talk about YouTube, YouTube is perfectly designed for 400% zoom. What happens in 400% is that this header, these navigations, the patterns, they also change. But not all products are meant for 400% zoom. That maybe I take you to IRCTC, and then if I zoom it to say 400%, see the panel itself took most of the page, this one, and it is absolutely useless at 400%. So this page is never designed to support 400% zoom. And close this thing, you are totally lost. And this is a problem faced by most products, mostly Adobe, Google products. So see, this is a perfect example. That's why you can see that this is working fine. Maybe if I open some kind of, say, let me go to Amazon also. So this is Amazon. If I zoom in and if I increase the zoom level, it will be, see the tiles change from 4 to 3 tiles, and then it will again go. Your banner on the top is coming here. So basically at 400%, it should have become a one tile card. Even for Amazon, this is not sorted, and this will be everywhere. Wherever you see, this will be there. So can you find this thing at all helpful? YouTube, even at 400% zoom, I can actually play this video. It will go to this, sorry. I can actually play videos and it will play, right? So this thing, see, as soon as I hover, this thing got, automatically playing started, and the header, it disappears. This is a pattern which is used by Google by YouTube to actually make 400% as useful as 100% zoom. But Amazon, on the other hand, does not make it accessible at 400% zoom for you to do shopping. See, the images are getting pixelated and all. So when you're saying that I want to work for mobile and I want to take a web to a mobile, that is a, the way it becomes responsive, how the whole thing can fit into a smaller this thing, real estate. So if I take this page out, and then if I try to shrink it down, so this is how I want to check the responsive reflow. Till one level it happens, but then it breaks after. So the breakpoints are not well defined. So this is a really nice topic that you brought up. You can add projects for responsive reflow, and also you can bring in projects which can talk around other things like accessibility. That one of your projects, your focus was to work on accessibility. So these are some of the key things that I wanted to share, that this is how you can create a high level strategy, that what kind of projects I should bring out. Now this is one level, but till now we don't know that what is the project that I'm going to do. So I know that my project is going to be, let us call this project, this is an end-to-end project, E2E project, right? So this is an end-to-end project, and you can say that my role, because I was the only designer working, I worked on end-to-end thing. So what is this project going to communicate? This project is going to communicate that you as a designer, you are familiar with each and everything that a designer should know. That means your theories, your fundamentals are extremely solid. So once we go to the other screen where the portfolio website just now I shared, I think this one, yeah. So if you recall this Leafy portfolio, we'll go through this case study later on. But once you see this Leafy case study, everyone will know that, okay, this guy knows information architecture, knows about affinity mapping, knows about, whatever UX jargon you say, they have added everything. But this is not real life. Reality does not work like this. In real life, you will not be creating personas. Design researchers will be creating personas. You will be consuming the personas. But in one of the projects, if you have created this thing, then people will know that, okay, this guy knows about persona. Then, and also there is one important thing where, you are building empathy with your user. You are sensitive towards the user's needs, all those things. And then you can create the user journey map. You can bring the lows and highs in the experience, and where things are going good and when things are going bad. And then you know how to create user flows. So basically, this shows that I know stuff that you're looking for from a UX designer. And also this talks about my code problem solving. But the other projects that I discussed, this shows your craft skill mostly. This shows that when you will be working on their project, then how well you can deliver the projects, how good you are with the craft. Because this is something which I personally, as a hiring manager, I struggle a lot. people join saying that I know Figma, and it takes me 3 months to teach them basics of Figma. And this is something, these days UX portfolios are extremely deceptive. People will put lot of wireframes and these things, but who knows whether they are using some component library from Figma? Nobody can track, right? So that's why sometimes there are some working sessions also where we want people to actually create frames for us, create pixels for us, so that we know how good they are with the skill. Because finally, even if you're using a design system, if you are not familiar with how, I guess all of you have learned Figma, but you have to be very, very familiar with auto layouts, variants, and all those disciplines of Figma, so that you can deliver good level pixels. So, and also this design research and heuristic evaluation and redesign part will bring another flavor to it. So I, as a individual, when I will go through a portfolio, I will feel that, okay, this person knows end to end. This person knows how to find points to improve in an existing product. That means once this person joins, I will ask him to do a heuristic, or I'll ask her to do a heuristic evaluation of the product and try to see how things are done. Because this is one of the first things that we tell anyone who joins our team, that okay, you are new to the product, you are unbiased. Why don't you see how things can be made better, or where you are getting confused? So that brings us a lot of insight. So that is part of an onboarding also, where that person knows that this is where it is, this is how I have to navigate in the product, and this is where I'm feeling lost. So, but because we are in the product for a long time, we don't see those points because we see it every day. And okay, so these are the 3 type of projects. Now let us look into the next point, which is that, so this is preparing your story. So this is your story, but see, if you are not good with these things, then do not put this thing. Then you have to remove this stuff. Then you have to, mix and match few stuff and then put stuff like that. But then in your presentation, do not show the same thing. You have to put, little emphasis on few things, little emphasis on other things. So this is not a thumb rule thing. This is based on your available skill set. So if you are not having enough skill set to put research and all these things, then you have to go around some other route, right? Because not everyone is these are all the different attributes of UX, and you may not be good with one of the things, or you may be extremely good with one of the things. So this is how you're selling yourself, right? Okay, then the next point is that projects to add. So how do you add projects to your portfolio? This is the most important and the question that all of us ask, that what projects do I add in my portfolio, and how do I know which project to add in my portfolio? All of you will be doing a self project. So what if the brief is also not given to you? So imagine you are working on the travel planning app, but most of you will have a travel planning app. So how do you find projects which you do not own? I mean, you have to find it from thin air. You have to basically cook food from thin air. So this is the most challenging thing that we do. So the first thing is that I will tell you some real techniques through which you can do. So in these things, you have to find things which you are connected to. So there are different genres of project, right? You can actually, I will share a resource with all of you, which is called Page Flows. So Page Flows is a paid application. So you have to pay $100 for a year. And what you get for $100 is fantastic. You get the major screens, user flows for all major important products of today. Say you want to work on, so in Page Flows, what happens is that you actually get a list of all products. Like, okay, so basically either you get all the products, or you get all the user flows, or you can see the categories. So this is what I wanted to hit upon. So many categories of products are there, if you see. So actually it should not be difficult to find the project, which project you should do. That a brief was given for a travel planning thing, right? So let's go to T. This is travel. In travel, these are the different best players in the world in travel. So let's go to Hopper. I have never seen Hopper, so I'll go to Hopper. These are all the different user flows for Hopper. onboarding on Hopper, finding flights on Hopper, finding hotels on Hopper, general browsing on Hopper. So if we go to general browsing on Hopper, we actually see all the screens that are there, and also we see recorded screens. So we can actually see how they actually, they have got carrot cash. Okay, flights and hotels, simple navigation. Suddenly you get notification, price drop. So you can freeze the price like this. So I'm just sharing this thing because when we are starting without thinking around these things, we sometimes feel lost that what kind of project we should do. But we have to first understand that in my portfolio, I would like to add projects which I'm really kicked about. So one way is to actually go through this list, this laundry list, and then think around, music is something which I'm really, really connected to. Yeah, and Spotify is something which I cannot spend a single day without. Okay, let me see what all things Spotify is doing. Okay, so Spotify has so many verticals of experiences. And when suppose you are joining a job at Spotify, you will be either working on the onboarding team. So in onboarding team, there might be 1 or 2 designers mapped to the onboarding part. Creating the playlist part, maybe 2 designers or 3 designers. And then there will be respective PMs, and then there will be respective the development team. And the development teams are usually 10 developers, 1 design, and 1 PM, some ratio kind of this. So usually developers are more. And this is how the PMs will actually work on this thing that, okay, for creating a playlist is something we need to add this feature, which will bring this kind of a difference. And the root intention for this is to increase the monthly active user or the daily active user of Spotify, or to convert free users to premium or a subscribed user. So there will be a lot of project briefs given to you, and as a UX designer, you'll be working on it, right? So when you are actually creating it from scratch, and if you're referring to Behance portfolios, then you will work like that only. So basically, when you are actually like seeing a portfolio like this, Pratibha Joshi's portfolio, if you see, I can show you this Narendra Modi. This case study is open, rest of the projects are locked. So this is the narration part I will go, but the way the final outputs she has shown is that, okay, this is one animated prototype and one core verified secured onboarding. This kind of a result. This shows that the portfolio is extremely matured. But on the other hand, this leafy kind of approach, 1 or 2 projects is okay. Otherwise, it looks too bookish or too much method oriented, very orthodox portfolio, I would say. But these are all practical portfolios. This is something which people can easily understand. Oh, this was the problem. This is the solution. This is the value that you're creating. Oh, this is really great. So please use these all products. Please use this page flows page, because you will find a lot of examples which you can actually borrow on. Then the second thing from where you can actually get is that, for example, you see that, okay, for me, health is very important or fitness is very important. Let me go to fitness, and we have Fitbit, so many products. We have Noom, we have Strava. So okay, let's go to Strava. Then when you go to Strava, you see all the fitness related things. Now you go to Play Store because you want real user problems, right? So you go to Play Store and you click Strava. So this is the Strava app, Strava. And in Strava, you can see there are 779,000 reviews. You can go down and you can see all the reviews that you can possibly find. And also, I guess you can actually see all these reviews which are chronologically placed. See all reviews. When you go to all reviews, then you can check the ratings. Somewhere you find 2 ratings, somewhere you find 1 rating. Okay.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Starbucks testing? And your options are a test by which you ask few colleagues for some feedback and offer them coffee, a test to evaluate how innovative your brand is, or a test to evaluate the catchiness of the brand name, or a test to evaluate the customer service of your product. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
This person is actually facing a real problem. The app is what is, however, the most recent Android app. So the location has viewed the app up. There is no longer the option to allow GPS permission all the time, only while app in use, which means as soon as the screen shuts off, the app loses access to GPS. So these are all bugs and problems that are addressed. Not all will be meaningful for you, but this will be actually kind of a go starter for someone to understand that what all problems happen. Suddenly, if you start without doing research, then professionals, when they review your portfolio, they will find a lot of gaps and corners in it. But if you are actually going through actual user feedback, this is real user feedback, then your tracking is absolutely brutal. Tracking the past 2 months is constantly wrong. Tracks may run as going over houses and water on a road along the coast. I've uninsured the app to ensure permissions are correct. Still, it is a problem. So that means someone is facing problem with tracking in a health app, in a fitness app. So all these things will give you small clue. Okay, so all these things is going to give you small clues that, okay, tracking is something which is having a problem. Let me, if I have this thing, maybe I can see the general browsing or setting goals in Strava, how the experiences are. So I have the real application. You can even install it in your phone. You can be a user and add your own insights also. But this is how you can find all the key screens through which it is happening. And every project that you spend at least 1 or 2 months, 2 months minimum you have to spend to first immerse yourself in a domain that you are confident with, and then you have to do deep dive of this kind of competition analysis. And this will actually help you understand that, okay, so we will actually fill this thing. So let's say that we will work on mobile for this project. So we'll make it bold, and we will work on a fitness product for this thing. So once you have narrowed down, so basically you have a fitness project to do or for mobile, and then this is an end-to-end project that you have to do. So you will find problems from fitness apps. So you can go to this page flows. You have so many fitness apps. You can go to all the fitness apps. You can check it in the Google Play Store, and you can actually find the 4 problem areas. So this will help you define the problem also that you're trying to solve. Right. So all these things are hacks which will help you get to land on a promising project. Otherwise, if you think from thin air, it is very difficult, and you will feel extremely lost that what project I should start with. But these are some good conversation starter for a project. Right. Same is for example, this is for mobile, and the second one you are saying that I will work for, say, web. This is a mobile thing, and this is a B2C thing. So mobile B2C, this one is web B2B, or this is also, say, yeah, it can be web B2C also, no problem. So by the way, B2C and B2B are business to business and business to customer, right? So you have a mobile project, you have a web project, and this thing can also be for web, or it can be for mobile, depending on which company you are applying for. If their product is mostly mobile centric, then you better make it add the strength of that discipline basically. And this is also something you can say. So this is fitness related thing. Maybe the second one can be related to travel, which you guys are already doing. And then the third one that you can do is it can be related to, say, music or anything. So if you show that you are familiar with 3 domains, and then these are the 3 projects, you can add e-commerce also. E-commerce has a lot of value testers. You can add e-commerce, you can add travel, fitness, anything you want. Say all these things, you're promising recruiters basically. If you see, all of them are actually, these are companies, and each company has lot of jobs across the world, and all the disciplines are equally important because it represents a respective business, right? So you can go to Gifts, Moonpeak, TouchNote. They are 2 companies. So If you want to visualize yourself that I'm a UX designer at Moonpeak, then better understand what their scenarios are in, right? If you have seen job posting, they usually say that familiarity with Fluent, Apple design system, and material design is an advantage, right? They write, right? iOS, and then this one maybe you can rely on existing design system, and this is something where you are creating your design system. This one. So because if you are relying on an existing design system, say you are working on let me just pull in a design system. So there are this design system has a very good website, design system repo, and I think this one only, design systems gallery. So many famous design systems are already kept here. So suppose you are working on, say, material design system, material.io. So you are actually working on a heuristic evaluation of Google Drive or Google Sheet or anything, and you are actually referring to material design system. Actually, in Figma also you get all these design systems. Like you can have the Material 3 toolkit, and you can actually rely on the toolkit to create the flow. So basically, you have all these components of material design system, and you basically you leverage on this design system to create your this thing. Just stretch it out a little bit. Yeah. So this is something which you are basically leveraging on to see to use all these UI components to create the screens. So this actually helps you to just pull this thing. This actually helps you to show that, okay, throw me in a design system, I know how to work with the design system, and I can work on that. And I have worked on, so this one is Android, or this is iOS, and then this is material.io design system, this one, and then this one is creating a design system. So when you're creating a design system, you're showing that, okay, I can create all the components from. So as a fresher, this will add a lot of values that you have craft skills of the trend knowledge to present. Okay, so now, so basically what we have just now thought is that how do you add projects and how do you find projects? So this is a painful phase, and you have to be patient and follow these kind of processes to discover projects. In course of time, I recommend you to actually spend time on these websites like Sharpen.biz. So they keep your the muscles of your brain active. Like you can generate new challenges every day, like design a hologram paired app for a composer in Mexico, design a mobile nav menu for a dog food brand, then create a handmade logo for a gardener in Spain, try futurist styling. So it keeps on generating different these things. So I can choose a category as product and UX, and all the challenges will be like design a live chat UI for an airport in the UK. So this will actually keep you healthy, keep your brain healthy with quick problem solving, immediate results. Also, this, I don't know if you have heard about daily UI challenge. It's kind of, I think, 160 days of challenge, 167 days of challenge. Every day, if you register in daily UI, they will actually share one topic. These are the topics actually. Sign up. So you have to create a sign up page and post it in Dribble or Behance that you've created a sign up experience. And while creating these things, these are also very helpful because you can actually go to user flows. Like you can go to the sign up user flow, for example, sign up, and then there are so many sign up experiences. Signing up on Citymapper, then like signing a document on DocuSign. Then there are a lot of sign up experiences basically. So these things are actually kind of your extra things which you can add in your portfolio. That I am a very passionate UX designer, and I try to keep my muscles healthy by practicing these things every day. So this will be the fourth section of your portfolio, where you can add all these things apart from your projects. So whenever you are in an interview, so I can show you some dribble themes, dribble daily UI. Yeah. So the end result is so simple as this: a single page like this, and you actually, this is kind of your social media presence also, and it shows that you are how you are good with your UI. What is your foundation of UI? Do you apply the basic principles of UI? And also it also shows your visual design skill sets. They're really nice examples. And if you're doing it in very less time, then your muscle becomes so strong that in case you are going through an interview where you are asked for a live exercise, what happens is that you will get the exercise 5 minutes before the interview. The interview will be for 45 minutes or 1 hour, and you have to solve the problem and present it in also in 45 minutes. So every day, if you do one daily UI challenge and do it for 100 days, you will have a healthy dribble portfolio. You'll have a very healthy dribble thing, and you will also feel good. Also, these are all nice, simple pages to help you, get okay. This is really nice. And while you are doing it, do not make gross mistakes. You always have some guidelines that what should be the fundamentals of a sign up page, and mostly address that. You're not solving a problem. It is not an end-to-end project. It is a single screen thing. And also, yeah, so this collect UI or daily UI challenge, and then sharpen, they are some good examples through which you can create some nice, healthy, quick projects every day. So you will have these three projects, and you will also have an extra section where you will have all this daily UI and all these things which you may add. I have seen folks who have transitioned from non-UX background to UX background, and the way they gained in their speed is by doing daily UI, and after that got hefty package in Amazon and other areas. So these are all things which people value, the companies value. Cool. Okay. So then what we do is that, so this is how you can add projects to your site. But then comes the creating a storyboard for your project. So this is somewhere where we will go, which I'll mix with the case study part. So if you have seen this channel called FemK, so this is one project which you're showing, which shows that you have done a course in UX design, and you're familiar with all the processes and user-centric design and design thinking, UX process, and everything is well presented. Then comes the way which project. So this is actually an extremely important. So if you see more of a project, it is more of a strategy. That when we started today, we talked about this thing, right? That we will talk about strategy. And this strategy takes most amount of time, because once you start investing your time in creating a project, you will not get time to change it. There is no changing it, right? Because you are going deeper into it. So spend most time in thinking whether fitness or whether I should do a finance related thing, or I am really weak with finance. Maybe I will do a OTT thing. Okay, I don't know. So spend most time in finding what kind of project is you're passionate about, because people might ask you also that why did you work on this project? What was your motive to take it as a self project? Then you can say that I myself as a super user of this domain, someone who is doing lot of yoga can connect to a yoga app more, right? Someone who is more into investment and all those stuff, they are more connected to finance apps. So this is how someone who loves binge watching, someone who has subscribed to all OTT platforms, that person knows better than many users that you are a super user. So you start with your own assumptions and hypotheses. That I will be sharing the problem, the pain points that, for example, in TV, while you are searching in TV, the experience is really, really bad. But there are few products where the layout of the keyboard helps you to navigate easily with remote. So there are small things which add a lot of value. And if you have seen, Prime Video has totally changed the way they look. And everyone is trying to follow the pattern used by Netflix and all. And so OTT is a huge business these days. So you can work on OTT platforms and all. And even like if you are confused that what thing you should work on, go to page flows, and even without subscribing, I think you can see all the different this thing domains. So what helps in page flows is that you can actually see the different kind of product categories. Right, these product categories are something which help you a lot. You may have totally forgotten one domain, and then while checking, you're like, dating, yes, this is something which is good. I want to work on a dating application. Or okay, for me, it is really important. I want to work on an education project. I want to make the next best Skillshare or Udemy of application. So I want to work on something which will, and then some projects are a branch of from main projects. Like Byju's, you can think about an application which can give free education to all poor people for free, and then there will be volunteers. You come as a volunteer and then you teach over there. And so basically there are two kinds of users you have. One user who is going to teach, one who is going to receive the education, and then your platform is a moderator who connects both. And so basically it encourages people who are actually helping the poor people in a way that they motivate them that this is something you are actually giving to the society. And it also encourages like I can share one story that I heard in one of the radio channels recently, that in one of the village, one person opened a school where students were given free education for collecting garbage, because the village was filthy, full of garbage and everything. So every day those poor kids, they used to collect garbage and give it to the school for free education, and they had 400 students in 1 year. So these are all things which you have to think around this domain, not just another Prime Video, but a Prime Video or a OTT platform which does totally different things than any other product, than any other OTT. So your approach should be like that. So when we go into this large part, so now as you know that this is how I'm going to balance my portfolio. Because if you do not do this pre-planning of how you are balancing your portfolio, you will not be able to start. Now that you know how you have balanced your portfolio, we will go into the engaging, sorry, the spelling mistake, engage your audience. So how do you engage your audience? You engage your audience with some formula. The first formula is known as the problem statement. So if I share the Leafy project, the problem statement, if you read, I'm not sure if you are able to understand. Just read this is what the project is. A go-to social app for discovering great products and finding genuine reviews from experts, friends, and communities. Driven by dynamic and safe communities, you're sure to find things you will love. That means it is an e-commerce platform which is heavily dependent on user reviews. So it is a social e-commerce platform. So what happened is that they mixed social network and e-commerce together in this project. Let us see more projects. So while you are seeing more projects, now you want to find some inspirations for your portfolio, right? One way I already showed you is the Google review thing and the page flows thing. Then the other way is that you can go to a website called Best Folios. So if you go to Best Folios, it curates all the best UX design portfolios ever for today. And if you publish your website, if your website is having a lot of footfall, then your website will also be added to this. So when we go to portfolios, yes, we go to UX design portfolio, and then we have tags. The tags are really nice experience for Best Folios. So if you go to motion, or if you go to say, so there are a lot of tags, infinite tags actually. So if you are checking for something case study, now you are seeing 242 portfolios where there is a tag of case study. So you can click on Bacon and Bake, and Bacon and Bake, you can actually go to their website, open portfolio website. So this is the actual Bacon and Bake website. You see they have lot of case studies. So if you go to work, turning your smartphone into an interior design tool. Then they have towards a new user interface on spatial computing, generating furnishing solutions in real time, giving insights into your investments. So we click it. So this is kind of the problem statement. So usually when you search in best folio and you search highest voted best folio, so there is a way you can actually sort the item based on the way it is tagged. Like you can actually see these things in portfolios in UX design, and you can go to the tags. Say we went to case studies, right? Let's just go to case study portfolio 242. So these are all based on how much people are loving these websites. And once you open, the way they arrange their data is really inspiring. So you can learn a lot from these websites. So we designed and built Cron, next generation saving solution that focuses on making investment opportunities more accessible to the many. So this is the core problem that they're trying to solve. Now, if we remember in Google UX design portfolio tips, they are saying that show your end-to-end process and clearly articulate the user problem and final solution. So the user problem that they're trying to solve is that it is a next generation saving solution that focuses on making investment opportunities more accessible. So this is the core goal of the project. And this is the role: product strategy design, mobile and web app development, data-driven brand identity. So if we are doing all the projects on our own, then how do we even add these roles? So whatever is the core essence of your project, you can add in this kind of tags. Then turning the investment market into an accessible space. So this is describing more about the problem. And since this is a design agency, the work will not be like leafy. It will be more on a solution driven thing. Say, can we add micro interactions in our screens directly? So this is a best professional way of showing it. Nothing can be better than this, right? Right. And then you have all the different areas. And okay, so this is, I think, the project that they were talking about, a tailored savings plan. And see, this is something which is extremely important. If you remember, show the problem. This may show the end-to-end process, clearly articulate the user problem and final solution, and also the impact of the project. So this is the impact of a live project. So this, unfortunately, you will not be able to add because this is something which happens only when your project goes live. Okay, so now if we see that this is kind of our creating a, like, how do you engage your audience? You have to find this kind of good portfolios which will help you. So this tags actually is a very nice feature which you can use to shortlist good portfolios. So I have shortlisted few portfolios, so we don't beat around in the bush. I can show you in experience. We have portfolios. So at times you keep on landing on good portfolios, and this is how you can actually keep track of them. So there are behind zeros, lot of things which you can actually keep on adding. So yeah, so the way this person, so as I'm sharing these portfolios, please try to look into the website layout also. So we'll go deeper into the project, one or two project, and then we will come back into how you can make your online portfolio. So like this is, hi, I'm Ashwini, and then these are all the projects that I think she was working with Microsoft, and there are multiple projects from Microsoft that she's added, Microsoft Classroom and all. So this is kind of a very nice way, nice format of presenting the problem statement and all. So Microsoft Classroom for iOS and Android. Middle and high school students' lifestyles have shifted from routine to unpredictable. They are overwhelmed with after-school activities, practices, other obligations. Students struggle to efficiently stay on top of their homework in a way that accommodates their on-the-go lifestyle. So this is the problem statement. And then the solution is Microsoft Classroom is the mobile hub for Microsoft's education suite. App increases student productivity by providing them a streamlined way to prioritize work and collaborate. Then there are demo videos. So these are from the actual product which was shipped. So from the starting from the sign up experience, this is that entire experience which is there, and she has recorded the screen and has added. But you can also do the same using Figma. You can create your prototype like this, and the end-to-end flow you can add it in such a small space. So this is a extremely compact way of presenting the solution. So if you see the format, problem and the solution, then my role, process, then it goes through the entire process that was went through, right? Not that you go through the entire thing, then you're looking for the solution. So this is a very nice way of engaging your audience. So when I'm saying engage your audience, this is how you can engage your audience. You give them a bait that this is the final thing that I have achieved, and this was my role. I did all the UX, interaction design, oversaw development of this V1 app with participation in user research, project management, and visual design. Team: 1 interaction designer, 1 visual designer, 1 user research, 3 engineer, 1 PM. Then this was the process. There were a lot of schools which were visited, teacher interviews, app analysis, information synthesis, and UX goals. So even if it is at a rough level, you can add, it will not be a problem. Then you have the user flows and wireframe. Even this level is also fine, no problem. Then below are some early wireframe drawing that incorporated these flows, right? And then user studies and iterations. So there are a lot of iterations. So iterations are sometimes really good to show that you are developing and a thing is continuously evolving. If you are only showing one final result and not sharing the journey where you have fallen, where you have understood some problem and you fixed it, so this becomes a more engaging way of showing, right? Then working together. So this is, I think she highlighted how she has worked with a direct team and a large team. And then these are some interaction details. So those were all animated things. These were animated things. So she added static screens about interaction details. So you can relate it to the Uber Eats thing that I was showing from YouTube. So you can say where the primary view to do. Then this is the past view. So they submitted. This is the status which keeps students quickly updated and graded. No scores are shown on top level past view. Students said that seeing bad grades in the list can make them feel bad. So there are so many user verbatims which are addressed in the solution. Then the cell view. So this is one particular cell that was created, one particular cell, and what is the anatomy of that cell. Then navigation and class view. So while doing this simple thing, there are so many surfaces where the experiences were designed, right? Like this is the navigation and class view. Then we have assignment details view. Then we have assignment turning, reminders, conversations, outcomes, right? So what was the outcome of it? In Microsoft project, you can easily do an outcome, but as a sales project, what you can do is that you can do some research with the user and take it to them and get their feedback. That can be one of the outcomes that you can add for a sales project. Then if I take you through, so this is kind of a very nice and crisp way of how a story is presented. I can show you an example from how Pratibha Joshi also presented. I like her portfolio a lot, the way she has worked. So if we see this is the only thing which is open, other things are all locked. So this is a single app for large group communication and work management. So this is a mega chat application with lot of groups and subgroups for political activities. So a similar pattern that you can see, that what is the role and duration, then what is the problem. So highlighting it in a special color actually emphasizes it a lot. That there are poor team collaborations can become to an organization success. Managing multiple tasks can be difficult, especially when you have many happening simultaneously for an organization with over 7 million people. Then without a system, it is impossible to assign, prioritize, manage, and complete tasks in time. So there is a 5-day workshop that happened. So this is a user research that happened. There are qualitative interviews that happened. There are insights that were generated. Then there were user profiles. So these are the 4 personas that were created. And then there were conceptualization. So this is also a very crisp way of showing a very compact project. You are not spending 30 minutes like that Leafy project. That Leafy project is a mega project. And it is quite overwhelming also. So you keep on scrolling. So if you ask me personally, they are added just for the sake of showing that I have gone through theory. I mean, not so much is also required. It sometimes makes you feel like you are a super student. You are not a professional. But On the other hand, this kind of a project shows that you have sensitivity to show that much what is important. Right? Then this is the solution part. So one of the solution is this, a screen is recorded, verified secured onboarding. So you choose the language, then you add your mobile number, then you proceed, then you get an OTP, you enter the code, you verify it. So flat flow actually, not super innovative, but at least you show that this is how it goes, and it shows all the dirty states, the preloaders and the loader states and everything in the experience. Then communicate with your entire value chain. So then you have coordinate tasks for common work scenarios. So this is extremely easy to understand from the presentation, right? Yeah. So then web tools for admin. So she worked also on a desktop, on a web version of it, where she worked on the web tools for admin and how admins can find, what all things are happening and all. Then the usability testing was done, and then these are the results which she got, and then the learnings that came as part of the project. So these are all very nice flows of showing the project in stacks. So we are actually going to see similar examples so that we know that how we can actually frame the projects inside these things. How do we actually define a problem? How do we define our role? Then how do we understand the problem by empathizing with the user through user research? Then we find insights. Then from the insights, we propose solutions. So this is a very healthy flow of the project that you're showing. Okay, then let me pull other example projects. Redesigning DoorDash food delivery app. So this is redesigning a door delivery app, as I think from Anamita. So these kind of projects, they are more jazzy. So they have lot of colors and like this. Then project brief and scope of work, say heuristic evaluation, problem identification, wireframe, all those things. Then, yeah. So these are like pretty basic stuff. So this is a very basic project. So this is a heuristic evaluation that was done on the existing application, and then there were wireframes which were created. Then you have the visual language, color palette, typeface, onboarding and sign. So see, this is an example project which does not create a lot of impact. So if you create something like that, I mean, the way it is represented, it shows that, okay, I have done some wireframing. See, it is all being cut. So if you recall how Pratibha showed it, she respected the wireframing. She showed every part of the wireframing, not like a trailer. Okay, I did wireframing, I did some visual language, color, typeface, user interface. So this is as good as not adding it, right? If you are adding it, then add it properly. Then you have this some kind of a color palette. This is a very compromised way of storytelling. I will not give this at all a good score for this kind of a project, right? Okay, then we have few other portfolios which we can discuss. Like one of the things, if I remember, yeah. So she's an experienced designer and a former art director at Microsoft. But I think most of her work are art direction. Yes, I think she worked on. She's also from Microsoft, I guess. Yeah. So this is the website redesign. So when you are adding website design projects, then the website design projects are like you take the best way to do a fix is to take up a government website and fix it. If you can understand what a problem statement is and what is the background. So this is a very nice background of showing the consequence or showing the background of the problem of US. But the problem statement is that I want people to use, old electronic product, or I want to extend the life of old electronic product, right? And then the possible solution is that best solution for the treatment of electronic waste is to recycle it. Recycling old electronics allow donating electronics to the needy, reuse as often as possible, look for an environment friendly label. Okay. So, okay, this is also why I started this project. And you have the design thinking process. The timeline is 12 weeks, 30 plus screens, discover, define, iterate, design, and test. Then the stakeholder questions. Okay. So you have gone into, can you please elaborate about the project product? What are the primary objectives? What are the key challenges? Okay, so these are all stakeholder questions, and you have done a user research. And these are some survey reports from the user research. So anyone, if you want to go into deep, so we'll slide through and then we can come back. So I'm right now just flying through the portfolio, and this is how a portfolio will be actually reviewed also in real life. So we'll try to understand the context. We'll spend some time here, then we'll go into the details. So people will not spend much time here, and then when the user research is happened, okay, this is a background, qualitative and quantitative research. Okay, survey reports were created, results were there, survey response and insights. Then you did affinity mapping. Then the user personas were created. Then the root cause analysis instead of using and repairing the same. So you have used the process of asking 5 W's, 5 whys till you reach to the solution. I guess everyone is familiar with it. And then you have the customer journey map, created the customer journey map. Okay. Then you have the conceptual model. Then you have the information architecture, and then you have the visual designs. Okay. Get inspired. So these are all the splash screen that you've created. Then you have lot of questions and lot of details of your research. So this can be really really helpful when you are actually doing that end-to-end project. So your one of the end-to-end projects is almost ready, you can say. So there are a lot of survey reports that you have, but out of these survey reports, if you can highlight some of the parts which are creating an insight, because all of them are result of your survey, but each survey, do you know what is e-waste? 107 responses. If you can write the summary of your survey report, that people 75% people are aware, the high level summary of survey report, then without people, because they will not go into each detail, rather they read this high level survey that 75% people are know they know about e-waste, 76% are concerned about it, and 45% are coming out of home appliances. So my target customers are actually manufacturer of home appliances. All those inferences, if they come out of it, then it is more helpful from the research. Then you have all these are pretty textual things. So reading all these things, we have to think about strategies to reduce the stress on the people who are actually looking into it. So everything wants to change. There are actually a lot of text. So Vijay, if you can work on this part, the survey response and insight, and making it little bit crisp with some kind of a typography. Like once you may not highlight everything, but you can actually make say increase the size of the response, that like the same way how this portfolio that we were seeing right now, the portfolio of Pratya Joshi, if you remember, this one. Yeah, like this kind of in a very let's go top. So writing the minimum as possible and adding value to it. So see, these are the insights, how the insights are grouped into different buckets of feature or user stories which can be later worked on. So if you can actually divide it into respective buckets, that there is something which is related to awareness, there is something which is related to action, there is something which is related to rewards. So these are the three things: action, rewards, and awareness. And these are the three buckets that I want to work on in my app. Now, that will actually create a more clearer communication. Then you have affinity mapping. So this is still related to the user research. I would again say to use minimum text, which so that it becomes more engaging. Then you have the user persona. So as I mentioned, color codes should be used with also something keeping in mind that why we should not add too many colors. So if it is part of the define or the discovery phase, we add the same color here. But I think this is a really nice persona card that I'm seeing over here. Really nice and crisp persona card, which everything is pointed out. Then we have this root cause analysis is also good, but then maybe we can add one inference line that what is the root cause. Then we have the customer journey map. This customer journey map is also good, but because the way it is traveling, the highs and lows are very difficult to understand. But this is on the high part of it, because it is from the top we are seeing. But if the customer journey maps are in a graph, it becomes easy to understand where it is dipping, where it is moving up and all. Then we have the conceptual model. Yeah, this conceptual model is something which is not very frequent to see. So someone needs to go through it. User into the, this is a, I think, kind of a high level user flow only. They'll populate. Okay. So you can create it like this is kind of a more on a high level user flow. Okay, repair, service, scrap, donate, and awareness in each flow. Here also, if you can actually add little bit of less text as a description, it will add lot of value. I mean, I totally support that we need to keep it, but little bit less text. Then okay, the information architecture. Open your mobile app, you either log in or you sign up. Then you enable the location. Then you have the home screen. Okay, and in the home screen you have 5 menus: search, repair, service, scrap, donate, and these are all the respective things: product name, service center, scrap collector. So in between you can actually have a qualitative card sorting exercise also, which may have helped you in information architecture. But because usually when you're doing it on your own, if you're talking to people and if you're getting a card sorting done, then it supports how you found it. Otherwise it's okay if you don't want to make it heavy. Then you have the select a product, select a service center, then book an appointment. Okay, payment done. Then in the service you have select the product, select service center. So basically the problem that you're trying to solve is people will consciously try to repair their product or service their product or scrap it or donate it. So these are the 4 ways people will be able to take care of it for their e-waste product. So see, when people will review your portfolio, they will see that you have done stuff which are religiously made. But in this stage, we might expect questions which are around your experience. That what kind of, how do you nudge users? For example, Vishal, if your mic is working, how do you nudge users to do all these things, which currently also they can do without that? Like this repair thing, this is you are actually, for example, take a use case scenario. You have a old tape recorder or an old monitor in your house. The monitor is not working. Now, the usual thing that we do is that we call the scrap person, we give it to that person, and then that person actually takes it to the scrapyard, maybe does e-waste. But to be responsible, to nudge people to take a conscious decision, how is your app helping? So that is the core solution that we want to go into a detailed conversation into. Right? Because when we are over expecting from our users, then we are actually trying to, so this is something which happens during these interviews where people say that, okay, we will go to repair tab, we will select the product and we'll select a service center and then we'll book an appointment and then the payment is done. This is the usual flow of repair. But this thing itself is a product. I mean, a repairing platform where you can, this is actually, this is so high level that it is not touching on the solution and it is actually creating a very high level framework. But then on the high level framework, people will ask that why do you expect people to even do this thing using your app rather than they call you have a Samsung phone and it is not working, you will go to the Samsung service center, right? Why should I install an app and use the service center from that app? So these questions will eventually come. So for everyone, the learning from this part is that if someone wants to go deeper inside it, then be ready for all the answers. That's it. I'm not trying to go into a critical conversation with this project, but the point is that people may want to ask about the novelty or the innovation that you have thought about in this part. Okay. Then I must say that this visual design part, this is also really well made. It is really hard to see. I mean, you have done a fantastic job of using this. And here maybe you can add an asterisk that the illustrations are not made by me or the illustrations are borrowed from here. So people will like your honesty also. Otherwise, people get confused that, oh, this guy is good with illustrations also. But if you have made the illustrations, you can write that I have made the illustrations. Speak out. And then this is something which is usually not recommended, Vishal, that you mix up all the screens as if it was a laundry list of all the screens and you just put it without having the flows, without having things talking to each other. Why this drawer is coming up, what is the context for this drawer, It is super high level. So people will not understand anything from this. So the best way to do it is that you have one area, one bucket which is verified secured onboarding. Show that. Communicate. If it is not an animation, no problem. But show the different part of this thing one after the other. You have intro, process, discover, define, ideate, then these are the design screens, then this is the conclusion. So this is a mega project, right? But for one person, this is doable. You have to spend 2 to 3 months to reach to this level. And at the end of it, the most important thing is the solution, how well you have solved it. So do not think that if I fill my portfolio with 100 pages, I will get a job because I have done information architecture, I have done user flow. Someone who wants to grill you, that person can grill you by seeing this information architecture only. They don't need to see anything else. So do not do a research which has a bad outcome. Show lesser research, but show a matured outcome is more important. Just for the sake of doing a checkbox that I have done primary research, I have done secondary research, I have done empathy map, I have done user persona. So this is not a checkbox checklist of all items that people check and then they give you a job. They may want to see finally the final end result is extremely important that they will see, and this kind of a wireframe is useless. I don't know where I am clicking, where I am going. This is a useless wireframe. But if I show you a productive wireframe, this is a productive wireframe. See what she has done. Yes, I'll share. So this is a productive wireframe. I can actually see, I'll just zoom it a little bit. See, it's all numbered. Slash, language selection, mobile number verification, verification code, hierarchy level selection, state selection, designation, profile detail verification, like that. And then this is all about onboarding flow for a new user, onboarding flow for a pre-board user, and then this is task creation flow. This is how you create a task. So this is a high level. This is a task flow which is really useful, and people know actually what is happening over here. I am not lost in this portfolio, but in Leafy, actually I am lost. It just shows that okay, I have a checklist of 1,000 things and I have done 1,000 things. So I, as a hiring manager, will be less impressed with this portfolio than the other one more. And also, if you see the end result is discover good things. The experience will make sense when it says that I open the app, suddenly there is a notification. I click it, then this drawer opens up, and then it actually arranges stuff based on my browsing history and my social connection. So the story is not communicated well. You just put up screens and put them that say I have made 100 screens, I have made 1,000 pages of report. This is not the end goal by the way. So people get misled with all these Behance portfolios that I have to add, oh, my portfolio is prepared, my customer journey map is remaining. I don't know if I have to make a customer journey or a user journey map that is remaining. Let it be. If it is not required, it is not required. But someone will actually look into the solution of this thing rather than into the checklist. So this is a very important thing for everyone. This what all things we have completed and if what all things are left. So far you have seen, like the general guides for a portfolio. So we'll do a quick recap. We have a general guide of our portfolio that we will add 3 to 5 projects, and we have found a strategy to identify 3 projects and distribute our skill set accordingly, and also across different platforms and mobile and web and B2C and the respective category based on some research that we can do from page flows or Google Play Store reviews like that. And the extras can be found through daily UI and stuff like Sharpen, all those kind of tools can be used to do some activity daily like this. Okay, then what is our next thing? It is about preparing your story, how you want to prepare your story, how to add projects, creating a storyboard for your project. So this is a steady storyboard for your project, that how my projects will be presented. And this is a way where we are talking about, there are so many things open actually. Yes. Yeah, and this is how my narration will go.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So every project that we are actually talking about, this project, we have to write a narrative first. So before starting your project, just create a user flow like this, that okay, I will create the project cover. I will have the project cover. So let me make it say 36. Okay. And after the project cover, I will add, like if we have to break it down, I have overview, role and duration. I will have overview of my project, and I will also have my role, and I will have duration. And this is and all this is, this is kind of my role and duration are nested under it. They are child of this part, like this. And then we will talk about the problem. So you have to write it down in a piece of paper, that how you want to move this whole thing, the problem. So this is your strategy. This is how you will estimate your time. Then you will do user research. So like how Vishal has shown, how he has made a plan for 3 months. So this is the problem, and then we have user research. In user research, whatever you are planning, that okay, in user research, I think I will do a Google Doc thing. So for Google Doc, the respective action item for me is to prepare a questionnaire. Okay, done. And then I will do some. Video interviews. I will do. And then for that you have to reach out to friends. In WhatsApp or Zoom, and then record the call. Okay. First you have to identify which friends are making sense, like that. Then you have to think about, okay, I will do this, and then you can add that, okay, I want to do a competitive analysis. I want to do a competitor analysis. You will do. Suppose you are working on this fitness project, then you will do a competitor analysis also, right? So the one thing that I really like about Leafy project is they have done a fantastic competitor analysis. So till here, see, all these things are a byproduct of that storyboard that you are writing. See, you have Ye, Trail, SimSim, Friendspire. These are the logos, 4 applications, their description, their user experience, and all these things are different features of the products. That product recommendation, interest personalization, expert recommendation, all these things. And whether each product has yes, 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 no. So the more columns have yes are mandatory feature for your product. The columns which are having most no are priority second level things for you. They are not important for you. So this is how you can do a backtrack and actually see what all things are important for your product and what all things are not important. So that's it. This is a fantastic example of competitor analysis. You can refer to it. Yeah. Okay. So after you do the user research, let's go back and let's see. You have the qualitative interviews. So this is the video interviews, or maybe I'll say qualitative interviews, right? Qualitative interviews, like that. So this is the thing, and these are some of your byproducts or action items, I would say, like this. And then you have the competitor qualitative interviews. Then you have the insights part. So basically, then comes the insights. Then what will come is the user profiles. User profiles are very important. So you are working on a real estate project, on a real estate application. Then you will have user profiles like people who wants to buy a house, wants to sell a house. There will be brokers who are connecting buyers and sellers, and then there will be admin people who are managing all those paid subscribers, or they are converting or upselling their products. So there are 3 strong user profiles like 99 acres, right? Then you have the conceptualization. Okay. Then After conceptualization, you have the solution. Conceptualization and you have the solution. So sorry, again my keyboard is okay. And then you have the solution. So for conceptualization, you can do lot of whiteboarding. So whiteboarding is like take a piece of paper, or if you have an actual whiteboard, you draw in solutions, you try to ideate, and it may happen throughout the project. If I am supposed to create a crypto app or something, then I'm already deeply involved in it without the research being completed, because I am building lot of hypotheses. I am building lot of assumptions, which I'm trying to validate in my research also, right? So whenever we also go for user research, we have created something and take it to user and ask what is the problem. Because we have a ready product which people are using, we ask them what is the problem that you're facing, like that. But then there are a lot of research which are called generative research, where we have nothing, but we have to give some kind of stimuli to get something out of the user. So depending on the context, you have to choose the kind of research, but you are free to move around all these things. So this solution part is actually, so this is whiteboard. Then you have some sketching that you have done, right? You have done some sketching. Then you may have done some kind of workflows, and then the solutions are actually your hi-fi products. Hi-fi products. You have the protos, you have the figmas, you have the animations, and you have all those things basically. So you have to write a storyboard like this, and then you can put some kind of a timeline that okay, because see, user research is something, and then what is that action item that you have to take? The action item is that for the project cover, you need to find the hero image, right? In the beginning, you do not have a hero image, so maybe you put a placeholder, right? You put a placeholder for the time being. Later on, you will find a hero image. Placeholder for now. So try to put everything in a Figma and try to fill it up and see how things are taking shape. Do not wait for the other thing to happen so that it starts. Keep it organic, which helps a lot. So you need a hero image for this. For overview and this thing also, you can actually write this thing. So this is something which you can actually write. This is kind of a, I would say, like 0.5 day kind of a task. And then the problem is something where you will spend most amount of time. This is something which will come after say 1 week. After 1 week of all the research method for finding project that I discussed, maybe like that. And then these things, the more granular it is, like you can create, you keep it 1 week for this thing, 1 week for this thing. You can keep for the video call, you also can keep 1 more week. Computer analysis, you can do 1 week. And then after all these things, you can actually add stuff like, okay, I will create a journey map. I will create a journey map is extremely important for me to get the stuff done. I will do an information architecture, which is very important for me for seeing how the information should fall. Information architecture and journey map is important. So this is that E2E project process that I'm trying to write down. And then you have this journey map and information, and this is the byproduct. So both of them can be done together. Then that insight part, whatever insights you are finding, for this insight part, you have to do a synthesis, right? For your research that you have done. You have to do synthesis, and then synthesis might take 1 week. Then you have the user profile. So the user profile may also take 1 week. Then this conceptualization phase might take 2 weeks. So 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are 2 months down, and this is something solution you can find in maybe 3 weeks. So this is a 3-month plan. So if you have this kind of a plan in place, then things become easier for you, right? And then what is the action item and what is the due date? So you can add your own due date and you adhere to this calendar. This helps to close, because if you are not able to understand the problem or identify the problem, then it will be forever thing for you. Because some opportunity comes, that opportunity will not wait, and at that time your adrenaline is rushing. But if you do not have anyone pushing, it can take up to 1 year or so. So so that's why this is a conservative way of doing it, because this is a not a aggressive timeline, by the way. This is a very conservative timeline. If you cannot finish it in this much time frame also, then you have to seriously see your, check your time. So, 1 week for problem discovery, because this is the most anxiety filled phase. You don't know whether it's a fitness app or it's a OTT platform in the first place. I mean, this is the most pathetic time. But once you have something that I'm making a OTT app for mobile phone and something which people can enjoy with phone, then or something like a TikTok or Instagram Reels or something like that. So then it becomes really easy that, okay, I know that I will reach out to user, I'll find something. Absolutely, I'll find something. I will do test research, I'll do. This is based on your zeal, how you want to finish it. You can finish it in less time, but this is time taking. And then this one also, finding the conceptualization also, it takes time. Usually that takes more time. And when you work in a company, when you have devs and PM, then this goes round and round and round. You present a solution and PM say that we don't like it, devs say it is not feasible, and again you fall back, again you do something. It's very stressful actually, this part. I have to spend lot of effort to understand that how is this discover good things like so special. So maybe some kind of labels are important, highlighting these parts that this is how, I mean, it's not well articulated. They're like separate discrete screens put in a random order. I don't know whether I should travel like this or like this, or how do I travel in the experience. I don't know, because experiences are journeys. Like we start somewhere, we end somewhere, and the whole intermediate thing is the experience, what we're defining, right? So I'm not sure what to look into these things, and these are all beautiful, meaningless things at first glance. Then I have to put in lot of effort, and if I'm desperate to hire this person, I'll be trying to spend my energy. What is it trying to say? Okay, feed, and you have quick peaks. Okay, these are the feeds which are coming, and suddenly it is ad. Okay, this is suggested for you to follow. So maybe some highlighting these areas in your experience, that I'm talking about this part. Look at this part, and this is the innovation that I have brought. How lot of information is presented in a nice way. The AI algorithm which puts the, based on your browsing pattern, they puts the topics of your interest first and all, those things. But without that, it is almost difficult for me to understand. But on the other hand, I will give you another pitfall. Like when I was reviewing Pratibha's UX, this flow, there, because this is very pretty straightforward and easy to see, the mistakes are very easy to capture, right? Like if I show you that this is a splash screen, I choose the language, I put the OTP, then I put the OTP, I do verify, then I choose state, then I go to Gujarat, and then I do a select designation, then I put a profile verification, then profile approved. Okay, this is not the screen maybe, but there was one of the screen where things were coming out too loud and we could understand it could have been made better. Like this task creation, that onboarding is not a difficult experience to create. This is a very pattern driven typical experience. We put our mobile number, we choose language, we get OTP, that's it, done. And we give some permission setting, please send for verification, all those things. But the difficult experience creation is creating tasks. Like I currently work in Dynamics 365 sales for Microsoft, and it is a extremely complicated B2B product. And we manage tasks, we delegate tasks to different users based on their persona automatically. It's a super complex experience. But the way this is done, that okay, I create a chat, like this is home chat screen, then group chat screen, then you have inbuilt chat action to create tasks. So give a task, create a poll like that. And I think this is how the task is delegated. It is awaiting response. See, this is technically correct, but if there is some glitch here and there, it is easy to catch. But in this kind of a leafy project, it is actually create a lot of bad food and present it nicely, and you will be lost. But you can trick a lot of interviewers by showing the one thing that they did really well is that they have consistent presentation style, similar vibe, similar mood across, and the overall presentation is of high quality. So there is a law called law of aesthetic usability effect, that things which look beautiful, we tend to trust that those things. We tend to create, that thing. So these things, this is a beautiful presentation. People will trust this thing. And I'm not criticizing this leafy project. I'm just saying that I feel a little bit lost around wireframes like this. I don't know where to look at. When you are actually, suppose if you are looking into like user flows. If you are looking at user flows, which are like good user flows, the user flows are created with confidence like this. That this is how it happens. And when I'm creating, so these are like very simple user flows, but created with confidence. But like this is how it should be represented. I mean, so that I know how to navigate. This is how things should be represented. See, this is the proper way of representing a user flow. I know that okay, this is from here. So my brain is scanning this entire page and building trust with it. But this thing, my brain is taking it as a lost thing. It is just a collection of read images for me. Right. Yeah. Right. So, and it has a lot of hard work. But see, if I had moved anything here up and down, it is basically, it can hide its weakness, and which is not honest way of presenting the design actually, like that, right? And okay, so now then the other thing that I want to talk about is, we'll go back to the portfolio presentation. Yeah. So emphasizing your role and contributions, those also we did, and then plan, rehearse, and respect time. So when we are actually trying to present a portfolio, we should give a menu to the audience that my name is this, I have this background about me, one pager, and I am going to talk about these three things today. So when we, in older days, when we used to go to marriages and all, we used to get menu cards, right? Sitting for someone's marriage or any other this thing. So we used to get a lot of assurance. Okay, there are 15 items in the menu card. We will get so many things, one after the other, right? Or you go to Barbecue Nation, you get a menu card of it. These are the things which will keep on coming to you one after the other. So in portfolio presentation, we should create, and in your portfolio, suppose you are creating, I can create very roughly, like, this is your first page for your portfolio, and this is your second page, and this is your third and fourth page. So if you can add small experience level things, like if you have, say, I'm creating a high level user flow. Let me delete all this stuff, and let's see, suppose this is your format. And while you're presenting, this thing is actually progressing. So you are not putting page number, rather you are giving your progress of your project. So at any point of time, we know that if I'm bored also, suppose sometimes a recruiter or the hiring manager is bored, that when is it going to stop, or when can I intervene? So this thing will give you a hint that okay, this is how this project is going, and now I'm nearing completion. These are all small thought things which you can put in your portfolio, and people will love it. So you may have page number. Page number is very typical, right? In documents have page numbers. You can use small experience level things which shows a progress bar. So this is a progress bar for your portfolio, a very sleek, almost invisible progress bar which tracks. So the main core essence is that we are respecting, we are rehearsing, and we are planning and respecting time, right? Okay, and then adding secret ingredients we already talked about. This is the fourth section where you can add micro interactions, you can add like your explorations other than your projects, like daily UI stuff and all, right? And then the last thing, which I want to discuss today is creating your online presence. So creating a website is also painstaking. You are already creating project, then you have to also create website. It is too much of an ask, right? So I will share some resources which can help you create website for your online presence basically. So the first example absolutely is Wix. So you can actually, the best part of Wix is that there are so many good templates. You can buy a subscription plan, get a domain name from Wix, and get a plan of Wix. And I think the total cost is also very less. And then there are a lot of templates to start with. So if you feel that I am in real love with this template, you can view this template. And once you actually edit this site, you just replace it with your own image basically, and then immediately the thing is done. So if you actually click here, then you go inside this page. I think it's going to editor, but choose a template which is more familiar with you, which is familiar to UX mostly. So these are all art related stuff. Yeah, so design to inspire change. Lot of good templates are there for you to exploit. Design to inspire change, and with everything of open live site, you can see the live site also. See, amazing website ready to consume. Each tile is each project. We have talked about 3 to 5 projects. It will be like that. You have an about section, amazing about section also. Like it. Yeah, and this is how they can reach to you. This is a nice trendy website. You just use the template and you can change it, right? Or you can create from scratch also if you're familiar with it, which is a nice platform. Recently, Framer has also come up with Framer size. So Framer is a tool like Figma. If you are familiar with Figma, Framer is similar. So you create something in Framer and then you publish it to a website. So the learning curve is even less. You have more controls, and the output that you get is also phenomenal. So there are like let us see a few examples. Like these are the templates, and if you go to free digital artist, yeah, we can you can see this one preview. So all these things, right? Once you scroll, it appears. See, very nice, clean website. Take this template and start building on it. Start replacing with your own image. You will spend less time creating your website at least, right? And every page that you click, you go into the page. Then in Framer, you may have to redesign it because imagine the storyboard that we just discussed. That if this is your storyboard, then you have to. This is the hero image, and then follow with your problem statement, the research, and everything. And the best part is that it all adds images, so you can add images and create a website in no time. So these are all really good examples of websites. So you have a nice menu also on the top. About section is also there, contact section is there, right? So Framer is also really good. And then the other good example which I'm trying to learn is Webflow. Webflow is extremely powerful. So yeah, this website is created in Webflow only. Webflow creates stunning websites. That's it. We went through a lot of case studies also. So portfolio is a very complicated and important thing. And I think we touched upon almost all the things for a good portfolio. And last but not the least is that the visual quality of your portfolio is very, very important. So try to put lot of emphasis on the quality of your UI, on the final result of your UI, and also try to connect dots between the research and the final result that you are bringing in. Do not make bad UI stuff like this, where your UI has technical problems like pointless inconsistencies, or some technical problems like how do you use drop shadow. So there are a lot of good UI, bad UI tips. Like if you're creating a simple sign up experience, but you have messed up with a primary, secondary button, someone can unnecessarily point it out in the interview, which is not helpful, right? Then how you are designing the cards, how you're creating, how you're using gestalts, how you're using the hierarchies between different typographies and color, all those things, how you're using iconographies. So all those things add up to a good portfolio. because a good portfolio is something which you can only create once you go through a lot of good portfolios, and the more good portfolios you see, the more you craft. So before I end, the last thing which I think is very, very helpful for everyone who is, there might be people who are struggling with their UI skills and all. So you can try one thing for a few days, and it's going to really help. If someone is struggling with UI, basic UI and presentation and things, so see, this is kind of a Intellipaat workshop only, where we created lot of visual design examples, Gestalt. So many posters, everything we created. So this was a visual design exercise that we did. But the important thing is that there is a method called mimic method. So if you want to develop a particular skill or a craft, say you want to create this kind of posters, or you want to create like a minimal UI, right? You want to work on a minimal UI scheme. This is kind of a landing page for some bottle humidifier. So take a screenshot of this thing, and as it is copied, do not put it in your portfolio, but in course of copying it, you will understand all the nuances of hierarchy, gaps, balance, rhythm. Everything will fall in place. You may not be able to create this kind of a modern minimalist UI from scratch, from your mind experimenting, but find similar examples in Pinterest and just copy it. You will understand, okay, this is the type of font in this kind of strength, which is the gap between the lines. This is the kind of the secondary text. There are some vertical lines, and this is a perfect composition. So you can use all these learnings while you are creating your portfolio. Also, the basic presentation will also improve. So if you think that I, as a designer, my style is to promote minimalism and this kind of Scandinavian Nordic style. So all of them are Nordic style, right? They're Scandinavian styles. And if you want to promote this across, like suppose you are applying for Google or some other company, or some European company, you want to promote this, you want to apply for IKEA or something. So you have to create a space, a mood of this kind of language. So it will be reflected not only in your UI, like the best part of Leafy is that they are at least honest to their style, right? So we have to agree that their final UI and their presentation, everything is consistent. So you can also adhere to, or you can also create this kind of consistent experience across. Sorry, not this one. Yeah. Right. So so you can also create this kind of visual mood in your portfolio. People will be like, wow, this guy is extremely sensitive towards finer details and modern UI principles and all like this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, a user flow is, your options are a steady stream of customers moving through a site, or the user's journey through a site when trying to complete a task, or the amount of time user spends on the page, or the physical movements a user makes to navigate through a website. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So let us begin by looking at UI UX design beginner interview questions. First, how do you define UX? UX design is something that your interviewer is already familiar with. They expect you to explain UX design in your own way. I wouldn't suggest answering this question with a textbook definition. You can use real life examples to begin with. Talk about how companies have started to focus more on customer experience, which has resulted in a rise in the reach of the company with positive customer feedback. Although, whatever you say, remember to mention that UX design makes websites and applications easy to use and enhances customer experience. Let's move on to the second question. What is your design process? Here, the interviewer is interested in knowing how your thought process works. They analyze your approach and understand why you use that particular approach. Mentioning aspects like research, which involves conducting user interviews, for instance, can be beneficial for you. As you go through your portfolio, explain the problems you were trying to address and your approach to solving them. Let's look at the third question. Describe a recent challenge you faced and how you overcame it. Approximately 80% of the interviewers ask candidates to tell them about a time when something went wrong. So you must be prepared to answer this question. The best way to answer this question is to demonstrate your ability to remain calm and logical in the face of a major challenge. Choose your examples carefully. You don't want to draw attention to a problem that occurred because you missed a deadline or made a design error. Impress the interviewer by talking about a problem that happened because of something outside your control rather than something you did wrong. Let's look at the fourth question. What is your favorite project and what made it interesting for you? Your favorite project may not be the best or most aesthetically pleasing or the best match for the needs of a potential employer. To impress the interviewer, choose a project that reflects the company's typical design aesthetic. Tell a story about your design and provide enough detail to convince the interviewer that you can handle difficult design challenges. Let's see the fifth question. How did you find your way into UI UX design? It goes without saying that you chose UX design because it excites you and inspires you. You must respond to this question honestly and enthusiastically. Your response should persuade the interviewer that you are a good UX designer who understands how to apply user experience design principles to every project. You can answer this question by focusing on characteristics that distinguish you as a UX designer, such as empathy. Make it clear to the interviewer that you excel at analyzing user needs and having empathy for people who use your designs. Next, problem solving abilities. UX design is about more than just design. It is also about assisting users in overcoming their greatest challenges. Your response should demonstrate that you have exceptional problem solving abilities. And for the sixth question, we have what kind of research methods do you use when starting a project? Don't try to impress the interviewer by mentioning complex research methods you've never used before. Be truthful about your current strategy. Tell the interviewer if you wish there was a better way to gather information. This demonstrates your critical thinking skills and commitment to continuous improvement. The key point is to let them know that you are aware of the research process. Tell them about the methods you use and you would like to use. Let us look at the seventh question. What distinguishes the role of a UI developer from a UX developer? There are numerous parallels between the roles of a UI and UX developer. UI developers are primarily concerned with creating interactive and navigational elements that assist users in navigating the product, whereas UX developers are concerned with improving the quality of a user's interaction with the product. UI refers to screens, buttons, toggles, icons, and other visual elements that you interact with when using a website, app, or any electronic device. UX refers to your entire interaction with a product, including how you feel about it. While UI can influence UX, the two are distinct, as are the roles that the designers play. Let's take a look at the eighth question. How do UI developers and front-end developers differ from one another? A front-end developer is in charge of creating a client-side web interface. CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and other technologies are used to accomplish this. Front-end developers work on entire pages and create a website out of these pages. It is their responsibility to ensure the website and all of its components work properly. And for the ninth question, explain the layout of HTML. The HTML layout defines how a web page will be organized. HTML5 elements are used to define various parts of a web page. These include header. Defines the header for a section. Nav. This defines a container for navigation links. Section. This defines a section in a document. Article. This defines a self-contained independent article. Aside. This defines stuff that is aside from the content, for example, sidebar. Footer. This defines the footer of a document. And for the 10th question, what is the importance of semantic elements? Some of the reasons semantic elements are important are as follows. The use of semantic element improves the readability of the code. When semantic elements are used, developers, search engines, and assistive technologies can better understand the content and context of a website. Semantic elements improve code consistency. Now let us look at the intermediate interview questions. The first one, how do you reduce the load time of a page? You can shorten the page load time by doing the following: image compression, getting rid of unnecessary images, reduce lookups, reduce the number of redirects, and caching. The second question, what are some of the biggest challenges you faced as a UX designer? This is one of the most frequently asked UX designer interview questions. Always use examples when answering this question. Use something from your portfolio to demonstrate the difficulties you've encountered as a UX designer. Discuss a project that requires you to work on something difficult and how it helped you to develop a new skill. They're curious about how you solve problems. They also want you to know how you deal with stress. Discuss how you handle this situation. Third question, how do you select the features for your product? Begin by explaining why it is so critical to set business goals based on the needs of buyers and other key stakeholders. Then discuss why it's critical to adjust to these goals as users need change. After you've given some context, explain how you go about analyzing your user needs and ensuring that your UX design decisions are in line with them. Then describe how you consider companies' goals when making a design decision. Include an explanation of how you sample the target market, discover their goals, and solve their problems with your designs in your response. Fourth question, how do you learn from negative feedback? Negative feedback is unavoidable, especially in the professional world. So, potential employers want to know that you can accept it gracefully and apply it to future projects. Inform the interviewer that you're welcome to constructive criticism and will use it to make better decisions. It is also a good idea to tell the interviewer that you'd rather get negative feedback from internal stakeholders than from end users because UX design is all about creating great user experiences. This strengthens your knowledge of the UX design field. Fifth question, how would you enhance our product's UX? This is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that you have thoroughly researched the company and considered how you can add value. This demonstrates a genuine interest in the role, which can only benefit you. Spend some time before your interview exploring their website, and if they have one, or their mobile app, identify one or two things that you believe could be improved and devise a strategy for doing so. If nothing stands out, discuss how you might run general usability tests to see how the current design is performing. Remember to consider their target users and mention these personas while sharing your ideas. And for the sixth question, tell me about a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation. What did you do? The most effective solutions are data driven. That is something you must remember. Tell the interviewer that you enjoy making recommendations or business decisions based on data and proven results. You could discuss a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation due to user research. Your research had revealed that customers were not enthusiastic about the team's recommendation. Remember that rather than subjective opinions, disagreements should be resolved using objective data. Let us look at seventh question. Give us an example of a design that resolved a business issue. You could respond to this question by referring to your portfolio and telling them about a design you worked on that solved a major business issue. You could also use a real life example of a brand that benefited from better design. Make sure to cover all aspects of the design and explain the problem thoroughly before explaining how it helped. And for the eighth question, what websites or apps are your favorites and why? Mention your preferred apps and websites. Explain why you like them, what features make them appealing to customers, and do they inspire you? As an example, consider the following. Google. Google is a prime example of a well-designed functional UX. A single search field is a great customer-friendly feature. Netflix. A simple service that uses an algorithm to recommend content based on the user's viewing history. This aids in providing the user with a personalized and easily understandable interface. Duolingo. This app makes learning enjoyable. The entire interface is gamified, giving users the impression that they are playing a game rather than learning. And for the ninth question, how do you assess a product's user experience? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize this experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want and that you have clear vision on your goals. Now let us look at some of the advanced interview questions of UI UX design. Let us start with what fundamental differences exist between creating for desktop and creating for mobile. You can talk about the following differences. Screen size. There is a clear distinction between desktop and mobile screen sizes. This has an impact on the layout design. Desktop apps can have fixed navigation bars, whereas mobile menus must rely on pull-out menus. Then, interaction. While desktop computers can fully utilize the cursor's interactivity, mobile apps do not. In mobile apps, users must use gestures such as swiping, shaking, or poking. Organizing content. In desktop apps, we can use the multi-column format, which provides far too many layout and positioning options. Scrolling is the only option for mobile apps. Desktops are preferred for longer, more involved tasks, whereas mobiles are preferred for shorter tasks. Second question, what are your go-to UX design tools? You can discuss the ones with whom you are most at ease. Here are a few examples. First, Figma. Figma improves collaboration and accessibility for UX designers. Then, InVision Studio. UX designers can use InVision Studio to quickly create functional prototypes and share them with the team. Then, Adobe XD. Adobe XD gives users a vector-based system for creating prototypes. Third question, what is your area of focus? Are you a UX designer, UX researcher, or a visual designer? This is one of the easiest UX interview questions you'll encounter during your job search. You may be tempted to claim expertise in all these areas, but that is the incorrect answer. Concentrate on your greatest strength to ensure that your passion is clear. As an added bonus, discussing only one area of focus makes it easier to demonstrate that you researched and understood the company's needs. Fourth question, what distinguishes UX design from other design disciplines? You don't need to go into great detail, but make sure to explain how UX design prioritizes usability. Graphic design, on the other hand, is concerned with visual appeal. It's exactly what the interviewer is looking for. The interviewer expects you to understand the purpose of UX design and how it fits with other types of design in an organization. Fifth question, how do you identify your user's needs? Because UX design is focused on creating user-friendly experiences, you must first understand the needs of your target audience before making any design decisions. Make sure you explain your approach to user research, usability testing, and user persona development, which are very important in order to satisfy your user's needs. Sixth question, how do you know your UX design is successful? Do you use any KPIs or analytical tools to measure success? You can discuss various UI UX design tools and KPIs that you've used previously when conducting a UX evaluation. The following are some analytical tools you could discuss. Crazy Egg. Crazy Egg is one of the most basic heat map tools. Then, Good Data. It is a cloud-based BI solution. It can combine multiple data sources to generate extremely useful reports. Then, Kissmetrics. It can be used to generate reports and funnels based on customer behavior. And some of the KPIs include task success rate, time on task, and user error rate. Let's move on to seventh question. What are some of the most significant trends in UX design, in your opinion? You can name a few popular trends that have impacted UX design in a positive way. The interviewer is asking this question to get an understanding of whether you keep up with the trends and if they impact your design as well. Some of the trends that have become very popular are personalization, designs led by AR and VR, visualize data, and animation. Eighth question. Looking into the future, what do you think will be the next big thing in UX design? Employers want to see more than just that you have the necessary skills for the job. They also want to see that you're enthusiastic about your work and that you're constantly working to improve your UX skills. Don't get too caught up in making the most accurate future prediction. This is more about demonstrating that you're aware of what's going on around you and the direction in which the industry is moving. This is an excellent time to discuss any books or UX design blogs you're currently reading. This shows that you're always learning and keeping your finger on the pulse. And the last question, do you have a product concept that you would develop in the future? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize the experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want to achieve and that you have clear vision on your goals.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.